So, future me here. In this case, I'm recording this part after the actual run. I did a purely educational run, Poisonous Concoction run for 3.21 just earlier. And it does have some caveats. That's why I need this preface thing. I think in general it's a educational A10 run, like you used for me from the 1 to 5 runs or 1 to 4 runs. This is like the first 1 to 10 I did because people asked for it, and I really wanted to see anyway how can we simulate the Poisonous Concoction changes by leveling. And in general, what I did for that to somewhat simulate that is, first of all, in terms of ascendancies, that was my first lab because that's not going to change. And I took this as well, but only after I did the third lab. So I did the second lab as well at the very end, but took nothing that would give us here, and it doesn't really matter anyway for Poisonous Concoction. That's just like in light of my very specific Poison Seismic Trap dude. So it doesn't matter for you if you look not want to swap into that and stay that, then that's fine. But just to simulate, I did not take any of these. What I also did is I took these nodes here because this will become a mana reservation node. I took this node, and in addition, I took all of these to simulate roughly the mana situation. And I did the math before. That's going to be fine. You're not going to need these, and they're going to be gone. But you will need to allocate something there in between. That's fine. Overall conclusion is, I would say, but that's like a TLDR conclusion, is damage should be perfectly fine. Even though we have less projectiles. Also a change I did, I only took one projectile supporting gem. So early on, it's a volley. So we will use the 3 projectiles, and it will use basically 3 charges instead of 2, which really shouldn't be a big deal. I can't imagine that's that huge of a difference. With some flask sustain, and worst case we take 1 more life flask and just be fine. That's going to be okay. Also really important with that is I think monsters don't need to die instantly on hit anymore because Onslaught doesn't exist anymore. And we don't really have access to anything else. Stand swappy things I think it's almost inaccessible because it would be a late mule. So I didn't even try that. So in that time, that's fine. That's like 1 more charge, right? That's okay. And later on, I did take Greater Volley, which will be 5 projectiles in total. So we use 5 charges instead of 2, which is significantly more, obviously. But even there, I don't really see a big issue. Might gonna look for some more flask charge adjustments on the final actual tree. This is not the final tree. The new POV isn't even out. Yeah. Another conclusion in there is that rushing for the second curse. Before that, it was completely unnecessary to get for a second curse, but now I think it would make sense to get a second curse. Way earlier, I only did this in the run. I realized it in the run. It was my personal test run anyway. I just recorded it. So overall, I would say because of that, the run is somewhat wonky. But that might also give some great opportunity to see maybe some problem solving. I don't know. In general, like how to get through the acts or the zone explaining, I did there and everything. I tried to explain every decision making, get you into that, explain every zone anyway. So no matter what build it actually is, I think all of that, it might be quite helpful. Also, a lot of the general tips apply to any build. And if you want to click through it, at the beginning of an act, I try to put like a little summary of the act, what there is to do, but that's build specific. So if you don't care about a specific build, or you think Peacock is dead anyway, and also Poison Seismic is dead anyway, and you don't care about that, then it doesn't matter for you. But the point is, that's just a build specific things. The actual run itself, I think, turned out quite well and educational. Even though I got really tired at the end, so I don't know, I might start mumbling at some point a little bit because the last acts are just so draining, I feel like. So yeah, that's kind of my conclusion of this entire thing. I don't know if I wanted to add anything else. I think that's it. On with the run. Enjoy. It's probably pretty long, even though I think it turned out in game with like sub 6 hours. 5 something or so, I believe, while explaining everything. So that's actually not that bad. Yeah, before I forget, obviously the build guide in the description will contain a Poisonous Concoction run PUB, but it doesn't right now. Okay, it's not there right now because the new PUB is not out. So yeah, if you're from a bit from the future, it's probably there. I still need to figure this out, but I wanted to just post the run, and the PUB will be updated accordingly. And it's really important, if you actually try this, please do whatever is in the PUB. Don't do exactly what you see in the video on every step. The PUB is going to be very similar. Main concept, I might take different nodes earlier, things like that. So the tree will be different. The gems and stuff, not really. The second curse is probably gonna come in early. So please do what's in the PUB at any given time, and make sure you go to the Google document, because the PUB changes there all the time whenever we learn new things, because I can update a PUB in a Google Doc, but I cannot update a video. The video is more for like general, how to level quickly, kind of how to get through the acts, educational thing. Yeah, I kind of forgot that. So nobody's confused that the PUB description is still old. Careful, flashbang. Work one. It's by far the most complicated. By far. Every other act is going to be so much easier, but one very, very important. We are looking for a triple green, ideally not in boots, and not on a weapon ideally as well. Can be on a shield actually. We're going to use Cobra Lash until the pirate dude. We're going to use for that chance to poison and faster attacks, at least in the live version of 321. Obviously, whenever I mention faster attacks, it means in the live version we don't have it now, so we're gonna run the 2-link. Just gonna get better. We want to pick up some random shield for Poisonous Concoction later. We want to use Viper Strike, so keep that around for Brutus instead of Cobra Lash, because that's terrible. We want to get some Iron Rings before Brutus. We are looking for Cold Dress for the fish person, which is really cool. Lots of vendor checking going to happen. We're gonna swap to Peacock after the pirate, including volley and faster attacks. Again, we're not gonna have faster attacks, so it's gonna be a 2-link for some time until Act 2. Then we can get into the attack. Frostblink into Flame Dash, because I really like those. I hate the mine, the smoke mine. I'm gonna pick up Precision and Withering Step. That's kind of the idea. This is a regex for vendor search, so I'm gonna copy that. Go into our SSF, pick a shadow, so there's no mulling happening. I'm gonna call him Surely It's Gonna Be Fine. On Strand, you want to skip the tutorials? I like to get my setup correctly, right? Have my move only. Make sure you check your filter. This one here is from CDR. They are really good filters. Highly recommend them. Check out the Google Doc for info regarding that stuff here. So basically you pick up this thing, obviously. I'm gonna punch this dude here. Get our Viper Strike. And I'm so confused. We can equip it technically. We have some kind of shield. Right now, get our movement set up correct. And we're looking for the big chest, basically right hand side walking until you hit the chest. You cannot really miss it because there's always this narrow gap here. Even if you go top, it basically forces you by the chest. You just have to remember to actually click on it. If you skip the tutorials, it will let you through without picking up chance to poison, and we want that. We do want chance to poison. So don't forget about that one. So here, just walk counterclockwise around the dude. It's a bit awkward with Viper Strike, I feel like. If there are extra monsters, especially if it's the crabs that like shoot stuff at you, you might want to kill them first to make stuff easier a bit on you. And you can just safely walk around. He's gonna be poisoned anyway. Pick up absolutely everything. Gonna equip this item here. Boots don't have movement speed. There's some kind of shield. And there's a rustic stash as well. It's not stash, not sash, right? We're gonna walk here. Can put in our skill point. Try not to do too much stuff while walking, to keep that in mind. We do have Cobra Lash here, which is important. That's the skill we wanted, so we can just basically get rid of this. In this case, I just want to sell immediately. Just keep in mind that you keep this gem for a while, so it probably makes sense to put it into a different item here. So vendor checking. So if you have a look here, there is some triple green, but it's on boots, and I'm fine with double green in this specific run, so I'm not gonna buy them. And also check this lady here if there's already something really interesting. We do have the wisdoms right now, so I'm tempted to buy an iron ring, but I'm not gonna. That's essentially first town. Not gonna use Viper Strike there, but I just wanted to level up because I want to use it for Brutus. So I want to make sure to level up. Ideally, we want to use claws with the setup, like shark tooth claws or something. Here in this zone, right hand side again. There's typically like a long wall here. Now, there's a bunch of layouts, but you kind of want to go to the bottom right. It's typically the right direction. You don't need to kill anything here. I know I just did, but it's not necessary. There's a huge pack, fine, kill it, just don't die, I guess. Nothing really interesting there. The filter is, by the way, gonna talk a lot, so in case you hear weird things in the background, this filter is extremely heavy. You find the waypoint, and then you go into the mud flasks first. Make sure to take that waypoint, it's super important. Let's make sure we don't die. So, in this zone here, we clear up before I explained this to you. So these roars are really, really dangerous, and in case you die in here, it's not a shame. It's really difficult. So these quest items here, they're either in a triangle formation or in a line, mostly in a triangle. So we had one here, so I'm guessing that one more will be to the right, and the other one is up. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so see, this was like a triangle. If I'm pointing around, I'm typically pointing at the minimap, by the way. I hope that's somewhat clear. So we do have claws here, so I kind of want to try and use those. And also maybe not die, just make sure you upgrade your flasks already. Flasks are very important. So we can in a second try if it's better to use 2 claws, which I believe it is. We still have a 2 link there, which is very important. And we're gonna do this after the zone, so I don't do it while walking. Actually, did I just get frozen here? That's how you easily die in this area, and that's okay, right? In softcore, that's okay. If you're in hardcore, just use these things to block everything, so you die. Typically, you can see them charge at you, but they just kind of, just for safety, we might pick up a chest item. Like they charge up and then they run at you. The exit is typically towards the north-ish. Can be up here as well. But I'm gonna have a look here. If the wall ends, which it looks like it will, then we are on the wrong direction. Oh no, we are not. Okay, the wall didn't end. If there's like water, then it's definitely not there. But it's kind of up-ish. Typically, you can equip this already. You will have a bit more movement speed. If you don't, because there's a hidden modifier on chests, it makes you a tiny bit slower. Right? So we have a second here, so I don't do stuff while walking so much. So I'm gonna try and get Cobra Lash into here and use some claws because they give us life per enemy hit, which is like kind of cool, I think. I'm gonna keep this around. In here, Submerged Passage, you want to take the waypoint, go back to the coast, and then we're gonna go for the ice dude. Just walk into the tidal island. In case this waypoint is filled with crazy mobs and there's like an angry fire lady, you can control click the waypoint. I'm gonna do this a few times later anyway and make a new zone out of it, essentially. So that's like the basic idea. So in this case, typically it is counterclockwise. Let me kill them so I can talk about it. Go away. So typically go counterclockwise most of the time. There is this trick, if there's this tiny thing like really sticking out here, it's actually clockwise is the correct direction, if I understand this correctly. I think there's more to it, but that's my general rule. And then you're gonna find the Frosty dude here. We are level 4 already, which is important, because that means we can equip our movement skill. Which is nice. We don't need to kill anything here, actually. It's weird without Onslaught, I can already feel it. It's like, I don't know, I feel like I have so much more time to kill things. If you get really close to him, he stops using his frost attack. But you can't really get hit by the hammer. So we use the counterclockwise running thing again. Oh, I got hit. Yeah, if you don't get hit, you don't get frozen. That's the basic idea. Just watch his attack pattern and then you're fine. Again, we're in an SSF scenario. So we like to pick out up a lot here. Nothing noteworthy there. You can log out or use a portal scroll. You do get one portal scroll here, by the way, guaranteed. I have 2 now, but you get 1 guaranteed, which is really quite important actually, because you're gonna need it. So nothing of this seems too valuable to me. I'm gonna pick up our silver flask. We would have picked Onslaught, and I believe we do get faster attacks around here. So in this case, we're gonna pick volley support for later, because we're gonna need that one. And that should be fine for now. We can go to this guy again. Nothing of this actually matters, but we're gonna pick a blue gem and Frostblink. Blue gem is later to create a ring. A frost resistance ring. Vendor checking. Didn't find anything. Can still sell our stuff that we found here. We don't really need that much currency. We need some transmutations, I believe. And for the moment, we can check at NASA actually, because in this case, I believe you check the guide for the actual points where you buy it. It should be fine. There should be also the multiple projectile things. Is it already there? No, it's the next one. Okay, fine. Not really anything we need. Gonna pick up precision later as well, which is kind of important. So yeah, we go back to the submerged. What we are looking for here is, in this case I feel like we're going top left-ish. Let's get this. Also make sure your binds are correct. Perfect. What we're looking here for is a bridge. Alright, we want to go pretty in the middle, not too deep into any direction. And then we want to look for the bridge. You're gonna recognize it if you see it. I need to change this to attack moving. Here's the bridge. At the bridge you put down a portal, which means you can no longer log out for a while until we use it. Always keep that in mind. The portal disappears if you log out, and we don't want that. Yeah, you kill some stuff here on the way. Yeah, level 5 now. Would have liked 6, maybe a bit more, but 5 is totally fine. Be careful with these ghosty guys here. They can freeze you, they can shotgun. And we're gonna go to the ledge. Goal for the ledge would be to end it at level 7, I believe. Try not to go into league mechanics. I'm also, in general, ignoring league mechanics in League Start. No matter what it is, I'm just ignoring it until maps, typically. Because I don't know, you just die and it's typically not worth it. And goats are very dangerous, actually. So I kind of want to get rid of them now. Just for safety purposes. Now we slow them down. Also, blue picks give a lot of experience. Was definitely not worth it here, but I'm worried about dying randomly. So we can have our second mana flask, which is quite important. We are already level 6, so we can go a bit faster, I would say. So I have to remember to vendor check every level, even though it's nerfed next patch. Vendors will keep the same inventory. Background is typically, or what happened before was that vendors refresh their entire inventory on every level up you do. You don't need this waypoint, but like to click it. And now they only replace some items. So it's weaker, but still whenever you level up, you get new stuff. And that's when we look for links and we look for movement speed boots and stuff like that. Just like super important. Makes everything better, especially since Onslaught is gone, which you typically would have. I like to pick this up because this sells for chrome. So try to kill them with Frostblink a bit. Doesn't really help all that much. We are already level 7. So we can go ahead a bit. You can kill this guy if you really want some rare items or a lot of like currency out of it. Depending on what build you play, you might need more currency early on. And we do need, for example, we need to buy Peacock actually, level 12. So we need to pick up some stuff. And we need to identify some stuff as well. Life flasks, very important, especially later. So we have a good amount of them. Maybe even 3. Whoa, we're stuck. That's why I don't do stuff while moving. I just equipped the flask in case that was too quick. Wasn't even that quick, was it? Right, okay, let's go in here. Manage our inventory so you can see. So in terms of that, yeah. Oh yeah, it's unidentified. That's the problem. And I have this one. You can always check like the recover value is the most important one. If they have something cool, that's fine. You can equip this. You can, for safety reasons, just equip this. I think for now, and you can sort your inventory a bit if you wish. And put the stuff you want to sell on the right side. So, I'm gonna go here. This zone itself is pretty straightforward, I would say. It can go in different directions, but it's typically running straight ahead, and this looks like a dead end. So it can be to the right, to the left, but you figure out a pretty forward path relatively quickly, usually. There's a better claw, which I really like, even though we have to identify it. What you're gonna do. There's also waypoints here somewhere. These goats, let's talk about the goats. You see these shields? Don't frost blink on top of them, because the shields are gonna explode and then it's gonna hurt you and that'll be bad. So yeah. So all the blue packs don't really die. There's usually this thing here as well. True, that's where this boss character typically is, isn't he? Isn't there like a bow dude somewhere? Maybe not, maybe I'm crazy. Oof. Don't die. Let's go forward. At some point there's a ton of goats here. They're gonna be a mother goat. A really big one. And you don't want to fight that. Just get past it. That was where we rescued Navali in previous versions. We're already level 8, that's fine. But we don't need to do that anymore because Navali is gone, which is very, very sad. So here you can either go towards life first or in this direction. I like the damage a little bit more. It's fine to go for life first, to be fair. You're gonna find a waypoint. Then you're gonna go back to town. You can vendor check here, right? You can sell and vendor check if you would like to. That's perfectly fine. I'm gonna do that in this case because I still need movement speed. So I can get rid of all of this stuff. We don't need that anymore. I'm gonna go for purchase, Control F, Control V, and see if we find anything. No triple green. It's okay. We're gonna use our portal if we vendor check or not, and then we are back here. So to the right side is where we started, where the waypoint is. From there we are looking for the dweller. Also pick up the stuff. We're quite overleveled now for this zone, so it's not worth killing too much. Typically the dweller is down. Typically, in most cases. In this case it seems to be up. So it's always on this side of the bridge, the one where you came from initially. And it's either up or down. In most cases it's down, I would say. Yeah, then you find this thing. And we're gonna look for the dweller. In here we are looking for a rather big room. And once we find the big room, I'm gonna show you a bit of a hint. It's in one of the corners typically. Right now we start in like a left corner, so it's I have a feeling top right is correct. So we're gonna see if that is true. Maybe more this. Perfect. So see, really big room. And what definitely gives it away. Let me clear this here. Okay, on the minimap, like big room. You see this little contraption here where it goes like around and there's like this little ledge here. That's this one. That's what you're looking for. That's definitely, it's always the same. You can flame bash over it to save like half a second. And then here you have this little dick thingy going on, right? And on one of the sides of it is our dweller dude. You can slow him down with your frost blink when he comes close if you want to. Might not be worth mana wise, but fair enough. I like to do that. Makes it very relaxing, I feel like. And then clear this up or not and pick up everything because we're gonna log out. Perfect. That was really smart. You don't want to completely log out, it's just normal log out. No need to go to the character screen. I really like a better Mana Flask, even though it has instant recovery, not too happy about that. There's some kind of a shield, which I'm also not too happy about. So here, you can either go for Void Manipulation or LMP. I feel like it's gonna be Void Manipulation for a while, especially now since the changes basically. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna level it and potentially use it in a 4-link later. Right, you can check the PUB for details on what we will actually do once we figure that out. Taglight should have our book here. You can vendor check again, why not? Maybe we leveled up, nothing here. These, by the way, also sell for wisdoms, and these also sell for wisdom. So if you're low, you can sell these items. We are approaching Brutus, so ideally we want an iron ring, which unlucky here, we didn't find one. So we need to remember to come back and try again.
Goodbye.
Because an iron ring would be really nice at Brutus. You can also check already if you can buy precision already. No, and you cannot buy the walking thing either. So it's after Brutus. It's somewhat confusing if leveling changes. So yeah, we go up here. From the waypoint top. In almost all cases, top of the waypoint is where your lab trial is. Very rarely it's somewhere else. So you go there. You don't worry about the spikes, by the way. You just press a life flask if you get hit. That's okay, right? Get hit, life flask. Nice. And you jump over it. It's typically a pack here. Then you can jump over this. Click this. Don't need to kill a yellow dude. There's another void manipulation. Nice. In general, we are not killing yellow people, right? Don't kill yellows. Don't kill unique monsters. It's not worth it. So, typically, the exit is somewhere in line, or very often it's in line with the entrance. We can have a bit of a look up here, but doesn't seem to be there. So it's probably somewhere here. If you can't find it immediately, just walk in a circle. You can do early essences if you really want to. I feel like they're absolutely not worth it, because the result is going to be bad anyway. So I'm not going to, and there's the exit. So yeah, that's typically not worth it. I feel like it's way more worth it if you are a caster and want to do the wand craft until you remember that the wand craft is also gone. So yeah, there's that. Okay, so here again, it's somewhere, typically somewhere in line. So probably it's around here. You can pick one of the sides. I typically like top more right here. If you look on the minimap, there's really not a lot around us. So my gut feeling tells me, it's the wrong side. You either can go straight down here or somewhere else. There's also a layout of this where the entire zone, let me clear this so we can talk about it, where the entire zone doesn't go down-ish, but it wraps around here, right? If that's the case, it's up there. If like anything goes past the entrance significantly, then that's where the exit is. In this case, it's a downward zone, so that's where we're gonna look. You can open strong boxes as long as they are white. If you want some XP, maybe some stuff. Normal strong boxes I typically don't do, and I don't care if they're open or not. It just gives you some more monsters. And that's it. The Arcanists, I think it's called, the one that give currency. We already have Sharktooth Claws. Oh no, we only have one. So I'm gonna pick up this one here. So this is perfect. Let me clear this up because I really want to use it. Put this here, put this there, and drop it, and then we didn't die. Perfect. So again, yellow monster, we don't care. Did here a triple green drop, so I'm definitely gonna pick one up because I still don't have one, and we're gonna want to swap first. So yeah, I'm guessing more up here now, by the way, because there's really nothing here in terms of exit. So that's my guess, that we are going more there, and there we are. So yeah, first guess was should be here-ish. Turned out to be here because there wasn't nothing, and the zone also didn't go up. In the Warden Quarter, it's basically just a running simulator, to be fair. That's basically what this is. You can use your movement skills here. You can use the time to sort some stuff while walking around if you want to. Like, for example, I'm gonna already equipped these boots here. You can make sure you use your movement skill. You can even take the chest in your hand, right? Because then the movement speed penalty is gone, I believe. Which is really cool. So you walk around there, right? Or you just don't. That's fine. So as soon as you hear Brutus, what I like to do in softcore is put a portal down in case you die. Also, we should keep in mind that we wanted to use a different skill, right? Where is it? Viper Strike, okay. So, okay. So in case you die, you don't have to walk the zone. You click on Revive in Town, essentially. And then you can use the portal to come back, so you don't have to walk this thing. So yeah, I should have done this before without fighting Brutus, so ignore Brutus for a second. You want to use Viper Strike, chance to poison here, and faster attacks if you already have it. Instead of Crucible just for Brutus. Okay, cool. So yeah, we can try and kill him. Same thing. You just need to watch out for this. You saw that? When he's like charging up, that's when he's really dangerous. And this come is like another thing. There's two charging ups. There's this one. You die if you stand close. There's another one. Can you do it? Will you do it? There it is. That wave also kills you, right? Okay, so that's basically it. So yeah, just walk in a circle. Dodge his stuff. If he does something, you can also like, you know, dash away or something, and then you kill him. Which is way better than using Cobra Lash. I didn't know about this tech forever. And then after that, you don't need your Cobra Lash anymore. Since you have the portal already, go into it if you don't log out. Two things you do. We are unfortunately not level 10. That would have been perfect for gem swaps now. I'm not too interested in identifying. And I have an alteration. I have this. This is cool. So this is way better. So I'm definitely interested in using that. Missing a bit of a blue socket right now. We will fix that in a second. Probably. Depending on what shield we get, I would say. We sell some stuff here, which is cool. We go to this guy here. There's Withering Stab, there's Flame Dash, both, and there's Precision. There's like 3 interesting things for us right now. Most important, Flame Dash. I would say second most important would be Withering Stab, and we can have a look where it is. Withering Stab here, it's a transmute, perfect. And then ideally we want Precision, but it's probably also a transmute, so we don't have that. So we keep in mind, we wanted to pick up the skill, but we couldn't. So we're gonna do it next time. Also in this case, that's it. That's it. Oh yeah, vendor checking. Still alive, are we? Control F, Control V. Oh, there it is. There's the movement speed, but it's also our free link, so I'm a bit sad. To be fair, it's just 2 scrolls of wisdom, so I'm definitely gonna buy them. I'm gonna use them for a minute. Because they're gonna be faster, but we need to solve the free link differently. Ideally. I actually would probably stay on a 2 link instead of that. Yeah. So yeah. Go to Prisoner's Gate. Here we're looking for like a ledge thing. It's already here. On one of the sides there's like this line on the minimap, which is this ledge here. You're gonna follow it, or jump down on it. And then there is an entrance, you know, away from the zone in this thing. And then you go into this, right? You're also gonna realize that you aren't dealing so much damage anymore. Like Cobra Lash really falls off, I feel like, during this area here. By at some point in the game. And I feel like it's more up than after second zone here. There's a side thing here. And just kill stuff. Yeah, perfect. This long side thing. Go through there. There's the big boss guy. Don't kill him. You can juke him with these ledges. So he takes a while to walk around because he's quite dangerous. Also these wolves. Are these wolves? Hounds? Something? They leave some burning ground, which is very nasty. And then you're gonna find the ship graveyard. Go in there. We do want to be level 12, ideally, by the end of this, because then we can swap to Peacock. This zone can go in different directions. Close to the entrance should be the waypoint, and close to the waypoint should be the pirate. And in this case, he's actually down from the waypoint. He can also be up here. Some constellations. You need to find both, essentially. Waypoint, click it, and know where the pirate is. Just don't go to him. So from there, we follow the zone, we stay away from the mountains and the water. We try to be in between because we're looking for a cave, and the cave is never directly next to water and never directly next to mountains like this. So we try to be a bit more in the middle. Can be in tons of places, I feel like. I'm just trying to kill a bit of stuff on the way. So maybe we hit the level 12 already. Now, fixing the mana a bit. The mana flask. It's not that ideal, actually. But as you said, you're not one-shotting white things maybe anymore here. It's like not perfect. But that's okay, because we're gonna swap very, very soon. And there we found the wrong exit in this case, right? What we found here is Merville's Cavern. We need that as well. If we find it first, before we find the cave, no problem, just go into it. And you grab the waypoint. And you're gonna go back to the graveyard waypoint. So from there we're gonna try again and see, okay, where could the cave have been where we missed it, right? Helps us anyway with a bit of more XP right now. Already level 11, so we only have one level left. Kill off the blue packs, which typically is a good idea. Doesn't seem to be here as well. So I'm guessing bottom left. Or really far to the right up there. That might also be the case. But probably it's more like here somewhere. Is it? Uh-oh, it might not be. It's also really close to water. That's awkward. So it was in the top right, like really hidden in the mountains. Interesting. Way closer to the mountains than I would have guessed, but we can just try again, right? We can just teleport back up here. Can be a difficult zone. If it's all the way up there somehow randomly, I'm gonna freak out. Or if there's like a... Can there already be these side zones? I don't think so. Because they really mess up your layouts if you get one of them. Oh, this goes really deep in here. Okay, and doesn't connect there. Okay, fair enough. That's the thing you're looking for. More typical is waypoint, then on the way you find the cave, and after the cave you find this thing here. The Merville thing. So yeah, we managed to get here. In this zone it's kind of weird. There's so many side paths, and it's also totally normal to accidentally full clear it because it's confusing. And in this case, typically if I found like, okay, this was like a straight path now a bit, I try to go into the same direction. No, change directions as little as possible. And there we have it. So I'm gonna kill this blue pack because I want more XP without triggering the mini boss on the left, which we will not kill. So you get the mini boss, and then you go over here, and also maybe. So in this case, typically if you find this cave first, you get this item, and then you look for Merville's Cavern, get the waypoint, and then you go back to town. In this case, we already got the next waypoint, so want the cave second, so we can log out immediately after we get the item. And just realized that I also forgot to use Flame Dash since level 12, which we almost were. Level 10, back on level 10. We could have used Flame Dash. It replaces our Frost Blink, which you can keep to make items. And there is a Withering Stab, which we would like to utilize. Replace it with this typically. And we have our free link already waiting for us. So, it's also not back to town. I'm confused today. Oh my lord, it's obviously not back to town. After you did get the waypoint here and found the cave here, you're gonna go back to this waypoint and you're gonna go kill the pirate. That's the point. It's always confusing if things change. Typically it's cave. So, cave, Merville's Cavern waypoint, go back here and kill this pirate. Which is typically not a big deal. He is just going to spawn a lot of skeletons. I'm gonna check. Do we have a transmute by now? We don't still. So we need to pick up some stuff here and sell it unidentified. Everything with mana is terrible right now. You can probably use Viper Strike for this guy if you really wanted to. I guess. I don't know. It's not like he's gonna live forever. He's gonna die very soon. This is good, gets us better, closer to our transmute. More stuff, pick everything up. Now we go to town. Let's do that. So, Nessa, there was a reward. Here, if you look through this, there really isn't anything we want, right? We already have some blue gems to make items. So I don't know, take a green gem. If you want to, you can already try and sell. So in this case, don't need this, don't need this, don't need this. See, it stacks up transmute shards. Not this, not this. So many of them. And these we need to sell those, because without them we will not have enough. And I really want that transmute right now. They're not gonna be that great. Don't worry about it. Meaning can with that now buy position and manage to do everything we wanted in this first thing here. So also you can buy Poisonous Concoction, because it also costs transmute.
Take care.
I forgot about that. I thought it's gonna be an alteration.
Still alive.
Ah, pain. Okay. That's fine. Sometimes you make mistakes during leveling and then you need to fix them. And in this case, to be fair, the fixing is you're just gonna wait a minute. Sadly, you need to use the skill you have, right, until you can fix it. And it can happen. And that's fine. You don't worry about it, you don't do anything fancy, right? Don't like freak out and do a different zone, don't do anything special. Maybe focus a bit more on killing monsters, especially ones that like ghosts and stuff like that, so you get a bit more higher chance of loot, because right now we need loot. So typically we would be Poisonous Concoction right now. But in this case we are not, and that's fine. So in this case I'm gonna open this and see if I can easily kill whatever comes out of it. That's like super strong or something like that, or costs me too much mana. Because I feel like it's gonna drop more items that I need to fix my mistake.
Not all murders are equal.
Let's kill this guy. I'm gonna cast this a minute or two. Maybe even 3 minutes on this small mistake there. So we already got some items, which might be close enough. Maybe also just drop a transmute. So we're gonna move on. In this case, top right. Good idea. Top right is a good idea. Here there's these ghosty guys. They typically point towards the exit, I feel like. That's how it works. So make sure to put this on there. Some more blue monsters. Maybe they dropped something cool. I feel like we went too far up. Unless the zone actually goes top left. I'm gonna follow it a bit more. Might be okay, actually. Careful with these red dudes. Again, I'm gonna kill the yellow in this case because I want some more items. To hopefully get enough transmutes. Yeah, these red dudes, they're like kamikaze explodey dudes. Very dangerous. Be really careful with them. So we're gonna do this one as well to really make sure, and the strong box as well, ideally. Let's open it. Really make sure we get our transmute. In a real run, I probably wouldn't care so much about it, would just kill Merble. But here I feel like I want to show you like what actually looks as close as possible to an average run. And on an oh, there's another triple green. It's fixed. It's so worth it. Perfect. I want this to be as close as possible to an average run. Not that in a normal run I would just go ahead and fix it later. It's gonna happen at some point. So that also means in this case I'm actually gonna put a portal here, go back to town, and sort out the things I need to sort out now. So I want to, leather belt is great, there has life, even a blank one is really good. These are also probably pretty nice, but they don't have what I need. So let's see if we get up to a transmute. We need 18 shots. 16? Oh, this doesn't give any. We're really that close to it. Ah, we are so close to making it work. Such sad times. I want this item.
Take care.
that's how it is. We do still need a shield as well. Looking for something there. We will need a shield soon anyways. I'm just gonna see if I can buy one right now. That looks cool. Doesn't cost transmutes. Okay, fair enough. Not happening. So we're gonna go and probably kill Mervel with our Cobra Lash. Which is terrible. Should be Poisonous Concoction. But it's fine. Adapt and overcome, and you're gonna be okay. Like, if you look at this, it's gonna take forever. It's gonna take so long to do. And that's fine.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
You can use your Withering Step. Just keep in mind it puts your Flame Dash on cooldown or uses a charge of it basically. And these monsters here, they are quite dangerous. We don't really have the AoE to deal with them properly. Which is a bit sad. And makes this fight harder. We're probably gonna run out of mana at some point. Which is okay, we can handle that. We can just portal out if we need to refill our flasks. That's fine. You can just die and refill your flasks that way because you're just gonna spawn in front of the door. Feel like doing the softcore strats there. Please don't die, it's dumb. Try to not get chilled as much. Die. So I'm running out of mana flask rather soon, I feel like. To wither her. Die. Great Marvel experience.
Rare jewelry.
Nice. We did it. We did it. It's incredible. So in this case, I'm actually interested in logging out here. Typically you would go into the forest, but you don't have to. The waypoint is allocated automatically. But I want to go back to town. You don't need to come back to town if you did everything correct, but we need, because we don't have our skill gem. Oopsie. Now we have a skill gem. So, Poisonous Concoction. We don't need this anymore. We don't need Cobra Lash anymore. But we want our volley support and typically faster attacks. Point is, you don't have faster attacks. What you could try... where it is. What you could try is linking it with multi-proj and volley, in case that works out with the flask changes to Poisonous Concoction. That's like would be the big question there, if that is true or that is not true. I also forgot to get some sapphire rings for Mervel. That's really helpful. Iron ring, I think it might still be useful. So let's use it. This might be interesting. So is this. There's our free link here, so this doesn't help. This neither. And I'm gonna sell these two to have some assets there. So for Poisonous Concoction, you cannot have a weapon equipped, only a shield maximum, right? So I'm gonna see if we can buy a shield right now, like any shield, like this has spell damage, doesn't help us, this is too expensive. I just have any shield now, now I have a block chance. You don't need a shield, you can have nothing equipped as well. And make sure you have our skill points. Okay, cool. So look at the playtime right now. 40 minutes, that's like roughly 10 minutes slower than typically. 10 to 15 minutes slower. And that's okay. We made a mistake and I did some explaining. So that's fine. Let's get to town here. We can also equip our thing. And now we have this tooling here, which just throws flasks everywhere. We want to equip a third life flask and drop one of the mana flask as soon as we can. Just for better clearance. So, in your life game, since we're using the skill now, the amount of life flask charges it uses, it will depend on the number of projectiles, which is not true in 320 where this is recorded. So you might have significantly less life flask charges, and you can control how many it uses by swapping out supports. So if you go volley and lesser multiple projectiles, it's way more projectiles, and you might want to only use volley in case you did that. That's why I'm planning right now with only having one projectile enhancing thing for the entire run. So to simulate that, because typically in Act 4 you go to 9 projectiles and we're gonna stay at 5, which is gonna be plenty. We will see. So much about that. Let's have a look after we did that. Let's do the initial thing. Just can talk about this as well. This node here and this node here solves your mana issue mostly. Mana and life issues. That's like insanely good nodes with the projectiles from the skill. Because it gives you so much mana back and also allows us to definitely drop its mana flask for a random life one as soon as we find it. And next we're going to have a look at how Act 2 is going to play out, which is way easier than our Act 1. In Act 2, way easier. Act 1, perfectly fine. If you did that, you did the complicated part. Act 2. Then, I'm going to do the den and get a second Quicksilver. I'm going to help Alira, because the resistance is amazing. It might be that depending on how many projectiles you have, second Quicksilver is a bit too hard on the charges, and you need 3 of the life flasks while maintaining a mana flask. You can play around with that, how many mana flasks you need. Do you even need any at all? Do you need 2 or 3 mana life flasks? You can check the POB. It probably has an answer by the time you watch this in the future. Or ideally you want 2 life flasks, 1 mana, and 2 Quicksilver flasks. So get the Quicksilver, fiddle around with what feels comfortable to you. As said, help Alira, the resistance things is great. Don't go for the +2 things. You can kill all if you really want to. I help Alira, makes everything easier. In terms of skills, we just want Herald of Agony and Skitter bots. In my specific case here, because I'm simulating, I'm getting faster attacks. Only here, because I don't have it yet. You're gonna have it now in 3.21. So in town, you're selling and stuff, go to the old fields. You can still vendor check while you're here. I didn't do that now because I already have movement speed and already have my free link. So remember to vendor check, you just go here. What I like to do is pretty immediately go to the right, a bit of the waypoint, and have a look if the den is here somewhere. Doesn't really look like it. Let's see. I'm basically checking one side already. Or our lovely den. Just kill stuff on the way. Didn't find it. So that's fine. So I'm just gonna go. You can also put a portal here, but I don't think it's worth it. We're just gonna rerun the zone and look for the den. But first we're gonna go to the crossroads and get the waypoint. In my opinion, just go back to town. It's fast enough. Go into the fields again. And then look for the den. On the other side. Might be hidden behind like a small thing here. Can it be that deep? No. Right. Make use of your movement skills. And there's the den. Can also be down there somewhere, depending on how the zone looks. So, in that one, I like to go up by now. Up and curve back down. It depends a bit on the layout, I think. Probably safer is to go down. But I'm trying the upwards route. Like go there for a bit. In this case was good. Probably you can actually, you know, tell that by the layout if you're like really good and know all the layouts. But yeah, you just find the white beast. He's always next to the exit. So you see the exit first typically. I remember we are still low in transmutes. So I'm gonna pick up something there. We're gonna get this node and that makes mana really, really good. So typically you get out of here, you get in the next zone, get the waypoint. We already did that. So in this case, we're gonna just log out because we want to be back in town. After then, and after you get the waypoint, you want to be back in town, talk to Yena, and actually pick up your Quicksilver. In case you already found one somewhere on the way, you already have to, right? Get this leather belt. Pretty cool. If not, get the Quicksilver and try to figure out what's how your mana and what situation is. We don't need this stuff anymore. Just plug our inventory, and then we are on our way. So crossroads, always up first. Make sure you kill stuff on the way. That's kind of what I'm trying to do. Obviously, you can do a better job with your flame dashes, keeping them up, with your quicksilvers, using them greatly. As said, you might have less of them actually. So in this zone here, there's a circle in the middle. We can already see it here. You see this circle thing? And it has up to four entrances, and only some of them are open. You typically walk upwards, but in this case we will walk down. And look for any entrance that leads us into this middle circle. Right? Let's have a look here. Maybe we can get in here. So as soon as you're in the middle, you find the side that has the waypoint, and you're gonna exit on that side. You don't need the waypoint, by the way. You did need in the past when there was still the lady in the game. I forgot her name. Whatever. Chamber of Sins level 2. So there is a lab trial in this area. Right? I just remembered, but I just double checked, and there's a trick. If you feel like, oh, is there a lab trial in this area? You can open the map and it tells you there's a trial in this area. And also a little bit of a message here. If you get in here, you always go down, and the trial is typically you go down and you try to get up, right? If it leads up, which is most cases, in this case it didn't, right? So it didn't really lead up there, then the trial is there. So down and then up, that's where the trial. If that is not the case, I like to go immediately back, or maybe it's down here, but it's just to the left of the entrance, somewhere here. Not up, never up, but somewhere here to the left is where the second position of the trial is, and that's where it is. See? More typically is down there. I think we have a lot of layouts right now that are more untypical. Here you don't need to press any of these switches or things. They're all bait. I mean, they turn off the blades or something. If you feel uncomfy, you can press them, get this, and get out of there. So then I tend to gravitate downwards. And we are looking for like a long way. Like a pathway. Oh my god, there are transmutes. We need transmutes. Right. Do we ever? Yeah, we have precision on. We can, by the way, level precision. This is fine. It's not a problem. Just so you don't need to keep it at a low value. This is not it. We keep... Oh. Maybe it's it. This could have been the exit, actually. Like this start of like a long chain. But it's probably here, and we are already in the long chain. See, it's like a long tube thing. Can also be up there, you know. Something like that, but you're looking for a long tube thing that at some points curves upwards, and there it does, and then it looks a bit like this here, and it's like this double lane, and there's Piety running around. There's Helena, and she's really distressed, and we ignore her, and we just kill this dude here. Don't log out immediately, you need to pick up an item, right? Don't forget the item. See, as you can see, even the mana just on this little projectiles, it's pretty good. You still feel like you want a mana flask, but fair enough, yeah. Baleful Gem, pick it up, ignore Helena, and then back out. You're back in town. Oh, this is just for selling. So here, what we get is, we do get both Skitterbots and Herald of Agony. You pick one. I picked this first, just in case I don't have the currency, and then buy Skitterbots. He doesn't have anything yet, right? Perfect. Just so we don't forget. We want to use both of them as soon as we can. And we are currently level 15, almost 16. We can do it at 16, so we should do it at 16. That's it in terms of skills, right? In my run, I will need to pick up Master Text, but you already have it. Yeah, we go towards the riverways. You can talk to the hunting dude. He helps a bit with DPS. I don't know if he's actually stealing DPS XP from you, in case he killed something. I don't know if this is how this works. I tend to not kill beasts, to be fair. I'm not entirely sure if that's actually smart or not. But I don't, so there we go. You just walk through the zone, follow the road, please, and find this waypoint here. Then we're gonna continue. You need this waypoint, it's an important one. You also need to pick up some other stuff. Follow the waypoint, follow the way. The road, I say, should say. Get through it. So, what we are looking for, by the way, or like the way we're going for right now, is the spider. So, in Western Forest, you find the waypoint. So, there's a trick to this. On one side of the road, can be left or right, there's a waypoint, and on the other side is the spider. So basically they build the waypoint away from the big scary spider. In order to find a spider, you go all the way to the wall, and then you follow the wall until you see spider webs. Sometimes there are already spider webs. In rare cases, if you see spider webs and you keep going down and they stop, and you have not found the entrance, then it was actually up, like above the waypoint. That's can happen. Rare, but can happen. So yeah, you find spider webs, that's where the spider is. Not very surprising, I guess. You go into here. I can check that we actually level up. We almost double level up. So we do have now a Herald of Agony, and we do have skitterbots technically, but we don't have space. We also cannot roll this shield. So there we go. Oh, you take this guy, he's gonna help us out again. So we're just not gonna put our skitterbots anywhere. Can we put them into offhand? We can level it there. Just need to remember later. So here, you pick one direction. I like right hand side of the character. Just walk in a circle until you find the entrance to the spider. By the way, we should maybe also turn on our Herald of Agony. And ideally also skitterbots, but we don't have it. It's sad times. And we're just gonna keep walking in a circle until we find what we need to find, which is a big scary spider. That's a huge amount of dead ends. Am I crazy? Typically this goes more down in a circle, so it doesn't stop that early there. I sound like I make everything up. Because nothing is how I say it's gonna be. Trust me, it's just in this case. Right? Cool. So, let's go here. Blast the spider, make sure you use the Withering Stabs for it. Hit it a few times. Stay close to the spider. Because if you're far away, she's gonna use a leap attack and then it's gonna kill you probably. There's some better mana flask, which I don't feel like we need. You just need a little bit of mana. Like you don't have much mana, so you don't need very good mana flasks. If you find like an early one that has anti-bleed stuff in it or so, then I'm gonna keep it forever. I really like anti-bleed on mana flasks. Maybe not really in this build, but kind of. Yeah, you just stay close, walk in a circle, remember to Withering Stab her, and then you're basically done here. Pick up the quest item, log out, log back in, and that should also be, is this? Oh, don't talk to this guy. Is this the faster attack moment? It is. If you don't need faster attacks here, you could go Unbound Elements, Trap and Mind Damage, something like that. Maybe faster casting for your Flame Dash if you have the links. So yeah, gonna get faster attacks. We can't use it yet. We can. That's actually a freeze one. It's not so bad, but it doesn't recover enough mana, I think. So we're gonna go for this. And I really would like to upgrade and change my shield. This one has a better link as well, and this one is trash anyway. It's like this. I don't really need these gems anymore. I'm gonna keep one or two for just in case. Put this in. That also means I can have skitterbots now. But oh, we have void manipulation, right? And we're gonna have faster attacks very soon. You already have it. Right, I keep these to make sapphire rings later. I have the feeling I need to. So, okay, perfect. So, since we did that, I like to go up here for the crossroads. I also like to turn on my skitterbots. I kind of forgot. Perfect. Okay. Crossroads and up. Crossroads and up. As you can see, you don't have much mana left, right? Looks scary. It looks really scary. But every time you hit something, your mana just refills. And that's not gonna change. If you really have to, you can still press your mana flask. That's really the case, you know. that you use too much other fast. I should have picked up the chrome item. Forgot to talk about the zone. Okay, let's clean up and talk about the zone. So in this zone, you can either just follow the road. There's also a waypoint, which you don't need. Or what you do is, what I like to do is you just go right hand side and follow the wall until you hit the bridge, which is often shorter than following the road. But that sounds weird to you. Follow the road, you're gonna be fine. You're totally okay. Talk to this person and kill this person. Make sure you use things. I feel like it's not worth really chasing him around. Sometimes he just teleports away. I just stay here and wait until he comes back. Because he typically does, and then he dies. So, there's that. Pick up quest item. Log out. We're done with this guy. Could vendor if you need to. I don't feel the need right now. Gonna go to the riverways. Gonna go up and kill our friend Oak. And also get a waypoint here. Remember, we need a waypoint in this zone. So let's see. Oh, we can have a freezing thing. Not interested in the mana flask. I'm actually interested in better life flasks. In this zone, you go up from the waypoint and a bit to the left. If Oak is really far away here, like in this case, it's super likely that the exit is not on top of him, but down here. Like super down. I'm gonna try that. Because this was quite far away for an Oak from the waypoint. But it's always a bit up, bit left. That's where he seems to be. Maybe there's special cases. You're gonna kill Oak. Same thing as before. You can dodge him a bit, or you can just stand still and spam him. And then use your Withering Stab. Then he dies, and you pick up the item again. Whatever he drops, and then you get out. So, as I said, I have a feeling it's gonna be down. Because that was so far away. If it's not that far away, you go past Oak then after you killed him, and the exit is gonna be on top. Oh yeah, there it is, see? Yeah, it was right once. We got the weird layout again. But yeah, you can talk to this door, and that... No, don't enter it. I didn't want to enter it, just talk to the door. Then the vines go away, and that removes the stick from your inventory. I care about that. Just talk to the door, and go to the Western Forest, and we're gonna look for a Lyra. Again, the waypoint is built away from the Weaver, so on the other opposite side of the Weaver. And if you look at the road where the waypoint is, on that side also a Lyra is. You find her either by finding a road that leads to her, or more specifically, you just walk to the end of the zone, to the wall. So we hit the wall, and then you go down from there until you find her. I believe it to be extremely rare that she would be above the waypoint. Right next to it can be, and there it is. There's also this cobble road, like this road here. It's really hard to see, but it also leads to her, and it branches from the actual road. You can do that as well. So Alira, if you want to kill her, I say help Alira. Get this thing. Don't log out. Remember to get the quest item from her. There's a ghosted rare. Typically feels like worth killing ghosted rares, right? Should be totally fun, because it gives you so much stuff. Which in this case is just currency. After Lyra, you try to go down, you try to find the road again. That leads towards the south. I found the road, I follow it. And then there will be a unique monster dude down here. There he is. That's the guy you need to kill. And then you get a quest item. You go here, and you log out. So, I like to sell here a few things, typically. So maybe get a better chest. I mean, that's slightly better, but not really, and this has more links, so I don't... not too happy taking this one. No movement speed, yada 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 yada. I might need more alterations, and I have ways to identify. So identifying yellow items gives you alteration shards instead of transmutes, and if the items have a lot of mods, it actually gives you augmentations, which are also pretty cool, by the way, because 3 of them give you a movement speed craft very soon. So much about that. So what I like to do here, in this case, let's get the life. What I like to do here is a bit weird. I like to portal to Lionel's watch, and then go back to Act 2, right? Oh, it's here, because I already got this thing. Go back to here. and run the ruins first. Reason is there is a skill point in Act 1, which we did just after Lyra, right? The item we picked up and the thing we clicked on the wall. That's worth a skill point, which you need to pick up in Act 1. Back there. So with this little trick, you spawn next time after we kill the boss dude now here, we will log out and spawn in the middle of Act 1 instead of down at the portal, so it saves you half a second. I think that's the idea. Point is, overall, you just want to at some point go back to Act 1 and pick up the skill point. So this is definitely the wrong way here, I feel like. I feel like we should go down. These zones here, they act like a... Oh, it's like an inverted S, I believe. So basically we just went down. I'm expecting this to go quite a bit straight now and then down again. That would be the idea. Is this a dead end? No, I think that's gonna be the zone. So stay in this corner. I believe it's gonna be go there, down and back. That's like roughly the idea. So we're just gonna walk straight ahead as long as we can until we feel like all the doors and rooms, like this one, they are blocked now, right? Oh, they're not gonna leave anywhere, like this entire section. So this is gonna be my line to walk down. Oh, it's maybe same here and it's a different direction. Well, it might be. Confused. Okay. If you don't know where to go, just check different areas. Ah, okay. Is this really better? Uh-oh. Maybe I'm lost. If you don't know where to go, just walk in a circle. Until you find it. Ooh, I want that fusing. Just walk in a circle. Maybe it's just down from here. And there's like a... maybe... Oh, it's already the end. I expected it to go further. Maybe it's actually not the inverted S zone and the next one is the inverted S zone. Who knows? But fine. We found the circle thing. We did it. I mean, it's kind of an inverted S, isn't it? It just wasn't so pronounced. Maybe it's actually the zone. It's okay. Worst case, walk in a circle until you find it. And then it's gonna be all good. So, for Einhar here. Yes, why not? I think he's always here in the zone. There's some trick with the zone in Bestiary. There's like this side area, which we don't need to go in. There's like a side area here. Don't go into the side area. But there is a trick with the side area. We can go in and see if a specific beast or if Einhar spawns in there, and if he does, then you can hope to get a specific beast which has a high chance of giving you. It's this one. You don't need to go in there. In general, you want to go up here, like top right as much as possible. But yeah, you can look that up. There's like a low chance of giving you a low-level unique, essentially, which could be a tabular. I don't know. Even if I would get a tabular here, I probably wouldn't use it, because I don't need it. Like, it's gonna make everything terrible. Having too many supports, it makes mana terrible, it makes everything terrible. Don't do that. Feels horrible. So yeah, we've had the caverns, we go into the caverns. I'm typically aiming for bottom right here for the exit, especially with the zone laying out. I think it can also be bottom left, but should be bottom right. It's also, by the way, where you're gonna find an interesting crafting recipe. Oh, you're caving towards the left. Is it a left layout? Might be. Try to stay at the bottom as much as possible, because it is somewhere down there, but it curves to the left. So yeah, I mean, it wasn't much decision here, it's just following the road, essentially. So in this case, it's to the left, the same thing exists to the right as well. So crafting recipe here, as you can see, that's movement speed, and that costs you, I believe, 3 augmentation. So if you still don't have movement speed, now you have guaranteed movement speed. Assuming you have boots you can craft on, but pick up any boots, yeah. In case this door doesn't open after the waypoint, it means you forgot to handle, either you did not talk to all the bandits correctly, right? So, yeah. If you want to help Allura, by the way, the other 2 must be dead first, right? So maybe you messed up something there. Or you killed all the bandits, but you did not talk to Arima or something in town. That's also possible. I forgot to have a look where I'm going. I feel like it's typically more up-ish than here. Let's have a look. It's here somewhere. This feels bad. I don't want to go in here. Okay, this is bad. You can... Like, I just checked the minimap basically by going into this corner, just to make sure there's no entrance there. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Minimap has such a huge radius actually, where you see ahead, see exits and stuff. So, in the pyramid, there's actually a trick again. Fine. Yeah, you can pick the route. So, pyramids are squares. You always start in one of the corners, and it has 4, like a square, and every layer gets smaller as well. So, the exit is always one of the other 3 squares. So there's only 3 positions where it can be. On the first one, when you just join Ancient Pyramids, it's random. So you just kind of walk middle-ish towards these corners. And like in this case, I know it's not right. Not the right corner, because I would see it already on your minimap. Might not be top either, but we can check a little bit further. Maybe it is. It's not. By the way, if the random stuff showing up, that's the next zone. It's a bit of a problem that sometimes you see into the next zone because they're on the same map essentially. So now I know it's in the bottom. Nope. Failed there. This doesn't connect. We need to go all the way around. And it appears to be in the last corner. We check, which is sad, but happens. And there it is. Let's just connect on top. I really hope this connects here. Oh my lord. Oh no. Okay. Another dead end. Wisdom scrolls are still pretty nice. We don't have too many actually. And then we can... Oops. Go in here. We're already 21, 22 would be ideal, I think, by the end of this. So now it's from this on. This is the second floor of the pyramid, right? First one was random with the in which corner it is. Now it's always the opposite corner. So I know the exit is down here. It's like the opposite corner from where I came from. I came top right now. Just need to find a way that connects you down to this thing, and that's where it is. And this is true until you find the apex where the boss is. In this case it's up because we started down there. It can also be left and right, by the way. So you can start in left and right, I believe. This is a dead end. Let's make sure to find a way that connects us up here. Maybe level your skills a bit. Okay. Dropped something. I don't know what it was, yeah. You click this dude. You also go here and go for a recipe, which I don't even know what it is. So identify the spelled. It's not useful. We do have some scrolls. Might want to sell some of this. We have transmutes by now. We have some alterations. That's pretty good. We don't have a chance orb yet. And we don't have an alchemy yet. We need an alchemy later. Oh yeah, could I also have put in my points here, right? What's going on here? Okay, cool. I've heard, I don't know if it's entirely true, if just leaving some of these minions alive is a really good idea so the guy teleports less, which didn't work because Aina helped out. Oh no. So yeah, try maybe, give it a shot and leave 1 or 2 of the minions alive if you somehow can help it. But other than that, we just walk in a circle. But now without free flasks, you definitely already ran out of flask charges probably. But you could also upgrade your flasks, right? But still after life charges, right? Without charges, stuff still dies. At least at this stage, so don't worry about it. I'm sure you're fine. Did he go away, by the way, without HP? Nice. Okay, we did that. High priority right now, upgrade flasks. Really need to get these values up. Could have done that before. You can log out here. In this case, you want to log out here. I want to log out here. Because it gives me back to Act 1. And now we are right next to this dude. And can grab the Book of Skill from Act 1. So yeah, there's that. While I'm here, actually, in this case, because I have a few things on me, I want to sell as well. No movement speed. Yeah, it's not that helpful, actually.
Farewell.
Perfect. Also, in terms of this, we want here. And we want to go back to Act 2 and go down here. You can do that before, right? You can go down here before you do the Omni Act. You can portal to the Act 1 town as soon as you get the quest after Alira, right? It's perfectly fine. You don't need to do this back and forth thing. I'm getting so many Einhars. Dude, come. Let's join us. Here, this is a super walking simulator. I think there's a bit more efficient way than following the road. But I don't know how it works, so I'm gonna follow the road. Heavy belts are somewhat interesting because of strength requirements. In general, life belts are great, obviously. But yeah, you just follow the road. The only reason we go down here is to get a lab trial. There's no quest here. Or I mean, there's a quest here, but we're not gonna do it. We just want the lab trial. It's the only reason. Follow the road, and there's this big ruins thing here. It's always the same, I believe. And you're gonna go into the crypt, which is a nice place. Oop. You don't need this waypoint. I don't know why I picked it. Again, you can check here. It says, oh, solve a labyrinth in this area. And that's why we are here. It's the only reason we are here. Don't go into any level 2. Don't do something with golden hands. Right? It's not the reason. Just need to find a thing. I see a book. Books are typically good to go towards. They're typically relevant to your progression. There are a few zones that bait you. They also have books, but there's nothing there. It's just lore. But typically these are next to important places where you have to go for quests and whatnot. Just be careful with these things here. Only the first switch needs to be pressed. Everything else is whatever. You click the tablet and you immediately log out. And that's fine. You're again back in Act 1. Horrible, I know. But you can immediately go towards Act 3. And here, talk about the act again as soon as we are in the city. Storms. Just walk to the left and find Clarissa, I think. It's a lady on a pole. Here she is, right? You need to kill these things. Don't run past her, please. Also, kill the things and wait for her to get up. Don't you run away. You need to talk to her, actually. Perfect. You did it. You can go down. Down left, and then there's your exit thing. And you manage to arrive in the city. So this is a bit special because we don't go down into the city immediately. We right away walk up, right, into the next zone. That's what we typically do. In case you enter the city and you have a full inventory for some reason, right, which you shouldn't have, but in case that's you want to sell first, you don't need to walk down there. I'll show you a little trick, like a tiniest trick ever. In the city, you log out, log back in, and it teleports you here, and you have to walk back up, obviously, to get to the next zone. But that essentially concludes Act 2 for now. Let's assume we wanted to sell. We can just do that. In this case, get a Chrome thing, and then we're done with Act 2. Plans for Act 3 include you're gonna get a strength amulet from Dilara, which is really helpful, I find. We want to add Plague Bearer and Temp Chains. That's the idea here. We want to get Grace if possible and already level it in our offhand. We do want to kill the Fire Dude that gives the level 28 gem rewards, so we already get Seismic Trap. If you don't want to play that, then obviously don't get it or get something else, but gives you one of the endgame gems. We're gonna skip Library, even though there's probably an argument to do it now since movement speed got reduced so much that you might want to do it and get a Shield Charge, which is like the only thing I can really imagine, and maybe Vicious Projectiles already. So you could opt to do it just to play around with what you like. Keep in mind you need currency to buy these things as well. We want some Lightning Breath for Dominus, which I think we can fix right now. And we're looking for 4 links at the vendor, and we can start doing that as soon as we hit level 24. Before that, we don't need to check the vendor for 4 links. For movement speed and other things, sure, and links, but 4 links is 24. On terms of getting lightning grasp. You still have this iron thing here, and in this case, it's not really useful anyway. You can sell this, right? We don't need Cobra Lash anymore, and you just get a lightning one. Also have a look like maybe at your resistances. You can already fix them maybe a bit, right? Maybe go ahead and say, okay, we have this ring now, and maybe craft some fire res on it. It only costs transmutations. Things like that. I typically don't do that before Act 4. Like, as soon as I arrive in Act 4, it's typically, okay, what kind of resistances do I need? And that's when I go and get them. So you go into the slums, either from the city or just straight ahead if you didn't need to sell. No need to go into the city. Here I typically pick a direction. I try to go right-hand side. In this case, no. So I'm gonna go left. And I'm just gonna hack the outside wall and run in a circle until I find the exit. Well, until I find the zone thing, the next one. It's not really an exit. Oh, there's actually... Ooh, it has 4 circuits. You could try and fuse that. That was like... It's almost a falling. Do we have fusings? We have 1 fusing. I'm gonna try that then, in case I don't find one in time. So yeah. Just walk around. It's definitely a bit up, and at some point, like, all this curves up, and then there's somewhere is this next zone thing. Yeah, getting stuck on these little things.
Need a moment to catch my breath.
Which always try to hit like bigger packs because you get a lot of charges back, and you're gonna get your mana back. Don't worry too much about single big guys. And then yeah, we found it. Can also be up there. It can be anywhere. I feel like just make a big circle. Go in here. 2 things. Lab again. You can check. Do the lab trial here, and we're looking for a big room that has a bit of a hint to it. I don't really know where they are here. I'm just gonna walk around. Check the corners. Let's check top right. That's when in top right, right? That's kind of the idea. It's definitely not there. And the entire upper part looks pretty empty to me if I try to look ahead on the mini-map. So we're gonna go for like heavy ride. Actually, trial is probably more down. Oh, I see a little bit of the trial there. So we try to get there. And on the way, we have a look if we already see the boss room where Piety is. You can pick shrines, because why not? Oops, I need to talk to this, go in here. I already checked, we don't really have fire res, right? So you might not want to walk too much above this fire stuff. This is cyclical, right? It's like turns on, then off again. Last room, very dangerous in here. And get out. So you can also wait for that. Oh, in this case we already see the question mark, but I show you something with that room where they are, where the boss thing is in. There's a topaz ring, so we didn't need to make one. But yeah, if you see the exclamation mark, obviously very easy. But this room, first of all, it's a big room, and it has this, like I'm pointing at the minimap right now, there's this very significant stingy thing, which can also come from the bottom, I believe. But yeah, that kind of gives away the room very well on the minimap. Yeah, crafting recipe here. I try to get rid of the minions as soon as I can, because I think they curse you or shock you or something. I don't know. Just get rid of them and then take care of Piety. You only need to get her to half health. Right? She feels very tanky, but then you realize at 50% she's already dead. We are poisoned, so we can stop attacking. The poison's gonna do its thing. But it's not. It should. Okay, perfect. And then we get here. I'm gonna pick up this.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
And we don't need more mana right now. So we did the trial in here. We got our quest item. All that doesn't matter. Can log out, go back into the city. There's basically nothing to do. Are we 24? We are not, so no need to vendor check. I'm not going to use that yet, or I'm not gonna waste it because I don't need a falling right now. And I also don't want this run to be average enough to not have a falling immediately. You walk all the way back up, back into the slums, and then kind of straight ahead-ish from the starting point is typically where the gate is. Obviously, we need to do something in the city. Am I crazy? If you get to the city, talk to Clarissa so you get the keys.
I need to die.
That guy is so washed, isn't he? Probably also picked a gem up already at more and more, I feel like, but it doesn't matter. And there it is. So somewhere straight, roughly straight from the entrance is our wonderful exit. So here, there's a waypoint here. Somewhere before the waypoint is the first bust. You need to find 3 quest items here. You already see it here. If you end up at the waypoint and you don't have at least one of those, or exactly one of those, go back. Then you went into the wrong direction.
Life flask.
So, wow, better life flask. Yeah, I wanted to update them anyway, right? Should do that, but now I found one. 24, it's in 1 level, so I'm fine. So yeah, there's this long area, there's this thing, there's the waypoint. If you don't have a bust yet, go back and look for it. So here, next one is straight ahead, always. So, and depending on
This is literally how you're measured.
the room this one is in, depending on the room the second bust is in. If it's a small room like this, like a really small room, the third bust is to the right of that room. If it's a big room, which is typically the case, this is the not normal case. If it's a big room, then it's to the left, like big, wide open. Tiny room should be to the right. It's like the general rule with this, I feel like. Now I hope I'm correct. Let's see if I am.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Oh. He lied. Oops, I hit the microphone, sorry. Ooh, lucky. It's where I said it is. Perfect. Okay, there's the next one. There's a bunch of blue packs here, by the way. I like to kill them typically.
This is literally how you're measured.
So yeah, now you have all the 3. If the room was way bigger, then you don't need to check the right side. Then you find the bust somewhere on the left side. And since we have all of them, you can just go to the left. Hoppa. I want the wisdom. Okay, then we don't take the wisdom. It's fine. And we will find towards top left our marketplace. On the marketplace, it's kind of an up situation typically. Like there's a long road. It can be to the left as well. I have a feeling it's top. Might be wrong actually. Maybe not. Yay, I'm not. Yeah. See this entrance here with like all these dudes here, which you can ignore. That's where you want to find. Can also be at the bottom. But it's somewhere up-ish. Take the waypoint, very important. And then go into the catacombs. You only need to go into the catacombs if you need a lab trial. Because again, lab trial in this area. That's the only reason to go there. Okay, I'm trying to click on Einar and it's not working. Okay. Stay where you are. That's fine. It's always so close to doors. Yeah, in here, you're just looking for the lab trial thing. I don't feel like it's top. And also there's a red beast top and I want to anger it. I have to anger it. I want to fight red beast. They can be so annoying. But yeah, I'm gonna do that anyway. Whoop. And we going top. No idea where it is gonna be. There's a book again. Books are good. Yay, book leads us to the thing. So here, you don't die. You can jump over this typically. Get this, jump back into the saw. Take the crafting recipe ideally. And then just walk to the end, click the thing and log out. Only need one more of these trials and we could technically go somewhere. So log out here. In this case, we can perfectly well do this. Talk to the guy for our book. Use it, sell this item, and we are 24. So we can do vendor checks for 4 links. I didn't find one here, which is fine. Still not trying to get this one. You can go to this lady here. I like temporal chains here a lot. You also get Plague Bearer, and technically you can use the spare instead of temporal chains, but then yeah, int issues things. I like temporal chains. Really good. Also, it slows stuff, you know, it's like, oh, it's like perfect. Really good thing. I don't want these wisdom scraps here, so I'm gonna destroy them. Set. Can also have a look. I think Grace is later, right? No, Grace is already there because it's an alteration. We have one. And we wanted Plague Bearer. There's this one. So we're gonna add Plague Bearer. Grace, we don't need it yet. So I'm gonna put it to our offhand thing. And Plague Bearer is gonna go here.
Bye.
Pretty cool skill, in my opinion. So here, I like as a start. Later on, it's really bad, I feel like, but as a start, this 300% damage on first poison seems really good to me, if I'm honest. So yeah, so much about that. Get some decks. You're gonna get some int down here, by the way, as well. You get some flask charges here, which is really important. And then we are fine to go. And we're gonna go back to our marketplace where we just entered this thing. We're gonna run past it. That's the basic idea.
Scour.
Ooh, scours are kind of nice. And yeah, we find the exit there. It's also somewhere up. It can be top right, I believe, as well. There's a trick with depending on where this long road that leads to the waypoint is. Dictates, I believe, where this exit is. But yeah, it's here. Can be top right as well. Somewhere there. We go into this. We make sure we get our waypoint. It is a bit to the left. A bit up and then to the left. Can't go too far up. I'm a bit careful with that. I believe I'm roughly on... Yeah, it's one thing higher, isn't it? Oh, there it is. So, get a waypoint here. You need this one, or you want this one. And you want to get this quest item. Then, on the top left, you want to have a look at your... Sorry, I don't really want that. Find the docks. Just roughly there. There it is. You want to be at least level 24. If you don't, not 24 yet, then go to do Dilara first. Right. Get towards the amulet thing first. So, at least 24 here, or 23 and a half, maybe you can still do it. It's about XP penalty. It's not about being able to kill stuff. It has something to do with XP penalty. Assuming you're 24, you get in here. This is wrong for link. You want to kill quite a lot here. I like to leave this at 26 or a bit above, right? There's a lot of blue packs here. You can catch up on gear a bit, maybe. I'm still not intentionally killing yellow monsters all that much. But I'm making an effort here to clear quite a lot. You can take the waypoint, but you don't need it. What you definitely need from this zone, no matter if you want to level or not, is the quest item. Not Fairgraves, but you need this quest item thing. Right? So, better life flask, and there's also chrome. In this case, I'm 25, right? So I'm gonna stay in the zone for a bit longer. So we reach 26, maybe a bit more. And essentially full clear it as long as I feel like it's still somewhat efficient that I find monsters quick. And be okay with that. It just makes the rest of the run smoother, I feel like. So we are at least 24. Can we leave this? I'm stuck on the stairs anyway, so I'm gonna hit things. You can curse them as well if you feel like it. So, still not 26. So I'm gonna go into the next area here, or into the next wing of this thing. We are just 26, but we are close to this here. Are there some more monsters maybe to... Oh, Artisan Strongbox, very good. You can roll these and die to freeze if you want to. Gonna head this in anyway. I mean, actually, that you can pick this up for me. Bah. Some boots, maybe get more movement speed, because we have still very low movement speed. Boots and higher movement speed is technically available. Right now you could do side areas to look for Val gems if you feel like it. I'm not gonna do them. So, perfect. You're a bit above 26. 26 at least, let's put it that way. That's the really important part. And that's fine. Gives us 2 more skill points. That is really cool. And then we probably want to vendor and vendor check.
What's up?
So there's 15% movement speed, but that costs us a blue socket, which you cannot get back. That's okay-ish. That's way better than blue socket. We're just not gonna have skitterbots then. Oh no. This one is an ES base, so I'm gonna risk it. Yay! That was a bit expensive probably, but it's okay-ish. I really wanted that to happen. So we can vendor check again for a natural falling. Finding it so far. It's okay. Still not gonna try to link this, but rather soon. Just before Dominos, I guess. So in this case, after the docks and after you did your town things, you're trying to get to the top right. Into the next zone. It's like a temple thing, whatever it's called. Probably a bit more to the right. Sometimes it's up there as well, like a bit to the left. But yeah, in this case it's here. Solaris Temple. Overall, the idea here is to follow the red carpet and only make a turn if you have to. As if it kind of forces you to make a turn. So in this case, we just go ahead. We pick the waypoint for no reason. You don't need it. Follow the carpet. Ooh. So basically forced us to make a turn there. Like right turns in these cases. Not happening. Still following it. There's a second level to this thing. So we need to find that. Dun, 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 dun.
Life flask.
It's another big life flask. It's actually the one we already have. It could be our third one now. Here we go. I think I never explained that how it works with Poisonous Concoction. I'm gonna do that for a second. What matters in terms of damage is the amount of... It's like recovers 830 life. That matters. It doesn't matter over how much time. And obviously the 10 out of 30 charges. So in this case, 830 life determines damage and 30 charges determines how much you can use it, because it's going to be one per projectile. So yeah, the only really important thing I believe is the amount of life recovered. You can use transmutes on your flasks, for example, to get some rolls that get that higher. That sometimes makes a flask better, even though it's a tier lower than another flask you might find. So that's why you want to. And that damage gets like added to your flask throwing things. So yeah. If you find water, you just try to cross it. Basically, so sometimes in this case there's these water things. It's a bit weird to explain, like this section there. So in this case I'm a bit lost. Oh, because there's back-to-back water things. And we go to the pool again. Kill stuff. Kill stuff. Might be top right. Oh, there's another pool. There's a lot of water right now. Makes the zone very weird. Still okay. Oh, another water pool. What's happening? And we're there. Okay. I don't know. It was a weird one. I said I like to go for the Amber Amulet there, so I don't have strength problems and I shouldn't need the other attributes too much, I think. It has 12 to all anyway, double res and probably space for life if I wanted to. That's perfect. Picked up the quest item as well. That's very important there. And then we're gonna go straight back to the sewers and open this slimy door here. Pick up the crafting recipe. Because why not? And then pick up this thing here. So in this case, I don't have too much fire resistance, but at least a little bit. If you have no fire resistance, the fire boss dude is gonna be really bad. He's always a bit bad if you don't pay attention. So you can die to this guy as well, it's fine.
Quality gem.
He's quite annoying actually. So, curse him, wither him, throw your flasks at it. Easier if you have already a falling, obviously. Just dodge these balls as much as possible. Keep throwing flask at him, recurse if needed. Keep your withering stacks up. Withering stab, and he's kind of dead, and then you die to the Degen on the ground. After you killed him, no need to go immediately back, I think. You just go to the top or the right, something there, and get into Lunaris Temple. There again, follow the red carpet as much as possible. Seems to be quite helpful. I'm getting a bit low on the mana side, so I feel like I'm gonna prioritize mana reservation before getting our flask charges in this case. Should be pretty cool. You can also just stop leveling precision for a bit, because I think we have too much anyway, right? We are completely at 100%. So yeah, if you want to take a bit of time there, you can. Every time precision levels up, you can evaluate, oh, do I need this right now or do I delay it? Just remember to turn it back on and level it at some point then, I guess. So, I completely got lost while I was talking. Are we still on track here? No, maybe not. Somewhat. I lost my way. In this case here, okay, it's not precision in there. But I would be careful now because I really have tiny bits of mana left. That's bad, no. That's fine. It's gonna be fixed very, very soon. And we get so much mana back anyway if we kill something. Can take the waypoint, you don't have to. And here, there are stairs. First stairs go down, and now you're always looking for stairs that go up. That's always the right way, or the correct way. For that, you just pick a side and hug the outside wall. And look for stairs that lead up. So always push towards the outside. That's the stairs that led us up. Same thing again. Pick the right hand side outside wall. Gonna follow it until I find our wonderful exit. What level are we? 27? It's okay-ish, I would say. Giant flasks we don't need anymore, right? How are they called? Colossal. Right, that's it. Right hand side didn't work. It's fine, just go back. Yada yada yada. Still always pushing outside. I'm not going back in. Always outside. Here's the second stairs. We need one more flight of stairs. And then there's a trick with the direction there. I said I'm gonna pick right hand, so let's stick to that. Why not? Because it's the wrong way. That's why. And here they come. It looks like stairs here. So if you arrive at wagons on top of the stairs, one side has two wagons, the other, two wagons, one side has one wagon and piety on it. So that's the basic idea. You somehow go like top and you find like a golden gate. From the golden gate, you go straight through. Like, this zone is really confusing unless you just go straight from the gate. Don't make any crazy turns. Like, this is a bit of a turn here, but I'm still pushing in this direction. That's where the other gate is. Sometimes the orientations and stuff is a bit different, but if you go through a gate, always push straight ahead and you find the next gate. He is already there. You can put a safety portal as soon as you're here, if you want to, because sometimes up here a ton of monsters spawn and can easily overwhelm you. Maybe as soon as you see these big stairs here with the carpet on, put a portal somewhere before you get overwhelmed, because if you die, you can go back to town, use the portal, come back. It's way better than walking all this way again. As said, I'm a bit low on mana right now, so I feel like I would like to get to these mana reservation nodes a bit earlier instead of flask things. Depends what you need at this moment. Maybe level precision a bit less, and then be okay. Now you can always charge yourself with this. I also forgot to turn on Plague Bearer. You have to turn it on, right? So it can charge itself, and then you can use it later. Make sure we have curses. You can charge the Plague Bearer with these things here. It's gonna take a while now because I forgot to pre-charge it, and that's fine. No, she turned into this monster, which is fine. If she turns into like an ice dude, I would hide behind the things. So yeah. Yeah, I didn't talk about Plague Bearer. Like, right now it's in active mode, and then it, yeah, boosts poison. That's huge AoE, and now it turns to this mode. You don't have to manually turn it back on just once. It's like an aura you see up here. So whenever I deal poison damage, now it's gonna consume that of whatever charge, and then it changes the icon, and you can use it, and it discharges that for some time. Pick the tower key, pick the recipe. And now we're gonna vendor check again. And by that time, it's quite likely actually that you have gotten your foreleg. So we're gonna take care of that in a second. So, in my case, pick Seismic Trap, pick something else if you're interested in something else actually. But I want to play Seismic, obviously. What else would you play, right? Oh, there's a lot of life. This one is kind of cool. I'm gonna keep it for a while, I think. That's like really bad.
Why
Wait, I cannot sell at her. Obviously. This is fine, this is fine. And I'm gonna put this here. So we're gonna vendor check here for our nice 4-link. Maybe we get one. Oh, close. We don't. Can also do a regex for this if you wish to. So we still didn't get one. Now we have one. Perfect. A bit lucky there, but it's fine. Volley support, faster attacks. So now what you can do is you could go for more. Typically you would go for lesser multiple projectiles. But in case that is too much, I'm going to test now with just having only one projectile multiplying thing in total. So I'm still going to keep precision, keep brewing step. So this thing can actually be sold. Oh, because this is a 4-link now. Resist. How does lightning look? 65. That's a lot. So yeah. She doesn't have anything, but he does. After killing Piety, he does have this thing. And in this case, we should be good to go. Get some more mana here. And we will head to the Imuni Barracks and then towards the garden. I think we probably got everything from this act already. Next to this, gonna check if I forgot something. We have temp chains, we have the amulet. Yes, we have everything, so I don't. Okay, perfect. So it's a good idea, like at the end of an act or something, to just double check did you do all the things you wanted to do. Because some of those are really bad if you notice late and then you haven't leveled a gem and just spend 10 seconds and figure it out. Here you follow the road until it's like an Essence of Fear. It's really not what I want, but in general, one of the next essences are probably gonna throw on this. So in this case, find a waypoint, and in this case, I believe you go left. Whatever, there's always 3 roads leading to the waypoint, and one of them is most left. That's the one I follow because it leads to the library, not because I wanted to do it, but from the entrance, you walk up. That is differently passed, but you just walk up somehow, hack the left wall, and you're guaranteed to find this thing here. And there's a recipe to the right. And then there's this thing. And that's all of them. So what I do here is I log out. And I walk up here. Open this thing. So you have all 6. Now you can open it. And you need to open it at some point. And while we're here anyway, you grab the waypoint. Go back to the gardens. You can do the lab right now. If you want to, feel free to do the lab right now. I do it later. So go back to the waypoint, choose the 3rd road, the one to the right if you haven't done so far. Go to the tower, there's the Scepter of God, and find Dominus essentially. This thing is similar to the pyramid. It's just a circle, it's like a circular tower, and the exit is always in one of the corners. So if I go into this wrong corner for a bit, just so I can show you, you see how this is curving? Like this is one of the corners, right? And the exit is in one of those. But you can stay because the minimap looks so far ahead. You can somewhat stay in the middle and try to look ahead. Typically the middle connects to everything. In most cases, so I accidentally just walked into the other side. So it's either top left or top right is left now. Doesn't really look like top left. Unless I wasn't close enough. Maybe. I would say it's unlikely, so I'm gonna try my luck with bottom right. Top right, where it is. Again, it's one of these corners. Here you see that's like really a circle with 4 corners. And every one of those is gonna happen until you find dominance. Now we are in bottom left one, so I check bottom right essentially, and that's where it is. But you already see it while you're still in the middle part. So it's quite easy to check from afar. We're only 28 right now. Would like to be a bit higher actually. But I'm not. It's fine. 1 or 2 levels higher would be cool by Dominus. That's fine. I don't believe in the top part here. So I'm looking... Oh yeah, it's on the bottom one. Here. Wasn't much to kill. It didn't help with XP here. Instead of cursing, I'm often using Withering Step actually, because I feel like it's more responsive. Because we obviously don't have a lot of cast speed. Why would we, anyway? Same thing again, checking top left. Doesn't feel like it, or doesn't look like it. Oops, dead end. So we are looking for a right-hand side thing. And it's down. Because I already see here it's curving. Like, these are also getting smaller, I feel like. So it's gonna be here. And there's probably one more. Typically also gets more broken, so less stuff connects to each other. And the last one is always towards the top. I think it has to be towards the top actually, because this part always looks the same. So yeah, that's where it is. So Dominus. Dominus and him itself. So we have way more mana now. It starts with a bunch of like ads, and they're way more dangerous than Dominus himself, I believe. So make sure you kill them. Like, focus more on them than Dominus. Especially if multiple ones of them are alive, right? Because they buff each other. Put it that way. So that's why I used my Plague Bearer, my charged Plague Bearer already. Because I think it's worth it, and also it's gonna recharge a bit. Maybe even fully until Dominus is there. One or two more of these guys. There's the other one. It's already charged again, the Plague Bearer. You can see it's like a hand symbol now, so I could use it, but I'm gonna save it for Dominus to nuke him down. Could even save for the second phase of him, because that one is far more dangerous, I feel like. Some more mods. Don't get hit by his... let's save it for the second phase, actually. Just stand there, use some life flask if you have charges. Just make sure you have lightning res. Touch of God or this hand thing. It's gonna be a slam, hurts a lot. And then at some point he dies, teleports over there. And now he's gonna be like a blood thing and you're gonna bleed. Especially while, or there's gonna be, I think it's even corrupted blood or something stacking on you while you're not in the shield and it's raining. And sometimes the shield is not there and you take a lot of damage. And this one also hits like a truck, to be fair. So you need to dodge a bit, like anti-clockwise walking. Yeah, that's what I think. And see, like there's a lot of corrupted blood on us. I need to use a life flask here. Turn on our Plague Bearer. Wither the thing constantly. I'm out of blast charges. Oh no, what do we do? And just still dying. It's not like this is not playable. Because you don't have blast charges. You might actually die. Oops, total out because of that. There's a fight is so long. And I was so close. Worst case you die there and stuff. Who cares? You just walk up, back up the stairs, and that's essentially Act 3 already done. And we're gonna walk here. That's aqueducts. Not really worth farming this compared to blood aqueducts. But you can go a bit into corners and stuff. Like, it would be nice to be level 30 after the next zone, after the lake. So I'm trying to get a bit XP here while it's free and looks efficient. Why not? You can also use Plague Bearer more. I don't do it much outside of bosses actually. I find it clunky and weird, so no, I don't think you have to feel too bad if you do the same and mostly don't use it outside of bigger enemies. Use it more for nuke than for clear. Even though that's wrong, technically, right? But who cares? Then you just walk towards the end.
Four-link base.
What's that 4-link base? Where is it? What is it? It's a pure armor base. Not gonna help us. Armor evasion base is really cool. Be nice, and right now it's evasion bases because we need 4 green, so much about that. Again, gonna arrive at the city. Good moment to possibly vendor check as well. And sell if we have to. Can do. This one is like really nice, even though we're gonna miss a lot of green sockets, which I'm not happy about. We can figure this out in a second. This one is also nice. Lots of life and fire. But we don't have the int here. Let me check how far away are we from this int thing. It's like, ooh, 5 end away, but we're not getting any for a bit. I mean, we're getting some soonish, but it's not worth keeping.
What do you want?
So I'm not gonna have this one, but this one I will be able to equip at some point. I think it's worth keeping that. Oh, it's also trash. Okay. Upgrade flasks, much as you can. I said 1000 life versus 830. It's the way you want to go. As soon as I can solve my sockets a bit better here, I will do so and probably equip this chest piece here. That also means we have a bit more life. I want flask charges. I'll go for that next, and then we're going to talk about Act 4 in this case. Goals would be, we're going to fix our resistance to be somewhat decent, like 50 plus, I would say at least. Maybe better. Let's see how it goes. Depends how much you can do, right? You should consider rolling a bleed flask here. It really helps because you're going to be bleed damage. It's not that big of a deal because you have so much leech and stuff, like while you're hitting things. Depends a bit on the build. But it's good to have a bleed flask. I want to do the first labyrinth as soon as we arrive at crystal veins. That's where I like to do it. It's pretty safe. You can delay it a bit if you want to, but it's really helpful. And by the end of Act 4, we're going to get a greater volley and technically also a greater amount of projectiles, but with the charges, so you probably can only run one. You can try. You need an alchemy orb, by the way, to buy the second one. One is a reward up at the ladies on the top right of the city. And we're going to force a 4-link. And what do I mean by forcing a 4-link is aggressively vendor checking on every level up in Act 3 and Act 4. Like really going back and forth because you really want a 4-link. Specifically a green 4-link, right? Really get that and make sure you vendor check for it. If you don't get one by like middle of Act 4 or something, it's, at least in the past, it was almost impossible not to do that. It was so rare that you never found one and you never got one from the vendor. So pretty rare. Just make sure you vendor check often. That should be fine. I would not do the labyrinth without a 4-link. It would be my minimum thing. Also 800 to 900 life, like 750 minimum, and high resists to do the labyrinth. If that's for some reason in a freak accident an issue, just delay the lab a bit. Don't die in the lab, it wastes so much time. Right, that's the plan at least. That's what I want to do during this thing. I went into the dried lake without fixing my resists. Good job me. Should do that first, probably. But it's fine. Now we're here. What do we have? A torment. We don't need a torment. Here it feels like toward the bottom left, toward bottom right-ish, somewhere bottom-ish, the boss guy is. Typically the zone has quite okay density and it's fine to kill a bunch of stuff here. We're looking for like a circle thing, and there's also a book again, right? A minimap book. It shows us where the boss dude is. It's definitely a bottom right-ish. Oh, there's also a crafting recipe, by the way. Crafting recipes are also always great if you're in a new league to tell you where things are. Lake Barrow is cool. Hit the guy. Don't get killed by the slam. Recurse, apparently. Do this, he gets a bunch of minions. Don't get hit by the slam. Then he's kind of dead. Perfect. So, also pick up the crafting recipe. If you want to here, you want to be like maybe 30 or so, it's fine to run the next half of the zone a bit. You know, if you see a lot of monsters, just go around a bit, kill more stuff because there's good density. If you feel like you want to add another level, be 30, 31, something like that. Also consider only leveling is just before the level, so you can vendor check again. We haven't on that specific level. So we're already bleeding a lot. So there's a lot of bleeding happening, yeah. So if you don't run the second half leg of the zone, just log out. And you end up in this thing again. What do you do here? So we wanted to check resist. So if I have a look here, I'm a bit low on fire and cold. And I'm fine on lightning. I need to overcapped. It's one of the reasons why I like having like white items. They're not huge. Like if you look at this in this act, I don't have many rare items with a lot of stuff. I still have a lot of white items, and that's perfectly fine. So here I go into the crafting bench. Like this one does still have a suffix because it's double life, has an open suffix and a bit of res. So I feel like cold was the second one. Oh, that's not how you type that. Go in here. Go for cold resistance. Only costs 1 of these. We have 8 by now. We fixed that. So we have cold resistance and we want some fire somewhere. Maybe not the worst place. Maybe we go for this one. Get some fire resistance. It's gonna be a while until we have the 2 set rings, 2 stone rings a bit. And if you look now, this is already better. Bit low on cold still. Do you have a second spot for cold res? I can put it on shield funnel. Not really. There really isn't anything I want to put it on. And this one will give us fire and something. Yeah, I should actually. I should. Does this have space? No. Let's put some here. I mean, it's only a transmute. That's kind of okay. What we also can do is this gives us another one here. So we can plug Plague Bearer there, Herald of Agony here, reactivate it, get in a better chest. Even though the sockets are terrible colors. 1 blue is not so bad. Okay, I'm way more happy with this. I still can't use the shield even if I wanted to because I'm missing blue sockets. I don't have a good way to get them right now. Fine, just how it is. So now we have better resistances. We actually resistant capped. And it wasn't too hard to do and it's not like it costs you much, but just doing that really important. Also, if you wanted to roll a bleed flask, I like to use the mana flask for that if you still have one. And maybe a bit. Moves curses. End of the effect is really bad. No, I don't want end of the effect. Oh, god damn it. Okay, that's like a really weird roll because you need mana now, and now it takes like 4 seconds until you get it. So yeah, to roll over. So pick up the next one. So we completely failed there. It went bad. Should not have done it, but I don't need the mana flask anymore anyway. So probably have something else. So you probably would try to roll bleed if you want to do it at all on one of the movement flasks, I guess. Because on the life flask is bad because you want to swap them all the time. Yeah, up to you. Crafting recipe here. A very important one actually because of socket colors. Really important one. Other than that, nothing here on the first one. Do you want this? On the first level of this. But possibly, oh not possibly, definitely on the second level. So we're looking for mines level 2. Somewhere top-ish, top left, top right, something like that. And here we want a quest item, right? We can actually get more flask charges here. We want a quest item. It's an exclamation mark somewhere, and it's... Oh, it's a chance up. Chance ups are really important, actually. Very valuable for early mapping. They are great for if you want to do some heisting before you break the tower. Even though Infinite Heist is down, we found it here. So we really need to navigate to this one. Can absolutely happen that you miss it. Right, and have to rerun the zone. In that case, I tell you at the end of the zone what to do. So get the guy. Make sure it's somewhere top now. Don't really go towards this the side area unless you are aggressively looking for a Val skill. Which is exactly what I did. Perfect. So it's probably more top right. In case you missed this quest item and you find the exit of level 2, I would go ahead and put a portal at the exit of level 2. Chrome there feels far away. Where is it? Maybe here. Hello? Nope, not either. Oh, can we go over there? Perfect. Okay, so put a portal here, get to the next waypoint, town, portal, and back into the zone. That's the idea to still acquire this quest item. If you tend to forget, then get the quest item first and just walk back. Because you want that. It gives you a skill point at the grandpa dude, by the way. That's why we really want it. It's not very optional. So, we're getting close to Crystal Veins. It typically goes down for a bit and then back up. If you see this super shiny dude, like the one here in the back, this one, you don't need to kill him. 3G1B. Do you want to have a look here? Ooh. We 5-link it. Possibly 5-link it. I don't know. We will see. Oh, hatred. I'm doing the hatred one because it gives cold. Does it give cold? Feels like cold. These can be somewhat dangerous, obviously. At least to an extent. So be a bit careful with these essence things. Just spam them, kill them. And then we end up with a hatred essence. And here's the pushback thing we don't need. Just find the end here. Somewhere. I feel like... Oh no, it's actually correct. Get a crafting recipe. Get this waypoint. And then consider doing lab right there. Okay? I said 750, 800 maybe live. Good resistances and falling should be enough for lab. If you feel uncomfortable with that, no problem. Just delay it until later. Before you kill Kitava, right before you kill Kitava, because that gives you minus res. If you feel better about that. In this case, this gives me, where is it, armor cold resistance, so I think it's worth it to use it on this glove, because alternative would be to just craft cold resistance. So we always get something more. In this case, some attack speed, which is fair enough, it's good. Some evasion rating, not the worst. And this one is an interesting one. I might want to keep for a while. See here, we get, like, it's like an item, it has a lot of stuff, but I don't really want to use it because it blocks me from crafting, just crafting resistance here. It makes my attributes weird, and it only has 11 cold resistance that I really want. Some armor and stuff as well, that would be helpful, but fair enough. So that's a bit my philosophy around that, like having... I sometimes just run around with white items because it gives me more, I feel like it gives me more opportunity. So, since we want to do the lab, we want to be as powerful as possible. Good point to pick up Tasumi here.
Of course.
We have one more skill point. This specific case doesn't really help us. You could consider, if you have flask charge issues here, have life flasks gain 1 charge every 3 seconds might be interesting. In this case here, we don't really need it. But yeah, you have this flask mastery if you feel like that's something that's gonna help you out. So yeah, we're gonna go towards life here, get more of it. And in this case, we're gonna go for the labyrinth. There's a website you can go to that tells you the exact layout, or the rough layout, put it that way, every single day, changing. For me, I think it's 1 or 2 p.m. a.m. at night. You can also do this perfectly fine. I'll show you how without that layout. First one is always top right. In the first lab, the first thing top right. You go up, then there's this thing in between. We go more up. Here's like a super right. Here's a bit too much. It's too early to go right. Then we go into the sun again. Aim for top right, aim for top right. And then that's where the trial is. This layout is always exactly the same, right? So no need for any looking anything up. The other ones might differ. Recipe here. All resistance. No, it's not that important, but okay. You can check, like pre-check, oh, what is it? And then either you deal with the mechanics or you don't. That's a bit up to you. I often don't. So I hope I don't die. I probably should, just for the sake of consistency. Can do here. Depending on... He has a shield and a sword, which is the second most dangerous, I believe. Double sword is the worst, because of the slash motion he does. Just like aim at you. And then, yeah, do this. So I'm kind of killing slowly, just making sure I manage these. Like, I'm making sure I'm not hit, and I'm managing these guys here. They never die unless you picked up an item to do that, and then you want to keep the health low or poison them, so you don't have issues later. So, after that, you're gonna have a look. That's where you are basically, and you see there are 2 exits. The one going off the main road is typically the wrong one. So I always go for top right and see which exit I hit, and then go for the other one if it's the wrong one. So when in doubt, top right, or go to the website, look it up. One of the two things. So I'm aiming for roughly top right, sometimes a bit top.
3G1 are buying.
Oh my lord. That's perfect. We're gonna use that later. Because that's one of the 4 links we want later towards Poison Seismic. Or our wonderful. Yeah, for the Seismic itself actually, so we can have live tap in it. Ideally. If we're gonna do that. But probably yes. So yeah. There's actually also then an exit, so it makes totally sense to actually go towards it. And then you can check on this plate before, right, which one it is, right? Or if it says, obviously it says less trial thing, then you already know it's the correct one. But in case there are more in between ones, then see, okay, this would be the wrong one. If I see from here, okay, to the left of that would be the correct exit. So we're just gonna do that and look for it. And in this case, it's all the way around to get to the correct exit. So looking it up would have helped a lot in this case. Would have saved probably 30 seconds of your life. Looking it up on the website. So we have this, and then we might die in here. I guess we didn't. Perfect. Confusing. We just jump through and it's okay. So, spin and try. Right. As in this case, you don't need to check because you know it's the correct one, because it always says that if it's correct. But there's more checking in later labs because they are longer. Right. There's more rooms in between the trials. In this case, in case there's like these balconies, and whenever you didn't perfectly do basically a mechanic before, there are buffs, they're gonna appear here. So there's like 3 empty slots. So I know we didn't fail any of the mechanics before, and he's actually not buffed. So in this case we get these gargoyle dudes. I don't care about the gargoyle dudes. They can just stay alive. I don't care if you have gargoyles in the last fight. So yeah, use our curses, use the other stuff. Don't get hit by this or anything, ideally. If you want to kill them, by the way, you have to always kill the guy that he's channeling to. Right, that's the one taking big damage, the other one's taking tiny damage. Kill him, wait for the next one to channel him, then he is vulnerable. Kill that, and then for the last one, so it takes forever. Not really necessary. So in this case, I know we have 2 things again. I'm looking for this one. When in doubt, top right. That's where we go. Just kill stuff. Run over this. Don't die to fire. If you feel uncomfortable with that, just wait a bit. It's gonna stop. It's gonna be okay. Whoop. And then we go here. Okay. Don't click strong boxes. They're not identified. You're gonna get frozen and die. Like seriously. It's like, it's not worth it. Also don't get hit by these because they have a huge bleed. Still on our way with top right. Still gambling for that. Bit of a blue pack. Another augment. Nice, we have 5 now. But we do have already 15. Do have 15% movement speed. Yeah, craft is not better. So, is this correct? It is. See? In this case, like, I know this is cool because I don't have these extra ones. I know this is the trial. So we'll go in here. We'll go again. Go for top right. I got a skill point, so let's get some more life so we don't die in here. And top right, the situation. Whoop. And also walk a bit into fire. These guys are a bit dangerous. Like these shiny dudes. Not the blue ones here, but the other ones. The dead guy here. They are a bit scary, I tell ya. I guess they discharge. Like they jump at you and then they discharge. Explode on top of you. There's another one. Make sure they die. There's the trial. Absolutely perfect. So, go in here and we hope we don't die to this. Because that's the worst moment you can die. Because then you have to do the entire thing again. Even at softcore. That's how that works. Right? Curse him. Get Wither on him. Attack him a bit. Don't get stuck between the skeletons. Be a bit careful with that. Wither him again. He still does have a curse, but I want to refresh it. Didn't trust that sword thingy here. Okay, now the dog pays me a visit and screams at me because he needs to pee soon. Or he wants food. We will see. I'm gonna take care of that in a second. It's probably gonna survive another 2 minutes. In this case here. So, you go in here, you open these boxes. You get some currency, apparently there's armor, there's a lot of things. And I'm out of space. Oh lord, I definitely don't need this one. You can identify some stuff as well, right? This one is dead anyway. I don't want this, I don't want this, I don't need this. Okay, this we can check later. Then actually leaks that thing. It makes sense to just have a look here, you know? Don't gimp yourself. See what you can find. So yeah, you can go here and enchant something with like a weird thing. I never do that. It probably does something. I don't know. I don't really care. In this case, I'm gonna be a Saboteur. Ascent. This is gonna be different in 321, which also, that's explained at the very beginning. We're only gonna take this one and this one. The order will still be the same. This one will be the first one even in 321, and the second one will be this one, so it'll be in a different position. So in this specific run, we are not even getting these 4 nodes to simulate, but it also means, yeah, we are missing out on the trigger node, which is terrible. We're gonna miss out on 30% increased cooldown. You're gonna have that in an actual run. But yeah, this node is insane. It sounds kind of boring because, oh, it blinds enemy, less damage. It is such a great defense. So yeah, there is that. That's the lab. Let's see on the aftermath. What did we get? Did we get cool things here? No, no, not really. What do we have right now? Wrong sockets is what we have right now, mostly, to be fair. Still can't use this because of the shield situation. And I kind of feel like I'm gonna put this here for later, so we don't need to have it in our inventory. Did I ever reset this? Yeah, I did reset this, okay. I hope we busted now, realizing in Act 4 that we never reset the actual thing. And that concludes the lab, essentially. Making sure in this case we gonna go here to the crystal veins. Just gonna go for this one. You can either do the Reso or Calm first. I like the Reso first, but in case I'm missing one of the resist, either cold for the Reso, fire for Calm, I do the other one first and hope I can fix it until I finish one of them. That's like my only reasoning. The other one is just, yeah, doesn't really matter. This zone is kind of weird. You get locked into these things. There's some tricks, but it's mostly only possible with Smoke Mine, where you go just into the entrance without triggering it and then jumping from entrance to entrance. So you can skip this encounter. There's some weird tricks with that, but it's barely possible with Flame Dash, I feel like. Or it's really hard. I don't know. Maybe I'm Dash here. Who knows? So it's fine. If you end up in here, just kill the monsters. It's gonna take a while. Sometimes there's like a yellow one spawning, which is bad. You don't want that. It happens. And overall, I feel like it's like top. It's right. Very much to the right. Maybe top right, bottom right. Is where you want to go. I want him to ghost this guy. So we get maybe some cool loot out of it. I feel like it's always worth it to let them do that. You just don't get anything. That's also fine. Okay. I really want to go down here. No, I don't want to. Doesn't feel correct. Maybe it does. Maybe it is. What is a sacred life flask? Remember, we need to upgrade our life flask quite a bit. You can also go to vendors, right? If you need life flasks, like buying them from vendors with this skill is crazy. At some point there's another gate that's just really big, and there's this Cyclone guy in here. Where is he? There. That's already dead. There is that guy. And you need to kill him and then everything else in this room. And sometimes one is hiding somewhere. Oh, there you are. And then you go here. To the Grand Arena. The Grand Arena is always left-hand side. Always 100% recipe. Go left-hand side and then cross the room you get into. Right, left-hand side. Get in here. Sometimes lots of density in these. I'm not really clearing them, but hey, I want this. And I have it. Perfect. Yeah, I'm not full clearing it, but like spamming a bit into these huge packs is kind of cool. Left-hand side. triple dudes probably. Oh no, one more. Perfect, we're just gonna cross it. Kill some density. Because it's there. Go in here. Left hand side. In this case, it's as left as we can go. No choice here anyway. Triple dudes here. Don't really do anything. I curse them, I guess. Kill all of them. And then this gate opens. And then there should also be no choice. But if there is left hand side. And go Ring of Blades, then there's this dude. He's gonna phase a million times and reset HP. So it's just a matter of like curse, wither, spam 2 or 3 flasks on him and then just chill a bit. Is that already enough? I'm gonna be cocking, it's not. It is! You can also just over spam him a bit. You get mana back anyway. Right? So again, he's cursed and withered. I'm gonna spam him a bit. And then he's gonna go into this, into his, I don't know, regeneration thing again. Gets his life back. I don't think you can skip this unless you have like, I don't know, endgame damage maybe? I don't know if it skips it. I feel like even at 0 health he's gonna do the same thing. So he can't die until he did it often enough, and this should be it. Yeah, then he's kinda dead. That's cool. You pick up the item, please pick up the item and log out. In this case, have a look if you want to vendor maybe. It's also kind of... I don't want to join anything. So we could use this soon if you somehow fix this chest or something. 25% increased movement speed. No way, but more red sockets. Oh my. Bit of a problem with the sockets here. Maybe we can somehow... I need a green chest. I need a different chest. What does this one have? A lot of fire. Oh, I want the movement speed. Ah, you're gonna keep this in mind. Maybe we could use a different chest. Maybe this one and fix it, but this has nothing. And we lose some resistance. What a tough decision, actually. I'm gonna lose way too much. It's fine. It's not like I need anything right now. Feeling fine. So, if you go back here then, you can talk to her once. Then the quest item gets removed from your inventory. But you don't need to. And you go into Calm's thing. So here I go up and then it's like an S swiveling back and forth motion. So you see already this above the cliff. So on left was nothing. So I'm just gonna follow the upper cliff until I find like stairs stuff going up. And then now, if you... Let me show this to you. Yeah, go away. Okay. You already see terrain here, right? So you know this is gonna go all the way back. And that's what we're trying to mimic. So stick there and we know it needs to go to the left at some point. Going back to this thing. Right, sure, this is really high up. I mean, you overall want to go up, straight up, if possible, but it's just this back and forth motion here. Well, it just goes that deep down, right? And here again, it's more terrain already. So we're gonna aim for that, try to get to it, somewhere up, somewhere here. And then we know the entrance is not top left because, you know, there is terrain here. Go back.
3G1B body.
The end of it. Go up. Did hear that Fort Link, but 3G1B isn't really what we want, I think. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. So, yeah, waypoint here. Crafting recipe there. Overall, same thing. It's gonna be same thing. You're gonna have this back and forth motion. You just need to find kind of this starting point. This looks like... Oh, okay, here is something. So... might be okay to go top right. Let's see. These dudes. Overall pretty dangerous zones. In terms of resistance checking you. Like they check for cold and fire resistant these zones. If you don't have them, then it's a bit annoying. There was a life flask I should have picked up. I'm 35, this is 38, this is actually pretty good. It's no problem if you just kill more stuff and are higher level, right? It's totally okay. This is an ideal leader, 100%. But it's in general okay to be below the zone level because it gives you more XP actually, so it's technically more efficient. You don't need to. If you feel good and comfy, or if you damage on everything, you can be below the zone but not too deep. If you're too far below the zone, you actually get a penalty, you get even less XP. But that is 5 levels below, I think, or up to 6 levels below, and then 1 more per 16 character level or something dumb. But yeah, this guy's the only dangerous thing is actually the side things. Because they change where they spew out those lava balls and they kind of warn you before with a little explosion. But the point is, don't die to these spammy things, right? Everything else here should be totally fine and not kill you. You can pick some jewels, why not? Maybe you can use them later, pick up the quest item for sure. And then we gonna move on after vendoring.
Yes.
So, anything good here? No. That's really useless. Trap damage is not that bad. Really, if you have something anyway, then maybe we pick it up. Maybe we don't. We can put it into our funny stash here. And then we're gonna use this now to open up the way up. Means we can go over here. Crystal veins. And talk to Delora. Since we have now both items, or the second item, depending on if you still have it or not. This is the area where the bleed flask comes in handy, to be fair. We don't have one, and we're gonna be fine. It's these guys. They make you bleed really badly. You can also just kill them, or kill more stuff to let your leech do it. In case you're bleeding, by the way, you take way more damage when you're walking while you bleed. So you can prevent a lot of damage by pressing a life flask if you still have charges, and it's just stopping moving for a moment, right? In this case I got bleeded, but just because we find more monsters, we can mitigate that already really good with the leech. And that doesn't depend on charges. And there's a bunch of them, density here, to be fair. There's a yellow dude, don't really want to mess with him. This zone itself is very odd. I feel like mostly it's up, but not too far up, kind of thing. Or in this case it's fully up. Who knows? Get up. Get up and get it in. So, I'm gonna take care of skill points in a moment, I think. Then we will see. Here we are looking for piety, by the way, in level 2. We are bleeding already, so we try to hit monsters so we don't die. Skill points. Hit us again? No. If I'm walking here without killing stuff, quite dangerous, so that's why we want to ask. I'm gonna try this direction here and see if that actually helps or not. Maybe here. Could be okay. Oh, looks good. Don't bleed us. Perfect. So in this case, I basically have what I want here. So the next things to me are either getting more damage, which currently I feel like I have enough damage. So the other thing is, don't stop, just going. Let's talk about this in a second. This is a clockwise boss, by the way. You need to walk clockwise because her thing goes clockwise. Just really mean. So, could we use more damage right now? Yes. Do we need more damage? No, absolutely not. Obviously I have flask charges here, but even without, you're gonna be totally okay. Be a bit careful with these round things on the bottom, on the floor. I don't mean the big ones, like the small red ones here. They are mines. So if you step on them, same at Malachi, they're gonna hurt you a lot. Here you have to wait for Piety to stop talking. Is this one better? Oh yeah, it's a 1.2 life flask. I like that. Talk to her, then the door opens. What I tried to say, crafting recipe, is either get some damage or I like to get into this accuracy stuff here now so I can drop precision. Right? Soon-ish, because I would like to prepare to go into Grace as well, and the missing masteries especially and stuff, then yeah, Turns out a bit iffy. Check the most recent POB after. We updated it for exact things because you might need some reservation things, some mana reservation nodes that are not in the game right now, so I cannot actually show them. You don't need to talk to her, but you want this waypoint. And then you want to go down. So that's what I want to do. And then I go up first. Like basically there's a fork here. One boss two bosses are to the left. One up and one down. And the other one is over there. So I like to go left first, go up. And now we have Duedra. So do not curse this boss. And to explain the boss, there are like circles on the ground. There's a green one, a purple one, and a red one. If you stand in the red one, you're cursed with vulnerability. So you're going to take a ton of damage from her, but you deal full damage. If you stand in the purple one, it's temporal change. You're going to move chains. You're going to move very slowly. It's horrible. Never stand in purple. If you stand in the green one, you will not take extra damage, but it's the green curse. Who knows? You deal significantly less damage. So the safe variant is to stay in the green. The faster one is to stand in the red. Never stand in multiple ones at the same time. That's basically it. And do not curse her because she eats the curse. I try to wither her a bit. I try to stay in the red. She has this multiple projectile things, so she can shotgun you really badly, which means you can die very quickly in the if you stand in the red thing. Ooh, that was close. And now, like I'm in the purple. I really don't want to be in the purple. So I just throw things at her and then it's fine. You can use these things here as blocker. Just pick up the inkl quest item. And then we're gonna go down to our fork. Back to it. And go for the boss down here. Go. Chevron. You can curse her. No problem. You're gonna dodge a bunch of books, and she has a lot of projectiles, right? These books here, they're gonna explode, and then there's this projectile stuff going on, so a bit harder to wither her, I feel like. Can still get a curse on it. Dodge the books. Oh, she moved. And then she's dead. And some more monsters. You can log out here and go back up there if your loading screens are fast enough, I guess. Not really for me, and I like going here. Bleed it, which is okay. Just press a life flask. And then we go up here. Link. And there's Malachi. The bosses are sometimes in different locations, right? It's the same 3 spots, but different boss behind it. But it's always 3 same ones in total. So here he has a lot of ground effects. You really want to get away from. If this does cost you a bit of uptime, that's fine, don't worry about it. And then you can curse him again. And then he's dead. Pick up the quest item again. Now we want to walk back or log out to our centerpiece here. Probably in the bottom part it never makes sense to log out, but on the top one it's a longer one. Depends on your loading screens, I guess. Talk to Piety. Then this spiky thing opens. And Malachi will appear. He will get invulnerable at some point. Piety transforms. We kill Piety to half-life. Hit Malachi again. Kill Piety entirely. And then he was gonna go down there. But in the in-between phase he will actually still deal damage, right? While he's invulnerable. So you need to watch out. He does this. He places mines. He throws like weird things. So it's Piety now. She screams at you to kill her. That's what we actually do. It's perfect if he does this because he doesn't move. There's mines again. Like if you walk into this. It's him again. Big slam. Don't get hit by that. At half health. Like he's already there probably. Is it half health? Maybe it's a bit less. No, it's half. He must do this. It's Piety again. Hit her a few times and then Poison does the rest. And now nothing happens anymore here. There's some kind of a trick, like if you go here and then go all the way to the side. Oh, so she's no longer on screen. And somehow it cancels her animation, I think. I don't really know how this works. It's a bit weird. I don't know. Maybe does he actually not. So here you hit him and then he activates these things and gets life back and gets invulnerable. So idea is hit the guy. Top is first. So already he's at 75, I believe he does that. You can curse these things as well. Hit him a few times. Poison does the rest. Same thing with him. Here he's gonna appear at you. Just bottle away. Try to wither him as well. He just ports away. Didn't really curse him, I think. Probably at 50%, I think, is the bottom one. Yeah, he goes down there. Hit it. Perfect, he's vulnerable again. Teleported away, where did he go? Here. Now it's probably 25%, it's probably the last one. You just hit him a few times, he's already there. So he's gonna go up here after he did his last animation. So we kill this thing, which means there's a red circle that appears, and that one deals huge amount of legion damage, right? So you want to avoid it. Like it follows you slowly, you see this? Where did he go? Then he's dead. You can pick up some loot if you feel like it, and then here you either wait for a portal or you log out. And that basically concludes Act 4 at this point. And the next thing is still gonna do here is walk towards Act 5, so we actually arrive there properly. We don't need this anymore. We can drop this actually on the ground. Perfect. We already did pick up the Tasumi thing. Now would be the idea to buy the second gem, either greater volley or greater multiple projectiles, but it's probably too many projectiles and you only need this one. You can choose here. I like volley more than GMP. If you want both and want to try how it feels with your flash charges, go back and buy it in the city, right? Choose one here, buy the other. Costs one alchemy orb. These guys here, right? Also other things here. There's chain here, which you could buy. Things like that. There's golems. Usually gives you golems. Nobody needs golems. I at least don't need golems. In terms of level, this is 38. You're a bit behind there. Just a bit sad. Sad fun though. Gonna get a few levels here in this zone. So you want to go a bit up and to the left. There should be a way, like a path leading to this bridge. That's the first thing. Next one is straight up and you're gonna see a recipe. Somewhere here. And you're gonna navigate towards... Oh, there it is. You can pick it up, obviously. And then there's behind the recipe is always the same as this path. Bit in this direction around this corner thing, and then there is the lever. You need to click this lever actually, and then a portal appears after a second or so. And you are in Oriev. This is technically already Act 5, but you're gonna get to town first. Here you can get the waypoint, you probably want to. I don't know, in case you disconnect or something. In this case, it's like a clockwise circle, and there's a key thing on the map. You want to go quite up and, you know, get like around all of this. This zone can be quite dangerous, to be fair. Like in general, even the zone before, the cold zone before, there's quite dangerous monsters. So if your resistance are not really fresh and stuff like that, then yeah, it's gonna hurt a bit. So yeah, I still don't see it on the minimap. I'm trying to look for it instead of talking. Still can see it, still doing my round here. My circle. Sometimes you see it earlier. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Or maybe it just doesn't appear. Oh, there we go. I'm already right next to it. You see on the minimap, let me clear up quick. This circly structure, you need to go around to the circly structure. And often there is like this blockage here. You see? It looks like it would connect, but it doesn't really, and you can't do this. This is good, because it means you just need to go a bit back and around. It's like a bit of the key here, but you're looking for this structure here. Now, if I put it in the dark here, you can see it really well. So that's that. Now, just walk around. It's quite far around it, but you're gonna end up at this blockage I just talked about. You know, now we are on the other side of this thing here, right? That's where we want to go, and that leads us to this dude. Yes, shoots a lot of balls, but doesn't do anything else, I believe. Not really, at least. I don't know. After that, there's gonna be a ladder here. You can do stuff while it comes down because it takes forever. And we're gonna pick up more accuracy nodes, 2 more levels. Perfect. Have that. So right here you can talk to Lani immediately if you want to, or just go ahead, right, and do this. But here, for example, if I look at this, I have a cold resistance ring right now. My defense is cold is kind of fine, but I might need some lightning soon or fire. So I'm gonna look for cold lightning, basically a cold lightning ring from her. Here we go. This should be it, and see if it's good. At least I got some life and more lightning resistance and filled up suffixes. It's still better than this one, slightly a bit more balanced here. And especially if I remove this one, I'm still lightning capped. Cool. So that's kind of good. Because you have to keep in mind, at the end of this act, you will receive a 30% penalty on your resistances. So, there you go. So you want to be higher in this case, so that concludes Act 4 entirely, and we can go ahead with Act 5. During Act 5, there's essentially only one thing, as I just said, minus 30% resistance. Gonna hit you as soon as you kill Kitava. Which means to be still capped, you want to be at or above 105 overcap here, or at least be aware that after you kill Kitava, you have some enough like suffixes open where you can craft more resistance and fix it that way. So either pick the ring immediately, so you do that, you go up into control blocks. Also a bit of a weird zone, it's top left to get started. You want to go top left, which typically means you need to cross some of these things here, right? There's like these little lines here, and they have some of these fences are broken, and you can flame dash through them. You do that. So we do that. We go as far top as we can, but we can still flame dash back up. There's a little hole here. We still go for top left, top left, top left, and we look for like a stick thing, Miasmar or something it's called. How is it called? Mias meter. Perfect. And from there, we take this. We go all the way. Basically, what I'm trying to do right now. Wait, let me go. Stuff. Here's stuff. So, what I'm trying to do is go back around this dish. So, it doesn't really help. Like clockwise. I'm just trying to cross another one of these lines, essentially. Ooh, there's a weird zone that might break the zone. No, we're perfectly fine here. Let's see. All the way to the top. Cross it through the thing here. And then we should be fine. Here's another one. And that's the last one. And then there's a boss here. That's what I meant. I'm going like up and then over. That's really difficult to explain. Maybe you can look at the pause and look at the minimap. Because it's always kind of the same. You always cross the same amount of these straight lines, right? That's essentially what's happening. After here, it's top left. After you kill this boss dude and pick his item. And then there's this door thing here. And with that, we pick the waypoint. No reason to stop here. A bit to the left, there should be a huge... maybe a bit much to the left. Yeah. There should be a huge place, like a square. Something like this. You just walk straight through it, essentially, and then there should be a path. Again, should be narrow again, and here it is. Like bridges and stuff. You can go through. Just go straight up. And then you should reach a waypoint, essentially. Oh, not a waypoint, am I crazy? You go all the way up. You go over here, then the first one is bait. The first entrance to the top. And the second one is correct. That's where you open the Templar Courts. This thing is a clockwise zone, but with some dead-end baits in the middle. So what we are trying here is turn on our auras, maybe. That would also be really helpful. It's very crammed in here. Easy to die. So you try to hack the outside wall, essentially. There's some bait rooms that are unnecessary, like this one, but at least they're not super dead ends. This one is also probably So we already know this is the line we need to follow.
Mana flask.
Up. We know this needs to curve back down at some point. That should be here. And we basically made it. We basically walked the entire length of the zone back, roughly, and then up. It's more up than down.
Chaos.
It's a chaos. Was a bit too early. It's fine. What are we? 38. That's perfectly fine. I just realized I'm not killing all the monsters properly. So yeah. See, that's like a clockwise thing. And then we added Chamber of Innocence. And Chamber of Innocence is a farming zone, like Dogs was. In this case, I can do this already. And get the waypoint, make really sure you get the waypoint for it. So, in this case, we can also put in our greater volley. So now we have 5 projectiles in total instead of only 3, which is cool. Or, instead of word manipulation, get even more projectiles if you somehow can handle it with those flash charges. This zone here, by the end of it, you should be at least 38. You can technically move on 38. I like to typically run it twice. That's what I very often do. And then I end up at either 38, 39, 40, something like that. This zone feels very efficient. It helps you to gear up before Kitava, right? Pick up some rares. I pick the outside route. And I always go into these extra things here. Because there's a lot of blue packs hiding in there. So yeah, it's for XP, it's for loot as well. Just making sure everything is fine. I can fix maybe some more resistances. Can maybe get rid of white items if I still have them. If I don't need them. Just stock up a bit because it seems so efficient in here. And then you have to kill less later and you have less risk later to get into a situation where you say it, where you under XP'd on accident. So yeah. Right. Fun zone to do. Set, go into these tiny things there. Might also be a situation where you need a 3rd life flask if you don't need that already, right? So you might not have a 2nd Quicksilver, maybe you don't have a mana flask for a while now. It's more of a feel-based thing. Play around with that. Whatever you want. So, the end of it, as you obviously see, there's like, if there's so many blue packs, then you reach the end. And also there's like the entrance to Innocence. So I'm level 40 now, so I feel like that's totally enough for me to move on. So I will immediately do Innocence. So what you also can do if you feel like, oh, I would like to run this again. Like I feel like I would like a few more items maybe. I need a few more levels. Up to 42 I think it's perfectly fine to stay here. Up until 32, fix some stuff up. Then you would just log out here. Go back to town and then use the waypoint to and control click on Chamber of Innocence to spawn a new zone and run it again, right? Typically I do twice. I'm level 40 right now, so I'm perfectly okay. We want the dexterity bonus thing here. It's pretty cool, helps us out a lot and also means, or should mean, we can just try this in here, because why not? Where is our precision? If I remove precision, I should now still be pretty much capped here, and I might be able to put in grace instead, right? Very close already. But we're gonna give it a shot, right? Can I still do things? No, I cannot. So no grace yet, but a ton more mana. So you definitely cannot run out. But you don't need to precision anymore. You can get rid of it. That's fine because you're gonna hit him anyway. Yeah, just hit the guy by the way, and then he dies. It's really absurd how much damage this deals. So we will need the mana nodes next. I don't have them on the tree right now, which is a bit sad, to be fair. So I can't get them. Previously what we did, we took the skidder bots and And grace efficiency. That's right. I'm not gonna do that now. But basically, at some point, I have to simulate, right? Because the new mana nodes don't exist in my version of the game here now. Well, I don't get hit by this. If he does this, just walk in a circle until he shoots. Let's talk about it in town on how we would simulate that. Because next league, you're just gonna put mana, pick mana nodes here. And you have the efficiency. It's like 4 points, 4 points. And you can use grace easily. It's not an issue, but the node doesn't exist in mastery. Yeah. Similar attack, just walk in a circle. Be a bit careful with these big dudes. They hit pretty bad. Like he summons these like giant big dudes. Until here, by the way, he's immune, right? You cannot kill the dude. You also don't have to kill the minions, but why not? Give your charges back, and so they don't overwhelm you. These ones are a bit big. They take a while to kill actually, but all the other ones are pretty much one shot. So, perfect, he does the thing again. You can also use maybe our Plague Bearer. I think I didn't use that in the Bearer. He's again phased. So he basically phases instantly. I'm gonna murder this. Again, all these things. You. We already charged our Plague Bearer. It's just waddling around. It's like the most boring fight ever. I mean, it's kind of cool if you actually end up here with a very weak character. It's a very interesting fight. Oh, he does the thing. Oh yeah, you can do this. Right? You can dodge all the things. Dodge them, dodge them, dodge them. Bomb. Really like that. Oh yeah, and he also just randomly dies. But yeah, typically you would have to do that, right? You would have to manage the statues, and you can actually hide behind the statues, which is kind of cool. But yeah, realistically, you don't need to actually do that in, like, if you have a leveling build, to be fair. So we don't need precision anymore, probably. And other things. So, just the bottom exit, and then you end up here again, and that's okay. And you're gonna walk just up, and now everything is burned. You know, it's like time travel thing happening. We have this already. We can't get these nodes. Just a bit dumb, but fair enough. We're just gonna play it without grace. How about we play it without grace until Act 6 or something? I don't know how to simulate that right now. I couldn't spend more points. How about I do that? I spend the extra points to actually get the mastery on live service. Like, so I have the extra points spent, and I spend 2 points on top to get the reservation in here. So I spent more points, so it's definitely in the test worse than it is in live, but I have the same power, just for more investment in points, essentially. Yeah. So regarding the zone here, it's the same zone as before, just backwards. So you just run it counterclockwise. Right, first time it's clockwise, and when everything is red, it's counterclockwise. Oh, I like these shrines.
Alchemy.
And I really want an alchemy. And then we just go here. Back down, and we made it to the thing we wanted to make it to. That's the rune square again. So again, we are in this top thing now. So what you do now is you go down. It's always the same. Then you go up, and then you go to the right, and then you take a left really quickly. And there's a waypoint here. You pick the waypoint and you go into this thing. There's another circly layout here. Where you want to go is here, but the door is blocked. So I think it's mostly clockwise. Could be anti-clockwise sometimes as well. But you're going to realize really quickly. Like, this is obviously clockwise if you know it's a circular zone. Oops, I'm a bit too early. I'm saying it's obviously, and it's not. Yeah, there you go. Okay, perfect. There's no reason to go like in there too quickly, because it's not going to lead there, right? We need to go all the way around. We can try here. Maybe this gets us there quicker. Might be. Let's see. Oh, you can also Plague Bearer at some point. I just never use that during leveling. It's only for bosses if I remember to even have it on beforehand. If it's even charged. You pick up this. You open this. I know I dropped it, but you can open this already. And then in this case, I have enough of those. We can just identify. You don't have movement speed, so buy. Otherwise, cool boots. Make sure you pick this item up, right? And that's the moment where you log out. Meaning we're basically ready to kill Kitava by now, I think. We go back here. You get a flask here. I like to take the granite one, if I'm actually able to fit it somewhere. Because armor is just like, seems rather important. Pick any of the jewels, doesn't really matter. And we need to vendor first before we get, how's it called? Book of Skill book, thanks. So right now, I don't really have much space for it. Typically I start either get rid of the mana flask here or do something like remove a Quicksilver, right? That's okay to do. I'm gonna keep a mana flask around, I think, just in case it turns out we need it. Reduce mana cost of skills isn't too bad, but that's fine. Let's see if we find anything else that seems useful. We don't. So I'm gonna remove all of that. Let's remove this ring by now, I think. Right? Yeah. Okay.
For freedom. I simply. Now where was I? Yes.
And I don't really need this jewel either. And we are basically sorted again.
Remember.
And throw some of the stuff just in here somewhere. Just so it's gone. We're gonna keep the vendor, the mana flask around for a bit. It's also maybe a good idea to start around this time to get rid of the currency. It's an SSF run anyway, so don't have to worry about accidentally using more currency than I technically would have. And sell some of these scrolls back, so yeah.
We do this for freedom.
A bit more sorted, essentially. It also means we have 2 more skill points to play with. Just checking that I go by the route I actually planned. What was I doing? Oh, this stuff. Perfect. Okay, cool. So, right there. The basic idea is, from the waypoint, we're gonna walk back to the square that we passed earlier. Oops. Let's go over the bridge. I mean, we definitely don't need a mana flask right now, especially with this huge amount of mana we have right now. You put you find these stairs on the left side here on the square. You put a portal there, which also means we can no longer log out. Try to remember that. The most consistent way to find the next part is to walk all the way down till you hit a wall. Then you walk over. And 1 back essentially. And then you have the correct street. If you find this immediately, perfect, just go in there. But it's like 100% consistent to go by the wall, so you can guarantee to find it. And there is the reliquary. I'm gonna go in there. We do not want to log out. You need this waypoint. And you want to walk into the 4 corners, essentially, of this zone here. And there are quest items. You need to collect all of them, not log out, and go back to the waypoint. That's the big idea here. So you need to walk back all the way to the waypoint.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
So try and remember, this is a crafting recipe here, which you can grab while we are here. Some accuracy. You're never gonna craft accuracy, do you? Maybe for blocking or something. But that's okay. So there's an armor script there as well. Let's try to kill stuff on the way. Can I jump over there? Oh yeah, I can. It's quite an annoying zone because you get stuck in monsters so much, I feel like. So we're gonna pick up this one. Oh, there is one more. Essentially the last corner here. And then we got them. So what we do now is walk back to the point. That's the big thing. Do not log out. I think I said that like 15 times by now. And here, go back to the city. Why we do this is while we're here, we need to hand in our quest here. We can also randomly here equip better flask because we just leveled up, which is really cool. We have 2 more of these things. And now we are kind of in this weird space where we need rather soon these mana nodes here, essentially, which is a bit confusing to be fair. We're just gonna affect us. Check the actual POB then for what to like really do, but that's what I'm gonna try right now. So we can equip Grace at some point between like Act 7 maybe or something like that. Go into the portal and we're gonna go and kill Kitava at this point. Before you do that, like last chance when you're in the city, figure out if you will have enough resistance for the next act. Ideally, you're resistance capped actually. That's what you should actually aim for. I mean, if you have at like 60 or something, it's probably okay. I mean, don't go below 50, please don't. You're just gonna die, and it's gonna be horrible. This is actually an item I want, right? Maybe. It's a potential falling, so we're gonna pick that up. Oh, it is a falling, but in terms of colors, I actually need a red one in it anyway, right? No, we got it. That's fine. Doesn't really matter. Just walk away. This entire zone is purely straight, by the way. Sorry, I didn't mention that in the beginning, but it's purely straight walking until you meet Kitava. That's a life flask, but we don't need that. We already have the current ones, I believe. Level up this thing. Put in here the stick thing here. Then Kitava. I like to be close to Kitava, to be fair. Curse her, do this, do that. And then she's gonna do this, so we're gonna dodge it a bit, make sure we wither her, and she's already phasing. And we are fine with that. Next to check where we want to go on the tree. That's up there. We're gonna pick the mana nodes in a bit, I think, and then I'm gonna allow myself to put on Grace. Obviously don't get hit by Kitava. These things here are degens and they're really, really bad. This also you need to dodge. And then it's phased again. If you do Kitava often enough, then it gets easy. I still sometimes die to Kitava, to be fair, so I'm not gonna blame anyone if you die in here. You want to kill this heart in the middle and be careful with the monsters around it, especially the big ones. They're very, very painful. Almost more dangerous over time, I find, than Kitava herself. Use the time we get to put on damage. Don't get hit by the slam. And don't stand in the degen, I guess. Same thing, hard. And then we should be fine. I didn't really pay attention. Is this our last phase? I don't know. I think we have to hit her once more. And maybe one more hard phase? I don't know. I forgot. No, she should be fine at 50%, essentially. Don't die to the degen. Oh! We did die to the degen. I didn't see the thing. No, we died. Oh, that's really sad. Yeah, Kitava is done, basically. Can go back in. But that's it. We did kill Kitava. If she comes up back and is super red in this case, like this, and has a new face and everything, then yeah, you're done. She does some scary stuff, but that's essentially all, and concludes Act 5. So for Act 6, or to actually access Act 6, you need to go here, talk to Lily, and say sail to Rayclast, and then we arrive in Act 6. And walk up here, and we're going to talk about how to actually do it, or what we need to do here. Act 6 itself is essentially resistance checking, double checking obviously, as soon as you arrive here, and then we want to add shield charge and faster attacks. That's basically all we need to do. In order to do that, we need to basically do the quest here to the left, this one here, to get Lily, give us gems. Typically, what I would do is I would go ahead and do that a bit later, because then Lily teleports up here. Right, she goes up here, so you don't have to walk down there. However, since we have so little movement speed right now, I feel like getting shield charge super early by going in there just feels better, so I would like to do that. Point is, I don't really have the links for it right now anyway. It's a bit annoying. So I'm gonna have a look if I can actually color this correctly. Can. So now I have a link for it at least. And that makes it, for me, makes it worth it. Also forget resistance checking, like we are under resist on 2 resistances. What we will do is we will fix that up real quick. What do we need? We need fire and cold. I don't think we have anything here. So you are going to be fire. I don't know how many of those I have. I'll go with the small one. And we already have something here. We have something here, here, here. So we are essentially full and cannot fully fix our resistance. It's my fault. Kinda felt here. Oh, we can. And that's why I said you should check before you go here, right? And now it's fine. I missed 10% fire. We're gonna be okay. And just gonna upgrade our gear a bit and be okay. That's why you should ideally do this before, so you don't end up, oh no, I don't have any space to put anything, and then you're gonna be a sad panda. So we're gonna go down here. And I'm just walking through the entire zone, making sure you get every single mob. Because the objective for the quest is to kill every single mob. Which also means I'm staying away from any leak mechanics that might spawn in here, like far away. Especially if it's an abyss that spawns monsters everywhere. It's so bad. This one I actually want to open because it's an artisan. And I want the currency. On these monsters here, if they die, they spawn this ghost, and the ghost will go where you stand while they die. So don't walk back into the same position again, or they hit you. And if it's a lot, you can actually die from this, I think. It's not the best quest in the game, let's be fair here. Augment. Just need to check. I see. Just in this tiny bit, sometimes there are just monsters hiding. And these long ones often also monsters are hiding. So for some reason there are a lot of rares. This one is dead. And now you have the confirmation, talk to Lily for your reward, so you can log out. So in this case, it's a bit like you have to walk down there, and if you do it later, then Lily will be teleported up, saving you some time. But I want my shield charge now. Here we have charge. There's shield charge, and we do need another faster attacks, which I will not buy here, because if you buy it from the vendor where you would get it naturally, essentially. If your class has access to that, and it does. For you, it's in Act 1 now. For me, it's still in Act 2. You get a leveled version, and Lily sells you level 1 version. So we just save on 7, almost 8 levels of this. We're gonna put this here. So we got everything ready. I want to sell here anyway. I'm never gonna use that thing, do I? I mean, I might.
Travel far.
Let's see. Put that stuff in here. We definitely don't need the mana flask. Get rid of everything else and go. Okay. So, for normal Act 6 progression. Because that's it, by the way. If you just remembered, we did the task list for Act 6 is get shield charge, which we already did. The other thing was do the resistance double checking stuff, which we also did. So there's nothing to do in this entire act. Except for running and acquiring skill points and God knows what. everything. That's also why I typically don't do Act 10 runs. Like recorded Act 10 runs, tutorial things. A lot of people told me they would really like that, but they don't feel all that great. You go into the mud flasks, it's all the way to the right zone. It's the same zones as before, actually, just somewhat backwards, I would say. So we're gonna path or have some travel points. You can count them as like 1, 2, 3, 4 travel points. So until this counter says 5 levels, I'm free to not even look at this because I have no benefit except for some stats. So in this zone from the entrance, it's top right. Typically where the queen of something blah blah is. Feels like it's gonna be down here. Maybe not actually. I might be wrong here. Oh, I'm not. Perfect. That's her. The red one. The red one. That's okay. You want this Eye of Conquest, and then you want to go to the left wall again, quickly a bit up from where you spawned or where you started, and then there's this thing here, and you can open it. Then you go for there. You just go upwards. It's always the same zone, I believe, or it's only slightly different. And you're gonna find it to hammer or whatever, dude. What's this one here? When here is a fire dude, there's a totem in the middle. You can cheese it a bit by having the totem up here, right? And it looks at you, and then you go to the other side, so you have more time. I don't know, there's a bit of trickery with this. Not really. It doesn't really make a difference. But yeah. He spawns these totems, so you can kill them. Also maybe start the one the laser is not on. The laser hurts quite a bit actually. So does everything else, especially since we are not fire rust capped, are we? Doesn't feel like it. Oh yeah, it's the one we skipped, right? Ay, 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 ay. You might die. Okay, pick this thing. If you go out here, you see this? I mean, you get a grace period, but there's monsters right next to the entrance because you're not actually going into a different zone. So yeah, you can, sometimes there are like a lot of them, or very strong ones or whatever, and they can really destroy you. If you go out there and get surprised and ambushed, basically. Because typically monsters are not right next to, there's like a area where there can't be monsters if you join a new zone. You see that if you find a shrine, but next to the entrance it won't have monsters because they weren't allowed to spawn. That's where these weird shrines without monsters come from. And this zone is generally up. That's all I know about it. It's like going up somehow. Top right is always good. Can always be, top left as well. But it's just a general go up and find the prison kind of situation. Cheat charge is also way worse without onslaught, to be fair. Just realizing. Ooh. Why did I do it? Oh well. And here it is. Prison, you go in there. We are once again looking for labyrinth stuff, right? After Kitava, remember to do labyrinth stuff. It's the same here. It's roughly an up thing, or can be an up thing. If it's not like immediately there, then it's like weirdly down there. You're like other side from the waypoint, and then it's in a weird spot there, like down from the waypoint somewhere there. That's where this one is in that case. Oh no, it bit me. Pretty much the same layout again. A bit more interesting, maybe a bit different. It's overall important. Why did the door? Oh, did I not click the lever? No! What did I do? Let me through. How did that even happen? Click it. Perfect. Okay, that went better. Crafting recipe. Where is it? Here. Okay. Get the thing. Get out of it. And now I'm guessing somewhere below. It's definitely below, so I'm gonna check the more bottom right version a bit. Or maybe I just walk into the middle and see if I can see it on one side. Double check the right side, but doesn't feel very well. Unless this connects way further. Maybe it does. Let's see if this is a new version of a life flask. Hollowed life flask, that's what we have. Have hollowed already, so we don't care. And that's where the exit is. Chevron's tower are always like tiny circles. So all these areas are somewhat circly. Oh, don't go in there. And then, yeah, there are a bunch of them on top of each other, stacked on top of. Sometimes the entrance or the exit is really close to the entrance. So I'm always a bit double checking, but typically it's not. It's quite far away. Okay, that's very wrong. Be careful with these guys. With these cages. There's like walking turret cages or something. They are surprisingly dangerous if they crit. And if they're like rares or something like this guy here. They can randomly kill you quite well. I think it's their spinning attack or something that makes them bad. I don't really know. Here. After killing the boss here, by the way, then you log out after the boss. Or after you picked up a crafting recipe and then you log out after the boss. That's where I would do the Strand Lily side quest if I haven't done it already. That's essentially the moment, because then Lily is definitely teleported up and you can just do the quest and then hand it in essentially as soon as you're back. So we arrived at the boss. Ooh, can we take this buff to the boss? Oh, maybe. No. Oh yes, we can. That's perfect. I don't need to put this in anymore. So this guy first. Go onto the wide side with the wall. So he does because if he misses with his grappling hook, then he's gonna hit the wall and essentially drag himself like this to the wall and not somewhere else to the other side of the arena. I'm gonna do the same as soon as they combine. You need to kill him first or get to 50%, I believe. Do the same with her. Maybe also get out of the way for the slam. Is she already? Oh yeah. So yeah, same thing. Get to the backside. So if he does the grappling hook, see, he goes in here and stays with you and doesn't go to the other side of the arena. Just right click it for a while and then he's dead. So in this case, don't log out immediately. You go down here and pick up this crafting recipe so you don't miss it, even though it's probably not the most interesting one. So I would go back now and do the Lily thing if I had to, or if I hadn't done it yet. Since I did, I'm already down here. Same thing. You remember this ledge here, essentially? Same zone, there's a ledge. Next to the ledge you go into it. And there is the fire boss dude. You can delay this boss and the poison boss until way later if you want to, because they only give skill points. There's no need to do them yet now. And if you feel safer doing them later, then you can absolutely do that. So, I'm going to do them right now, even though I'm not fire rest capped. There would be maybe a good reason not to do them right now. But fair enough. Maybe just make sure we don't get hit too much. So, he's already at 50%. So we can go down here, and they're gonna be a lot of flask refill opportunity essentially. No need to kill anything here, but you can to refill your stuff. And then we go here, hit him a few times. And he actually gets poisoned. Don't die because you don't have fire res. And then yeah, this still kills you. Look at it's gone. Okay. But yeah, it's not like immediately gone, to be fair. You can go here, just not log out, and just walk this little way back. I don't think it's too bad. Because the actual exit is at the end of the road this time around. That's where you leave the zone to continue. The side area was just for this fire boss dude. So here, I'm gonna It's not the right zone, no, it's the next one. This is the weird zone, where nothing is in it. Basically, just a bunch of mobs, and I think there's a waypoint as well, for no reason. So yeah, you can kill some stuff, make sure you're still getting leveled a bit appropriately. You can take this waypoint, but you don't need it. Go to the riverways. Also remember, in Act 5 we over-leveled quite a bit, so it's typically fine to not kill too much here, but you don't want to fall behind either. It's a bit difficult to explain. It's probably its whole single video just about how to keep XP, and I'm not good enough for it to actually make that video, so yeah. Take the waypoint here. That's riverways, and then go up. Essentially a copy of the oak area, and somewhere here, like straight up, is that oak area? It's about oak area. It's wetlands, and at the previous wall stuff entry there, at the very top of the zone, there's no more oak. You're not looking for oak. You probably know that if you're watching this guy, to be fair. Whatever. Go to the top and then find this spawning ground thing. Might be not exactly on top, but a bit to left or right. Go down here. There's these things. Yeah, we kill them. There's 3 of them. One more here. Here. Does it die? Oh, please die. No way! Ah, what's that? And then the boss spawns. Rather dangerous boss, actually. Surprisingly dangerous. You can definitely die to this one if you get spammed by the poison things. Oh, look at this. I'm not careful with that. Ooh, one face? Wow. Dead. So need somehow better stuff. Oh yeah, that's a good point to log out, because the way back is really, really far. Depending on what you already did or not did or whatever, you have to hand in a bunch of quests here. We can do that. He also has one. That's the 2 big bosses we just killed. We also get to choose a helmet. Typically for us, yes, energy shield is probably good. Overall I like evasion something, but definitely something with armor evasion would be ideal, probably, but it's not an option. So we're going to identify a bunch of stuff. This one turned out okay-ish, at least enough to keep. Really matter, doesn't matter. Neither did this. Strength and the int amulet is also pretty cool. In general, to have one.
Farewell.
That's pretty fine. This also means I already started stashing stuff, so I'm keep doing that for a bit. Which is kind of helpful, I find. So 1, 2, 3, and then we can get a bunch of these nodes here. I actually wanted to go down here, right, because we need the mana nodes now, and so I can fake the things together, right? Fake grace together. Okay. So I'm not gonna refund this. This mana thing will give reservation efficiency. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the mana thing, so I have spent the points, and then I'm gonna take these fake points that actually give me mana reservation. So I think I spend more points and have like a worse effect. So I think that's good for testing. So don't cheat myself here. Or you, actually, in case you care about the results. Yeah, back to riverways. Whoop. Yeah, at the end you find a unique dude at the end here, but you don't need to kill him. The end is closed, so next to the end you go to the right. And go into the southern forest. This one is a bit difficult. There's some tricks here, but mostly need smoke mine for that. But other than that, you just walk on the edge until you find a little bridge type thing. These are good zones for XP, and then you walk again on this little island and you look for a bridge. There it is. And again on the walking island, bridge. Always go over the bridges essentially, so I think it's the key here. Then it's just down. And there's a waypoint. There should be also the exit now. So, waypoint. Top angle. can put in a skill point now if you wanted to. So we're just gonna take, what do we take here? Reduced mana cost of skills, nice. Damage recoup taken as mana, that should do nothing, basically. I hope it should do nothing, that's fake. So that's fine. So that means for me, technically now, in live version, you would by now, I think specifically now, be able to activate Grace with more mana. So that would be the idea. I still have to POB it exactly when you need to do things, but that's the rough idea. So I'm gonna spend extra points now to have the same effect. So in this area, it's, yeah, we also recognize the area. You're just looking for the exit. It's more of a top right situation, I believe. You sometimes can find like a fake exit. That's normal. It's not broken or anything. Just to be clear there. Isn't really up here, or is this the fake one? There's just nothing there. Perfect. Let's have a look here. This might be okay. Or a really big bag. Bad end? No. Dead end. That was the word I was looking for. Oh, there it is. There it is. Just gonna go up here to the beacon. Really long zone. Just a reminder right now, in case I forget to do it later myself. Place a safety portal as soon as you arrive at the lighthouse over there. Right. Here it's mostly down and right until you find water, and then you follow the water till there's like a cliff, and then you almost made it. 45, that's okay. I have like this tendency. Here's this cliff thing, right? You need to go up the cliff. And you just walk straight up the stairs, grab the crafting recipe, and flame dash up. Place your portal. So, there's 2 exclamation marks. You need to stand in these, and monsters are coming for you, and some of them are surprisingly dangerous, to be fair. So yeah, they have heavy bleeds, they have poisons apparently in this time around. And you can't really move away, because otherwise this thing is gonna move back. It's okay for a little bit, right? It just moves back until there's some checkpoints in it. But in case you die here and you have placed a portal, don't press just release, press like in town so you can portal back. Because that's really frustrating. Otherwise you need to walk all the way from the beginning of the zone back here. You really don't want that at all. Oops, stay in it. And then this thing is gonna move in. Perfect. Go on the bottom. In case you're using the same filter as me, it's gonna start at some point like giving you random weapons, even though it's a Poisonous Concoction filter. That's for the seismic part. The idea is that you identify them and see if they have like plus skills, +1 skills, +1 old skills, +1 skills, whatever. Something like that on it. So it's like a really good seismic weapon. That's the basic idea here. I'm still bleeding. Yeah, it just takes a while here. Oh, it's poison things. That's really mean. And I went down. So, once that's done, you go up here, click the switch. I think there's a bit of a trick to here, but yeah. I mean, there's one with portaling down, there's one to make the other dude appear earlier. So, since we're gonna fake it, I said, you can have a look and take this old master, preservation mastery here. Even though we still need the one on top probably as well, right? Ah, that's true. Let's remove this one as well. I need to be careful that I don't remove too many refund points. So I can actually do the swap later. I don't think we need Grace yet, so I'm just gonna go up there now. It's fine. I'm gonna be okay. Take the waypoint here, and then pick a random direction and walk on the outside walls, because that's where you find the Grind King at some point. I have no idea if there's a way to make this quicker. I only know how to walk in a circle here in this area. Just keep it to the outside. It's a lot of chance orbs. So that's what I'm gonna do. There. Ooh. Really easy stuck there. It's still not here. That's pretty much worst case, probably. Should have picked the other direction, but I don't know if there's a trick or not. Point is, you're definitely gonna find it, because at some point you made the full rotation, and then that's it. So, Brine King itself is rather easy, I think. You first have this talkie bit, which you can activate,
A man like you would never disappoint a lady in need.
which is fine. And then just don't be too close when he does his shield thing. You can also cheese the fight.
We are both so touched
I'm gonna
by
cheese the
your
first round of the fight. Show you how to do it. So yeah, move dude. Like the first intermission phase. Because he gets that's what I mean, don't be too close. Still wither him. And the idea of what you do is he goes into his intermission phase and you're like, oh no, I'm panicking, things are happening. You just portal out. Right, you portal out if you really want to. Portal back in, you get grace period, you're immune for up to a minute. You wait until the phase is over, then he comes back out. That's what you can do. On the very last one you can't, because the phase will never end. You have to fight that one. So, next intermission, if you want to stay in intermission, dodge the circles on the ground, maybe dodge the things that come from the wall. There's like this water from the wall. Yeah, other than that, doesn't really do much. Just the area gets way smaller and then you're more likely to be hit by the slam. I think that's like the big one, probably. Next intermission here, there's the ball thing, if you can see. It's like shooting at you. Then the good guy comes back. Slams the ground, doesn't hit us, which is pretty cool.
Rare melee weapon.
So many chests I don't really want. I think you can also log out here if you really wanted to. Just don't. And you go to Act 7, that's Act 6. And so for Act 7, the entire objective is essentially to run through Act 7 and get the things, and that's it. Technically, you could do one of the labs here after Spider, but it's probably not really worth it. No, it's not. So whatever. Just run through the act. That's essentially all we do. You might want to add grace, but it's, yeah. Or swapping grace, but guys, people already had grace. In general, I gotta say, Act 7 is really cool because you're only gonna hand in quests essentially once during the entire act. So we're gonna do that. It's one of my favorite acts actually for that. So first one here, first zone. There is this ruin here, like this building shape thing on the minimap, and in there you find this. This is optional, to be fair, because it gives you a flask, essentially. And I think nothing else. So you don't actually need that. But it's kind of nice source for an early flask there. So I don't know. And it's so much on the way. Like right on your tracks. So there's no reason not to do it. Make sure we kill enough stuff and don't skip all the blue packs, because it messes up XP gains often. Tends to mess up XP gains. And we also need some loot, right? We need to fix a bit of a link situation, probably, with a color situation. Oh my god, why is there so many scepters? Can I get more scepters out of this? I would like more scepters, I can identify them later. In shields. What is happening? Okay, nice. Cool. So yeah, I'm gonna quickly, because I just found so many rares I want to have a look at later. Yes, they're good. That's definitely not what I want, but...
Turn your back.
So yeah, typically you would not go back here at all. It's actually a pretty good shield. What?
Journey well.
We're gonna put this here for later to have a look.
Hello.
And
Greetings.
forgot to vendor at the beginning. Okay, cool. So no, on with the really cool act. It was like an intermission that typically doesn't happen. So Crossroads, this time it's down first. 100%. First we need to get like a portal thing and like a map. Something like a map. I need to get that and then get it to top part and pick up a million scepters. I mean, the filter is really cool. I like it because it's right. This could be the end game weapon, but sometimes just a bit lazy. I think I'm not made for this SSF stuff. Sadly, actually, sometimes too much effort here. I'm just following the road, by the way. That's all I do. It's essentially the same like the first time you were here. The zone doesn't change. In terms of layout, we can pick this thing here. There's a labyrinth here, right? Yeah. So, labyrinth trial, and then we need to find I think in the downwards thing, yes. Yeah. Labyrinth trial here, then go down and find the other thing. So you could, depending on what you find first, because we have taken the waypoint there, you could do one or the other first. Like if you check here, it says, oh, it still says that. Actually. Uh-oh, I forgot where the trial is. Is it in the second one or is it in the first one? I forgot. I feel like it's in the first one, isn't it? Oh no.
Socket.
Six sockets actually pretty good. I want that for selling purposes. Gives you jewelers. Pretty cool. We found the first thing. And the lab is in level.
This is literally how you measure.
Pretty sure it's in level 1, isn't it? Let's double check down here. I'm not crazy. It's not here. Yeah, it's definitely not here. It's in level 1. That's fine. We're just gonna go back to level 1. Gonna find it here. So just lab trial and we are... Whoa! And we are done here. Almost died randomly to mobs. I want Grace. Give me Grace back. Let's open this. Don't need to open this door. You can just go through. Click the thing, get the recipe, and log out. Because we have trial and we have the item as well. Don't log out if you don't have the item yet. Right? From here we can go over there and we go up. That's also the next zone, or not the next zone, the one after, where we go into the map device. Who really wants a bleed flask actually? It's like one of these. Do we have a bleed flask checking zones? That I'll check for that because there's a lot of bleedy monsters in there. Same thing here. It's again the thing with in the middle here, right? There's a like, see, there's a circle in the middle. We're gonna look for the entrance. I'm a bit low on wisdoms here. That's a big one for Chrome actually. Want to have that much space there. So there's an entrance here. There's a crafting recipe. Get the waypoint. Put in this Maligos thing. This map device. You don't need to talk to Silk yet. But like in maps, you're just gonna pick one of those. Like the map introduction, I think. I always go up and I go over bridges. Up-ish. Start up and then walk in a circle, look for bridges. As soon as I find one, I walk over it. I'm gonna do that over and over again until we arrive. Okay, it's really down. Enough. So here you can put a safety portal if you want to. So you need one anyway. You don't log out after this, by the way. You just like portal out. Maybe also don't put it right on top of the thing. He has a bunch of abilities that need to be dodged, and then at every, like, I don't know, 25% or so, he, like, disappears for a moment and spawns an ad, but then he's back as well. See, he had, like, this attack, and sometimes he disappears next, here appears next to you and tries to hit you, and then he's doing his little things again. He's already phased. This thing a few times, watch out for him. It's back. Is he gonna fly around? At some point he's gonna fly around. Weirdly. It's the moment. What I do, I just shield charge around during this time. I don't know if that's good or not, but typically I don't get hit. So I don't know. It's like the secret technique. Walk in a circle. You need this black venom. That's really important. It dropped in an odd spot there, to be fair. I don't need the claws and I don't need the full strength base. That's my chest. In this case, you talk to Silk. You're gonna take this key and leave again on the side that has the waypoint. And then you have the Silk key. You can open this by just walking next to it. Just seem to have a skill point. Let's put that one in. And this case again, lab trial. So it's not down here, so I already know it's like to the left. Left and up. Oh, was not up enough. Well, it's actually not in this version. Maybe. No, it should be. It should be here. Come on. Be here. Nice. Okay. Again, it wasn't down there, so it's up here. Guess that applies to both versions of the thing. No need to press any cranks and levers here, but you can. Makes this gauntlet stuff here a bit easier. We just don't. Here. Click the thing. To bottle. And then we are going to look for the long track again. Which might be here. Should be more down, I feel like. I took a bit of an odd path here, which I dislike. This looks like it. Yeah, that's it. Really long path. It wasn't too bad, actually. There's no boss at the end this time. Here, it's no boss. Oh god, the terrible things are there. These lightning things, they just like run after you for no reason, and they're really bad. Okay, perfect. So here the den is essentially the same one as the other den with the white beast. Just in this case you don't need to kill the beast, even though it looks different anyway, right? In here. It's like a similar mob in. Since we're in different time. I think it's time travel. This game has something to do with time travel. Somewhat of a downward situation. Don't really know here how to perfectly like traverse this. Are we there yet? You also sometimes have the feeling that zones are just longer, even though you kind of took the right path. I mean, it could have been a bit of a better path, but just was like really far away. So here, to the left, when you arrive here, take the waypoint, because why not? But if you don't need it, follow the path. And then we're gonna meet a very deadly boss, where I don't know if fire resistance matters. I hope it doesn't. Because he has this airstrike attack that can hurt quite a bit. So yeah, it's always gonna spawn here to the right where I'm throwing my stuff. There's some ads. Woohoo! Almost died. So yeah, I think he spawns like 2 wolves and then the actual dude spawns. Something like that, so I keep my more burst related stuff for him, and I always forget to actually turn on this thing. You can, during this phase where he throws these little things, you can hide behind her. Oh, now he does it. You can hide behind the totem if you want to. I need to remember to activate my... What's it called? Yeah, I don't... how is this called? My Plague Bearer, essentially. Be really interesting. Because I never have it for boss. I always remember at bosses, so I really want to use it. And then it's not ready because I forgot to activate it earlier. So dumb. After you kill him, you get to the Northern Forest. So, Northern Forest. That one's a bit more interesting. You go a bit to the left and then straight up. Because this time we are looking for the side area, but we don't want to go into it right away. Hello? Was like a ghosted monster. Lots of density here, which is really cool. Still looking for the side area. If we don't find it on the way up, even though we got a bit left, then it's behind the waypoint, like before where you even start into the zone. So next to it, you're gonna put a portal. And also remember to put up some portal scrolls. So we're definitely gonna need some. Oh, there's some. Nice. Okay. You're already in this phase of the game where most currency stuff drops in stacks anyway, so it's more worth picking it up, I feel like. Really like the change, by the way, for leveling. But at some point, like, I don't know, you don't want to pick up single wisdom scrolls, but if there's 5 there or something, cool. Like that a lot. Yeah. Remember, we have the portal, never log out, but portal. Here it's more or less straight ahead. There's a waypoint, I believe there's a crafting recipe here, and there is a quest item at the end. Don't forget to pick up the quest item. Was there a lot of rare boots there? What's happening? It's these bots or these monsters that just drop so much of the same rare item. It's the weirdest thing ever. So yeah, I'm still somewhat going straight ahead until I can. I can't anymore, then I will stop doing that. But now it's working out great. Waypoint, crafting recipe. So we only need the quest item now, which is at the end. Chaos Splitters are really, really dangerous. I guess you didn't realize, but most people know. Very evil monsters. And at some point the zone will end, trust me. At some point. I said I need some portal scrolls. And there's the item. Okay, okay. Pick up the item. And get into the walled city. So in the walled city itself is confusing, but in general the entrance or the exit is straight ahead from the entrance. Just basically over there. Typically there's not a huge wall immediately. So maybe this is a different layout, but in most cases it's just not the case. But we will see. It feels a bit different. Especially, you're looking for a lot of like city type wall stuff like this. Is this already it? And then you need to get into the center of it, essentially. Yeah, it's definitely a weirder layout. Typically it's more straight ahead. But maybe it is still straight ahead. Just behind this big crater. Yeah, that actually is. So, now the question is, how do you get through the wall here? And that's essentially you walk around it until you get inside. That's all there is to it. Oh, I was definitely the wrong direction. Look at this. Sometimes it can be so far. Sometimes it's so easy. So there was an easy entrance on this side, wasn't it? Probably. Whatever. Point is. Waypoint. Back to city. Go into this portal thing. Put in your skill punch. Yeah, now we go into this area. And now we could log out again, technically. So, you need to find the fireflies here. That's all the... I think it's 6 or 7 or something. It will tell you when you're done. And they're all over in the zone. And we are looking for a boss in here. Which is also a quite dangerous boss. You can also really delay this boss if you don't feel comfy doing him. Gives you a skill point. And that's what you can do. Just fly. There's a crafting recipe right there. Also one I don't really need, probably. I want to keep my Plague Bearer actually for the boss. There should be one more firefly, right? Search for the fireflies. Yes, you can check like the quest. If the quest says get it back to Lani or whoever, then you're done. If it doesn't do that, then you're not done. It's a bit difficult to tell. Maybe you missed the message, right? Happens to me. Picked it up, no message, so needs to be one more at least. There it is, and I already see the entrance to the boss to the left. So, yeah. Oh no, I died it. Oh no. Did not mean to pick this one up. Definitely did not mean to die there. Okay, so we go into the Den of Despair. Curse it, do something to it. It throws like balls, and I think even standing on these on this stuff is like really dangerous. Because there's a stacking debuff, and this debuff does not go away even if you die. Come back, you need to reload, completely reload the zone, I believe. And heal the monster essentially to reset this debuff. So if you check again, now it says bring the Fireflies to Jena in town. So we're done here. Did all the things, we log out. We go back into town. What I like to do is quickly go to Val City, talk to Jena, then either log out again or portal back. Then here, and now we can get like all our rewards. I like to go down here first. Then in this case, I like a Jade Flask second. It's like pretty cool. Those are pretty good. You can either talk to Sin or at some point or just press your keybind for the Pantheons, but this time I always remember we don't have really big ones, so I take this. And I like the, like you have some options here already. Physical damage over time is obviously great. Flask charges are also really great, especially now with Peacocks. You might even need that or really want that. So I recommend taking it. I also feel like that I don't really need a second Quicksilver anymore at this point. I think we're fine with that. With shield charge, could have changed that earlier already. See if we find anything cool here. Nothing really cool. So that's that. She should have some boots. There's evasion boots. These have interesting colors actually, so I might take them. Don't take this item. Ever. So we won't do the quest. So that's that. Put this into stash and then talk to this guy. And he's giving you like 1, 2, 2. Okay, I thought it was 3 books. So we have a bunch more stuff to do now. We can get over here as well. Get potentially this reservation efficiency stuff here. It should almost be enough, right? Who knows? So yeah, that's the act. What you could do technically right now is go to the Aspirant Plaza thingy, right? And do the lab. Which in this case, I don't think it's worth it. Because their next lab thing here... I mean, it's actually cool right now that we get this. But if I take this now, it's kind of a bit dumb because you will only... I mean, it's only immunity to Ignite Shock anyway, but you would need to take this first in 321. So I'm just not taking any lab for now. And I will take the labs at the very end of the campaign. So we can take 2 labs at the same time, essentially. Are you? It's just a pure armor base. I've never recolored that correctly. In here, I kind of try to go straight ahead. Don't die to these guys. And then adjust based on feeling in what direction the next thing is. But going straight ahead seems to be quite useful to start with. So in this case, I feel like it's probably going to be over here because that's the only way. I don't know. That's my way to get through the zone. And yeah, there it is. It's probably just always in a corner. Or it is pretty much always in a corner, isn't it? Kind of. Yeah, same thing here again. Just go straight ahead. We are 50 now. Zone is 54. That's perfectly fine. I want these jewelers. Nice. Yeah, again. And Sanctified. I don't think we have Sanctified yet. Oh, it's the... Is it the... Oh yeah, Sanctified are bad. They have less actual damage. That's like pretty damn. I feel like it might be over here. Like a flask type you can just skip. Tier of flask you can skip, I would say. Oh, next level here. We're on the way to the spider, by the way. In case you forgot. So... Next zone, that pretty much looks the same. exactly the same, to be fair, so I'll run this one as well. These broken ones, you get over there with Flame Dash, that's possible. Maybe even with Frost Blink. Quite some time ago it was not possible with Frost Blink, I think. I believe. But they changed it, right? Wasn't there something that Frost Blink could not get over there? That was really weird. So we go into stairs. Into stairs, we use the stairs. Essentially. And again, look in a circle. Like most of the game. And find the spider. Should be a bit careful, but actually activating the flasks, especially Jade and armor flasks, since I don't have Grace yet.
Mana blast.
So, we see the exit. Oh. It's Arakali. Oh no. Oh, God damn it. Why? Why is this happening? I wanted to be ghosted. I mean, I just stand in corners here and try to avoid her attacks. As soon as she like really looks at you, you typically need to do something. I'm just stuck in this thing. Let's go away by flame dashing now. Is she not phased now? Hello? Okay, no. She's still ghosted now after this? I don't know, maybe she's not. How do I see this? Oh yeah, she's definitely ghosted. There's green stuff. Oh lord, don't do this. Yeah, get your balls in and take a lot of damage. She's gone again. Does she appear? Can be one of these corners, but there she is. Okay, let's go on top. Curse her, do this. She's looking at me, get away. There's balls incoming. Aha! You're gonna flame dashed into that. Yeah, I need to just quickly. Oh no! I got shotgunned. I'm getting tired. Come on, die. More balls there. Is she dead now? Yeah, she's dead now. Okay, fine. Maybe don't ghost this guy if you can avoid it. Interesting. Whatever this does. Want this, want this, want this. Probably not much more. Which one is it? That's the one, yeah. It's actually from... Which one was that? It's actually not that bad, but I like the stunny stuff still more. I think it's a pretty good one. Which concludes Act 7, by the way. So we technically only went once to get our reward in Act 7. I kind of like this one time coming back to town where you get to collect all the things at the same time, and then you get like 5 levels or so, or a few ones at the same time at least. That's cool, I feel like. Pretty cool act, I would say. So here there is like a wall, you just follow the wall and to the end of the wall, and then you climb on top of the wall, and then you're back on it. That's right. Just a bit of walking simulator, which is this Act 8 then? Yeah, it's Act 8. It's called Act 8. Cool. So, after we do this act, we can go into the Blood Aqueducts actually. So we're just one act away from Blood Aqueducts. It's like a huge milestone typically for people, and for me as well. Always feels like a big milestone. So yeah, made it to blood, and then you can farm there a bit, and it typically builds get quite viable around there. That concludes Act 7 for the moment. We're just gonna start taking some more reservation efficiency out of need. For Act 8, you're gonna run again. There's essentially nothing to do. You can start doing heist stuff there, but it's a bit of a special strategy, I would say. You just arrived there. You probably want to sell something. See if we get a better belt. Not really. Still no better belt. Okay. No, I mean, this is definitely a better helmet, actually. And does it have an open suffix? It does not. So it's kind of a bad helmet. Yeah, not really good. Oh yeah, that one is interesting. Lots of stuff there. Maybe keep this one around. We're gonna find something better. We're gonna keep it around. I don't know. One or the other. Sorry if I'm getting a bit tired over time. A bit more quiet over time because I'm getting kind of tired. This constant talking is a bit hard, to be fair. But it's not that interesting, to be fair. These acts are... I mean, they're kind of cool. That's fine. I'm not against them. Just gameplay-wise, that's really cool. Oh, fine. You're slaying monsters and stuff, and you're dying too. I'm gonna die to this, am I? No, I'm not. Yoo-hoo. Perfect. They're just not so interesting to talk about. Here as well, it's like, I don't have like great tips for layouts here. You're looking for the second layer here. That's really important. I feel like I'm completely on the wrong way. Maybe I'm not. We have 51, 56. 5 levels under. I probably want to kill a bit more stuff in this act. Overall, so we don't arrive in blood aqueduct too low. It actually got kind of fine, to be fair. Yeah, we should. I'm trying to do the math in my head, but I can't. Oh no. Any chance it's up in any universe? Didn't really feel like it. It's overall quite a difficult zone here, or not difficult, but an annoying zone because everything slows you and leaps down these poison pools, so it's a bit difficult, to be fair. Here you're looking for a giant room, right? Big room. And that's where Deodra is again. And the boss is called something with Deodra. You don't want to curse it. Again, it's really important. The boss itself is hard enough, I would say. Killed me when I started the game a lot of times. Might kill me today. You're not careful there with the phasers and just blobs there everywhere. You can absolutely die or get slammed or so at this boss. This room seems kind of big. Maybe here-ish. Oh, there it is. You see the circly structure there? That looks like where we need to go. And you open this loose thing here. Right? You go into this, and so how the boss works is she's gonna appear and have a color. Depending on the color, she does different things, curse related. Point is, if you get overwhelmed or get too many stacks of a certain color that is around you, you can hit the valve again, and it's gonna reset these stacks, and she's gonna go to a different color. Yeah. Purple is the worst. Green is the best because it just makes you deal less damage. And we don't try to not get hit by these ball things here. We so far haven't taken any stacks, which is really cool. Oh, we almost died anyway. We still don't have stacks. It's getting a bit chaotic, so you just press the button while you're still not getting hit. Now she's gonna disappear, have a new color. It's green in this case. If you kill these monsters, she spawns, right? Then you will get, you will just deal less damage. Significantly, actually. I'm already at 40% less damage, 30% less damage. And then at some point 50, I'm dealing half damage now, but I'm not dying, so that's good. So yeah, that's this boss. I gotta say, this is like end of Act 7, start of here is the first time I feel like having less damage than I'm used to on this build. I mean, I had less damage before, I could feel it, but it wasn't really a huge difference. And we are just like 1-2 acts away from swapping the build, right? So not too worried about leveling with Pekong so far. And it's not like it deals no damage or anything, it's just not insanely overpowered anymore. So it might be fine actually, depending on how the blast charges actually play out. You can always have 4 life blasts, right? If that's really needed, have 4 life blasts. We're gonna pick some more. Blast sustain on the tree, maybe. Yeah. Sorry about this. You're gonna choose the right hand side, right? Let me get into a safe position so I can talk about it. Because that's really important in this zone, because this zone can be very, very confusing. Oh my god. Let's get this up. So, okay, fine. Right hand side, you're gonna hug the right side until you find an item, and then still hugging the right side until you find the first zone, and then you get out of the zone, walk back and hug the right side again. That's the basic idea of whatever you do. Right side hugging, so I'm just gonna always do that. From my character's perspective, right hand side, hug the wall. Wait, don't run into dead ends, but in general, that's what we do. There's like a bridge thing, that's where the item should be. And then, again, that side. Might be a dead end here, maybe not, it's not. Still right hand side.
Rare melee weapon.
Again and again, walk around this thing, and we should be arriving at our goal, which is this resurrection site, that's called. Cool. Talk to the person. A lot of monsters gonna spawn, or a bunch of zombies. You kill them over time. At some point, this guy awakes, and there are red things on the floor that can kill you. There's like tiny red things chasing you. Then I'm gonna try to show them to you because you can really die here. And I think if he walks over the corpses of that zombies, they explode. There's like corpse explosions going on. All kind of nasty stuff happening. It's falling. It's very blue. Very blue. So, he's there. You see this? You see these tiny things? Yeah, they're evil. So yeah. I mean, they're not super fast or anything, but you need to kind of know that they're there so you don't die to them.
Rare jewelry.
So yeah, after you're done, after killing him, you talk to the lady again. That's important, I think. And then again, right hand side, but backwards. So, from the character's perspective, right hand side, we need to backtrack a bit. But at some point, zoop, we can go back out of here. Should rather soon arrive at the exit. And I want that, I think.
Alteration.
These alterations as well. No, I walked away from it. It's okay. Here we go. It's another neat trick in this area, actually. So now that we have these nodes, is that already? Should be enough. We're gonna try. Yeah, should be fine. Maybe Grace is already okay with this, and we might be able to save this one, actually. It's just a math problem right now. I haven't figured out yet. I just wanted to see if everything actually works and deal so much with the math stuff first, and POV is not updated and whatever. So let's take the time to explain this zone, because there's a neat trick, because this zone is super confusing and super annoying until you know about this. You have open areas and you have in-building areas. You enter only buildings where there is like a bloody dead dude in front of it. So there's none, so we don't enter it. You just walk around and look for more building entrances while killing stuff. So here is another entrance, no bloody dude. It's the wrong entrance. Here, bloody dude next to the entrance. Good entrance. Perfect. So we want to go into it and back out. They typically only have one other exit, so you just go out. Here, entrance, no bloody dude. So we look over this side here, maybe. entrance with Bloody Dude. So we go in there. I didn't know about this for a long time, to be fair. There's a wall side area. No, there's not. There's a book again on the thing. And then you find these bunch of these like soldier legionnaires, okay? Kill all of them, then it sucks. Talk to Mamura for your reward. That's cool. That's done. Again, we try to find an exit here. Bloody Dude again, you see that? Let's go up here. And then we should see the exit. Makes the zone so much better. It was like one of my most hated zone, I was about to say. It was so bad. Before I knew that. So yeah, in this zone here, there's a waypoint, but you don't need it, so you can just somehow go straight up. By doing on levels, you're doing okay, I would say. Said you don't need this waypoint, but you can take it if you want to. Just go up until you find your temple. It should be the fire temple. I'm actually rest capped by now. I'm not. Completely forgot that I wanted to do that. Did I change any items? No, I did not. Okay, fine. We're not perfectly rest capped. It's okay. It's not like we're at 50 or something. That's okay. Good thing we're gonna go into a fire temple. Without being fire rest capped. Nice job. Here again, it's what is this? Is it like a... Oh, it's like a non-filtered item?
Switch to chaos recipe filter.
Oh god, it's doing this thing. Okay. It's gonna tell me for a few levels to switch to a different filter for a while. Which you can turn off if you're using the same filter. You can turn off this behavior because it's like really annoying, to be fair. But I just did not turn it off. It's not essentially the filter's fault. It's a feature which I didn't turn off. So in this thing, follow the red carpet and you need to find the waypoint. And how this works is there's a level 2 to the Solaris temple, which you want to go to. But after that, you want to come to this waypoint and get out of the temple. So from the starting perspective on, the level 2 is after the waypoint and getting out of the building is somewhat before the waypoint. I think that's a good way to describe it. So the getting out thing for later is somewhere down here probably in our layout here, or maybe right here. But the level 2 is typically straight ahead. So that's where I'm aiming for. That's why I'm not taking a turn here or anything to downwards. Because I need the level 2 first. I don't want to find the exit. Which isn't the worst. If you find the exit first, go to the next waypoint, portal back to do level 2 next. That's totally okay. Nothing wrong with that at all. Doesn't even matter what temple you do first, to be fair. So yeah, we don't even need to do these mastery fakey things. That's perfectly fine. This note here will be over here for you. So that's why I'm fake going over there before I take it. It says just you mimic the extra way. We take there. We're already quite behind on skill points actually because I spent some more than I needed to. To be fair. So I'm gonna do that. In number 2, again, follow the red carpet. That's all you really need to do.
Mana blast.
All you need to do find the boss dude somewhere here. It's basically the Dilara area again. Dilara? Is she called Dilara? Something like that. You know, the one that gives you an amulet. We can choose between the attribute you want. Same thing here. Let me just quickly check. I'm gonna check afterwards if I actually want to go with the tree right now. It's so weird with new trees. It's a walk in a circle simulator boss again. Doesn't really hurt you. If something is very shiny, don't stand in it, I guess. That seems like a really good idea. I don't want to switch to your filter. Okay. We're gonna go for a random semi-strict filter. Yes, from Filter Blade. We're gonna do that. So that's done, and I'm gonna quickly check where we want to go towards trap swap thing. We spent too many points already, so we didn't need to spend these points. I don't need to put these fake points here, so I can straight up actually get this stuff here. Why can I not get the stuff here? Because I don't even have a skill point right now. Okay, that makes sense. You can log out if you got the quest item. So yeah, we overspent on a few points. And that's okay. You're gonna do better because you're gonna follow the POB instead of me. So we have fire, lightning here, which we need. So I'm gonna take again fire and lightning here. See if we can someone compensate there. Don't need this. That's kind of cool as well. Even better than this one. I can't really use it yet. Really like this one as well. Fire lightning. This is basically the same plus all and something else. I have here. Okay. This in. What does that do with our resistance? It's not so bad actually. We need this item in a bit. I talk to this person. Get one of the skill points. And then we gonna get a chance to poison on hit. Sounds like a really good idea. Stash some things. Make life better. And she doesn't have anything yet, right? Oh, she does.
Careful.
Nice. At some point you need to get it anyway. And that means we can get even more things here. Spell damage doesn't really help us right now. Oh, yeah, both of them don't actually. I mean, this one does something, at least. It's just preparation. We're just preparing for trap swapping and stuff. Rather soon-ish. So, as said, before the waypoint, or just not significantly after, I feel like is a good place to go in. Towards like lefty position here. I might even be... is it up here? Is there a chance it's up here? Might be up here. Well, it's actually really far down, as I said, isn't it? Any chance it's here? No, it's all the way down, as I said in the beginning. No! Trust myself. Like so much with these layouts for me is kind of gut feely. I mean, for a lot of them I actually just know how they work, but the other ones are more gut feeling. Then you get like a feeling if it's there or not, which is really weird and probably just completely made up. Here. And you're on the Solaris thing there, which is basically you go straight ahead. Just straight through. Until you find a waypoint at the very end of it. There's a waypoint. And also the exit, by the way. So it's really hard to miss the waypoint. So we are at the end, so it's probably a bit down. There it is. Dying. Yeah, they're dying with 2 clicks though. Blue packs. Most of it at least. That's kind of okay. I need to remember that the filter doesn't talk to me anymore. There's some kind of like an endgame filter as well, or you can turn off the chaos recipe situation there. Or you just are okay with the thing telling you for a few levels that you should switch to the filter. And then it's gonna stop after a few levels, I think. So that's it. Here's a good opportunity to kill stuff, I feel like, because you want to level up then in Blood Aqueducts anyway, and you're running through high density, so it's no time difference, I think. Yeah, in great XP range. You go past the Sky Shrine here. Big time. Just kill some stuff here. Go to the cold zone, basically. So we're out of the fire situation. We're into the... Right, better on fire now. 68, right? Slightly better on fire. Not much, actually. And we had the Lunaris thing. Just straight ahead should be a waypoint. Should be? Oh yeah. felt really far away. Okay. We go straight ahead on the spot, like similar to when you fight the fire dude that gives you the poison, the seismic trap jewel, right? There is now another boss, a cold boss, which is surprisingly dangerous dude. Like there's no reason to do him, but it's right here. Like this dude here, it's a bit scary. So maybe avoid this area so you don't anger him. Then that's okay. And just walk a bit past him, on the side. And then maybe your life is better. I mean, you can also try and fight him. I don't actually know what he does. But I know you can teleport on you and one-shot you. I think that happened to me before. I even think I once died in hardcore to this dude, randomly. Here, same thing again. Try to follow this carpet a bit. And then you're gonna arrive somewhere. There's a raft. That's actually not that bad. Maybe I want this. Early essence is always kind of weird, but I feel like there might be a bit neat for them. So what are we missing right now? It's obviously... Oh, it's the level because we actually died. It's so weird. If you die, then these things can happen, right? Or it's the other way around. Yeah, I'm so confused. Same thing, follow carpet, follow carpet, follow carpet. Only one of the earlier zones is really strict where the carpets lead you, I feel like. This one is a bit more gut-feely as well. But try not to go into crazy side things. Ooh, there's a unique thing. What is this? I picked something up. Oh, there's like a life... Oh, the divine life flasks. Nice. Really cool. I think that's the final flask, definitely, that we want. Yeah, you get your waypoint here. And you get into level 2, and in level 2 what we do is we get again the other guy. So this does a bit. Help us a bit. Tiny bit. The other ones before that don't help us because Poison Seismic is not... Poisonous Concoction is not a spell. It's actually an attack. So other things don't apply. But it will apply for the traps because they are spells. Same thing here. Stairs up. Always stairs up. So I'm gonna pick something like right hand side here and just hack the outside wall till it's either a dead end or gives me stairs. That's pretty much it. Doesn't feel too good going here. Maybe it still is fine if this goes up? No? What? I've never seen that before. That it actually can have 2 stairs up to the same area. Is that always the case? I never realized. Never done that before. That's interesting. So the actual stairs is here or what? Where are the actual stairs? Like this cut-off area here. I've never seen that. What? What is happening? Okay, stairs up. Perfect. That's what we want. Not down. Nobody wants that. Oh well. Up there. Here I have no idea if it's left or right. There's no wagons for us. If it goes a bit in, you are correct. Other than that, the door thing should still be okay. Still be the same thing. Find the door and then go straight ahead until you find the other door. I think that's how that works. Somewhat. Where are you, door? See, they're still somewhat in line. I mean, you know what I mean? It's not like perfectly in line, but roughly. So, other door is to the left here. I can actually flame dash through these, interestingly enough. Same thing here. I'm gonna put the safety portal just in case something weird happens. I don't want to run this zone again. Ever. No need to do this in hardcore, by the way, just in case. Right? Doesn't make a difference. He has like a charged attack, something like that. But other than that, he's just... The default run in a circle boss.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Perfect. Get the moon orb, log out, and check if we have to do some quest stuff here. Probably sell as well. Just in case we can do that. Might want to use this in a second. What does this do? Minus 50 to all things. Nice. What is this troll item? I don't even know what this is. It's a really weird item. Okay, I'm just not having enough sockets. But we can fix that. We have so many things by now. Come on. Nice, it has 4 things now. So I want to get this here. Does have fire res? It has lightning res. That actually isn't that great for now. What's up with the items today? Very confusing. Anyway, I know there's like another skill point in this act, which I'm not gonna do right now. I'm gonna do way later. It's like the ice dude. You can do here is control click it, click new area, makes a new area because the way to the boss is now filled again with monsters. And, yeah, seems a bit more efficient to kill them again, since we are still in a nice XP range. We have to walk there anyway before we walk there empty. I don't know. Seems like a good idea to me. So I'm gonna do that. Go in here, click this. Whatever sister you hit first will be the last boss, I believe, of them. So if you prefer one, hit the other one first, I guess. Or it's the other way around. It depends. You can Google if you actually care about that. So yeah. So the order they fight in depends on who you hit first, I believe. You can easily die here to a bunch of things. Degens and whatnot. Ooh, what is perfect. I forgot to turn her back on Grace. Nice. That now. Let's kill the lady. She's gone. There's another one. If you want to be better at this fight, definitely make sure you look it up. Because I think you can actually do very well in this fight. It's a bit chaotic, yes. But I think if you know more about the different mechanics and when to use defensive flask and stuff, then I think this fight can be actually pretty cool. And pretty nice if you learn about it properly. Which I obviously never did. To be fair, to maybe this, so I actually need some transmutation shards as well. I always forget that. Or alchemy shards. Welcome to Blood Aqueducts. We made it. That was like an entire act again. Except for one boss thing. Or one skill point we're gonna do way later. Which basically leaves you with the possibility to farm this area. In general, while we're here, 58 is like the minimum, I would say. You leave this. You don't leave this before 58. That's weird. Would recommend. It's also fine to stay until 60, 62 even is a really good number. I feel like makes your league start very smooth. I feel like slower, yeah, sure, but way smoother, pretty nice kind of experience. You can like all the things you didn't pick up so far, the color issues, leveling gems and everything. You can just do that here for a while. And okay, I'm doing any heists in this run. Definitely not, but also viable, right? To do things like that here. And if the math works out, you're gonna find in the guide when to actually swap to Poison Seismic, which depends quite a bit on labyrinths and things like that. With the new Sabo, you need the third lab actually to swap properly, I think. So it's quite likely that we're gonna do that. Oh, that's what I'm gonna simulate here. Only swapping after the third labyrinth. If something is different in the guide, do whatever is in the guide, not what I tell you right here, because I cannot change a video, but I can change a POB in a guide document. I'm gonna do that once we figure it out. This is more about does this work in general, not at what specific timing do you need what for it to be super efficient or something else. So technically you would get the poison duration. it's not a thing anymore, so that's a bit sad. So I'm for now not gonna take anything here, not gonna pick anything here. I'm just checking if I got everything correct. Or possibly not. And now I need this point soon then. Or at some point at least. This one and this one as well, especially for the intelligence here. We're fine with this and that. As said, we need to travel over there, but we spent too many points already anyway. So these will not be spent in the real version, so we can actually get this stuff already. That essentially means also get these quality of life points first here, right? Maybe that's not too bad actually. So yeah, that concludes the previous act. Oh, that was 7, 8, something like that. And sell some stuff here. Also pretty good actually. It costs me all the blue sockets. Still keep it around for a second. Facebreakers, nice.
Good luck.
There they go. It's fine. We are more powerful than we need to be for Blood Aqueduct Farm. So that's what I'm gonna do next. Essentially, just to as part of Act 9. So you want to SWAT, fix your gear here, level your gems, right? Maybe find some gear for potential swaps in general. So it's essentially what we're gonna do here is to get started with this whole fixing gear and blah, blah, blah thing, is we want some gems, right? One really important gem would be Exsanguinate for my case now. So I'm gonna go back to Act 1 because I know there's a leveled one here. I don't always do this for like every single gem to find like the most leveled version or something like that. I just care about the main skills typically, and I'm fine. I'm gonna farm Blood Aqueduct anyway for a bit. So yeah. So you can go to Lily as well. If I just double check, you just go into the POB, see what you need. We need definitely advanced traps, right? For our seismic thing. We need unbound ailments. Just like a blue one. These gonna be color coded when you do it next time. Color coded. Believe it. And we want a life tab. That's our seismic links basically, and for Sanguinate, it says we want chain, cluster trap, and trap. Chain, trap, that's trap support, and there's cluster trap. Where's cluster trap? There's cluster trap. That's the links for that. Obviously determination, we should not forget about that, and not level it too high because that's such a high. Second life tab, right? Yeah. For our movement skills, obviously. And a second curse, and we are probably fine. For the moment, at least. Which is gonna be despair. So we're gonna see how much we can fit to actually level in here, right? So that's the idea. So on the offhand, I care more about unbound elements than the curse right now. I want advanced traps. Probably. No, it doesn't really matter which one. Let's take this one. Exsanguinate here. Exsanguinate here. Life tap there. We can also already life tap this. Why not? Our movement is life tapped now. And I would like some space for determination as well. Oh no. So we're not gonna level this life tap at the moment. And these spells, we just don't have space right now. And that's perfectly fine. Don't worry about it, but you need to make sure you have them somewhere stored. And don't accidentally put them at a random thing in your, you know. So that's basically it already. Does he still have a quest? Whenever I go into a town, I've always been, and I'm scared I missed like quest reward. Oh lord. So yeah, control click there, click new thing, and then we're gonna run there, right? Not turning on determination right now, as on the weapon swap, right? Perfect. So yeah, typical auras all still the same. We're not gonna use Exsanguinate. We are still throwing our flask around, and this is gonna be a lot of clicking, especially in the beginning. Don't die while doing so. And keep an eye out for loot here, right? If you go too fast in this blood aqueduct farm, you might really defeat the purpose of it, which is getting proper loot, really looking out for that, right? You're still not killing yellow stuff. So yeah, it's like a mix, depending on how good you are, I guess, looking out for loot while spamming through this. I'm not that good, so I need to go a bit slower just to see what's happening, what's dropping, right? And the filter I have right now doesn't tell me anything. It's dropping behind me, only if something valuable drops, but most drops I'm looking for right now in the standard filters by Filter Blade are not really highlighted. You can get this stuff here. And I want to be probably 58 to 60 when I do this. 58 is probably fine. If you would swap right here, then we'll probably go until 60 or so. It's really annoying at the beginning. But I can't help it and click them instead of just running an entire zone and clicking them because I feel like, hey, there's so much lost XP. Can't do that. Can't do that. Actually, if I look at this one, too blue. No, 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 no. Who is this one ghosted? I want to kill the ghosted one. Perfect. So, these while he's dying. Is he dying? Yeah. Ladder belt, boots, sec flask, very good. Green and red, by the way, now. But after swamp, green and red. That's the things. Actually can use this one probably somehow. No, I can't really do that. No. It's so sad. Control click it again, run it again. Just back and forth. We're already 57. Right. These side things always have like a lot of blue mobs. I like going into them. Oh, it's a sneeze. I'm sorry. Did you hear it? Yeah, I'm really sorry. I'm not gonna edit it out because I have no idea where it is because this is probably a 5-hour video or so. Actually, interested how long it's gonna take. It's pretty hard to, a bit hard. Actually, from the video I can probably tell, right? Just like while explaining, okay, fine, but I've done that before, so I have a good feeling how much time I take for explaining and what's the difference for me is. So I'm interested to see because it didn't feel so slow. It's hard to tell because it was also not one setting. It didn't feel too bad, to be honest. Bosses are definitely very different. With less projectiles. So I just have to compare like previous versions with newer versions of the POB and see, okay, where are we actually lacking how much damage and can we compensate for that or just ensure there is a lot of... Ooh, that's good. Oh my lord. Do we risk it to make it a 5-link? Is that the play? You need to color it anyway, right? But Dragon Scale is also very good because it's always armor evasion. Armor evasion is the point because on an armor evasion thing I can make green and red. And I need the red, the green for the trappy staff, and you need the red for either exsanguinate or life tap so you don't spend mana. So that combination is rather important. We hit the maximum strength for shield charge right now. Which is okay, we can run this again, we're almost 58. So that's kind of cool. And sometimes we want like a blue socket as well if you can get it, but if not, we just put something else in there, let's be honest. Just want a different support like this. It's totally okay. But sometime in the future anyway, because we need 3 labs, as I said, which is a bit difficult. a bit interesting actually. Because I will absolutely not play a live tap trappy version, which even Exsanguinate itself already costs life, without some recovery whenever my traps blow up. So hard that it's gonna be really bad. Feel like. Another interesting thing is with all of this, I feel like I have a lot of 4 links now. And I need 2 overall, right? I need 2 4 links to progress. That's the idea, and I feel like I have... Did I get some essence earlier? Like a Wrath essence, right? There was a thing. Did get an essence of Wrath. It should be lightning resistance. Or maybe we can use that on a piece then. I don't have a better one until then. Maybe I want a 3rd life flask. Oh, probably not. You might, because yeah, you're using so much more charges. To be fair. So yeah, what was I clicking on? Kind of forgot. Oh yeah, I was getting all the mini things, right? So these points are already invested anyway. Data invested, so I can prepare all of this. It doesn't do anything for me right now until I swap. This would be 60. Interesting, so I'm just gonna get all of this over there. So we might be able to use it in the future.
Yes.
Whenever we need it.
See ya.
It should also be okay. Okay, fine. Overall this feels fine for me. Like 58. I got a bunch of 4 links. Overall okay-ish. You could farm a bit more. Especially for different slots, just to see and yeah, get different colors going. But I'm feeling confident we're gonna be okay. You can always come back to Blood Aqueducts, farm more, buy something from a vendor, and yeah, 58 should be fine to get through this. And also want this to basically end at some point for people that are not so interested in the specific Poison Seismic thing. So not to. There I just stick to the right side, or basically, yeah, always to the right side. Not right hand side from my perspective, right side. East, essentially. And go for these hoists, which are really important. Because they lead you downwards. At least they should. Here they are. One more. I believe, and we should be in the next zone. It's a helmet, isn't it? Is it always armor? I don't need armor helmets. I need a better helmet. I think I have a better helmet, don't I? I just didn't equip it yet. So. You can do it later if you need to fix resists anyway. By the way, also heist is great. If you just do random contracts you get and buy by visiting the harbor often, get you so much basic currency that makes it so much easier to recolor stuff. Yeah. Not so interested in a betrayal here. This is not like a full run. And yeah, in this area, you just go to the right and you're looking for 2 things essentially. You're looking for top right is always the same, and you're looking for this. Basically. You're looking for this quest thing, which can be everywhere. I feel like. It's somewhere there, and the first target, because I always need to go to the top right to place a portal, right? So I go there first, and if I find the quest on the way, cool. If not, I have to search in the zone. You click it, you kill monsters until big monsters appear. Are they already here? Big monsters, maybe, please? Okay, here they are. But and there's another one.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
There's another. And then you get the Stormblade, you pick it up. Still need to be top right to place something down. There's a crafting recipe, obviously. Can take this waypoint, it's not necessarily that important, but if you see it, definitely take it in case you mess up with the portal that I'm about to place. right here. See this bridge thing where the ghost tries to go and you can't enter? There's like nothing happening there. That's normal. You go there. There's a portal. Then you go back to the left and definitely up, hack the upper wall essentially. Upper zone edge until you find an exit where you want to go. That's like foothills. That was the old diadem farming area. It's gone. Probably at least. And then there you just go up. So it's up a bit to the left typically. In this case it's perfectly up. You get the waypoint and then you go back to the city. Alright, that's like super important. And here I believe you talk to June first, right? And then you talk to her. Here you can choose a weapon. Like actually I would like shield like this. Maybe it's good if I'm lucky. And then you get the Bottled Storm. If you do not get the Bottled Storm here, you need to talk to Sin first, right? She doesn't offer it until you talk to Sin once, but you can do that first. Just so in case there's confusion, because that confused me in the past. But then I forgot about it. And 5 auras, it's really not that great. It doesn't help. Oh no. So yeah, then you can go into this portal again, and now with the Bottled Faith, if you approach this, it opens. So yeah, don't need the Stormblade, you need the, or Bottled Storm, not Bottled Faith. Bottled Faith is something very different. And it's not gonna open this boss thing. Even though it's very powerful. Bottom right, here, bottom right is the way. There's like a fake entrance here, right, where I think it's a betrayal entrance, betrayal area. It's not the correct one. If you find the wrong one, then don't go in there. It's not why we're here. Sandpit. It's called Sandpit. That's where you want to go in. This doesn't do anything anyway. So basically, since quite some levels, and now there's basically nothing we take on the tree is making us stronger. So every time we move on to a zone, we just get weaker and weaker and weaker. Which is perfectly fine, because we have enough power, at least probably here. You hit her for a while. And then you go here. And then she's moving. See? It does something. Then you can dodge it. It was bad, but see this. Like it's gonna look at you. Then you dodge it. Perfect. Right, and as soon as you pass her, it's gonna move ahead, but she's always gonna attack you once. Like one attack. Oh, it's already passed. Cool. And then again, one attack, dodge it. She's like, oh, it's already passed, and yeah. Takes quite a bit. Also the next fight takes quite a bit because there's a long intermission in it. Trying to pass this. If you get into these sand circles, you get really slow. But you can do this, which looks very funny. So. Goes away immediately. I think she should here for a short moment. Don't waste too much power here because I think at 50% maybe it is or whatever. Point is, she goes away very quickly. And then doesn't come back for quite a while, I feel like. It goes away again and charge and jump and I don't know. I think it's 25%, isn't it? Oh yeah, that's right. It's 30. So more ads and she goes into the middle again. If you have a look at this, you know, and is doing this whole look at you and try to hit you thing again. So you just slowly walk in a circle, getting stuff. And typically when she comes back, she's doing her animations again. Is she already back? Oh yeah. See, still going down. This takes so hard. I just can never fight her. It takes forever. Just going from one animation to the next one. And gone. You want to come back? Okay, she's back now. It doesn't mean she's dead. Yay. Also means you can log out. To be fair. Log out, log out, log out. You can already get this quest point for her. I'll do it later. Doesn't really matter. What are we getting? We're getting this stuff here, which is cool. So we still cannot simulate this, but we should simulate this. So what I'm gonna do now, simulate this so we have more mana for our unlive linked things, because this is actually integral. It's very important. So but for that we need to hit these 2 points. These 2 points, then we are allowed to do this. Okay. Makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. Because everything you don't put into live tab is needs some mana, at least, essentially. So, from Foothills, just up is the Boiling Lake. The only thing that's here is essentially a boss, which is typically top right. Somewhere there. 100% at the top somewhere. Just depends a bit where exactly. If you see these basilisk stone people, basically, you're on the right track, because that's what the creature did to them. And then somewhere here. Oh, there's even a crafting recipe to lead you to it. If there's a line between you and the monster, not this fire breath, like an actual line thing, then it's looking at you and you need to get away or you get frozen. Right? So you cannot look into its eyes, basically. It's a basilisk. That's what they do. Yeah, kill it, log out. Get the quest item, obviously. If you want to get rid of those things, you can in town talk to this guy, but you don't have to. That just, yeah, essentially removes them. Back to Foothills. All the way to the left is the tunnel stuff again, which should have a labyrinth, I believe. Does it have a labyrinth? It should have. Yeah. Would have a labyrinth. All the way to the left. Tunnel here. It should say here, if you're unsure. It's guards. Yeah, there's one. It's a labyrinth. I got overridden by the betrayal event, that's the point. That's why it didn't tell me in the... Like, at the notification at the bottom, so that's a bit unreliable, I guess. But yeah, here's the labyrinth. Trial. Easy enough to look up if you actually missed it somehow. And you're unsure where the last one is. It's very easy to Google, which is really cool. I want to die to these. Let me through. Ooh, I want to suck me. Recipe. Oh yeah, and then you can do this and then port it. Okay. So we're done with that. So means we can just go through this now. Towards the up-ish position. I want this? Not really. Maybe also use Plague Bearer a bit more again. There's a crafting recipe. I should not forget that. Typically, I get them immediately if I see them, even if I need to walk back, because I'm gonna forget later and then I never have it, and then I randomly need this weird crafting recipe. And then I'm not gonna have it, and I'm gonna be sad. You need to look up where it is, and you need to go back into the campaign. I don't want that. In the zone with where you get the waypoint, the last one, you just pick a side, and either you find like the next zone, or you find this between zone with this terrible boss here. Do whichever one you find first, and then do the other one essentially. So in this one, there's like this boss that disappears and then hits you, and everything has degens. And then at some point, she's gonna replace herself with like a friend, and then you're fighting something else again. That's the moment. There's like another unique now that you need to damage. Oh, there she is. Kira. Okay, so we need to hit Kira, and now she's half health and gone, and then the other one comes back. What's she called? Ruka. Okay, fine. And then she's invisible again. And then she's there again. Then you hit her. And then you die to the storm. Cool. And then she's 50%? No? Lower? When do you disappear again? I have no idea. Is she gone now again? Is Kira back? It's such a weird boss. I don't even know. What is she? There's Kira back. Okay. No, Kira is dead. Oh, I'm dead as well. And you can go back into this, and then I still want this item. Okay. Perfect. Ta-da! It's that. It's a really annoying boss in my opinion. But it's fair enough. Here's your skill point, by the way, if you do this. Now we're gonna go for one of the last bosses we're gonna meet. Which is the refinery boss. A very dangerous boss, actually. Very dangerous boss in general. Especially in events that have like more AoE, and in general that's like really, really hard. I believe that this other trick still works, right, with the dead people. Isn't that a thing? Let's see if it actually works. Maybe not. Actually not, I think it works only in the first one. Fine. Overall, my feeling for this is top right. Typically, let's find the boss somewhere in the top right. And here he is, that's the thing. To me, very difficult boss, really weird. He has a bunch of attacks that can kill you, and then yes, he's so tanky. I was like, oh my god. Just forget to turn on my Plague Bearer. He's gonna do this, where you need to get away. Or you die to the explosion, and then he's gonna hit the ground, and you die anyway. Cool. And you just hit him again, which is fine. Maybe lure him in one corner, right? So he did the slam to the ground, and that means that there's rocks falling, and rocks falling will kill you. Like, big time. Am I far enough away? Let's see. I am. Nice. Please die. You really can feel the reduced damage in this act. But that's fine. If I have like 1 or 2 acts, you can also probably already switch to Seismic. I don't know where I portaled. You can just look out. Just make sure after you kill him, you go up and get the actual quest item, right? It's like really important. And get something from this guy. Which is kind of cool. Armor evasion with actually life and resist. Nice. I want this helmet soon if we can. It's trash. 104 life. Can craft resist on it actually. Not be that bad. But I think I have better things right now.
Be careful.
More better things. Which also means we are done here. And we're not gaining anything out of this. I did say, but we did actually. We gained some mana out of this. I know these are all nodes, it's just to compensate for another missing node, and that's okay. So it gives us a bit more leeway with mana. Also allows us to do that, essentially. So yeah, Belly of the Beast. Same thing, first time we were here. Not entirely sure where it goes. It's not super straightforward, I find. But somewhere here is an exit, and you will find it, and you're gonna run in a circle, and you're gonna die to bleed on your way. That's essentially how Belly of the Beast works. Here we have then to kill Deodra again, which is a really annoying boss. There's some bit annoying things in here. Same with the end boss, especially if you don't have a super overpowered build, and you have these in-between versions like me right now. If you're more over-leveled or you're already swapped to Seismic, this is a very, very easy thing. Like this, it's gonna take a bit. And you might actually have to fight the bosses for a while. Instead of just whooping them with 2 right clicks. So let's die here. No, if you find this guy, you can kill him. Doesn't matter, but you don't need to. It's like a zone boss here. Yeah, move. So I mean, sometimes these zones, they seem so long. Oh, I'm dying to this. I want to die. Like this bleedy stuff, rub the blood. Very evil. Oh, I see the exit, finally. Holy. Felt really far away. Okay, rotting core. Finally. Okay. It's a super short zone, isn't it? Yeah, it's like the shortest zones ever. There's Sin, you talk to him, then you go in any order into all 3 puddles. Let's do Deodra first because she's probably the worst. We can't curse her. She deals tons of AoE damage. Oh, that lady. She's never fun, to be fair, to fight. Not a single time. Maybe she's the worst boss in the game, because it's not fun to fight her. And you fight her really often. By the way, these circles here, they actually give you the according curse again, right? So here, me essentially hit her and try to obviously get as much damage in as you can from right away. Then she's gonna do this, and everything's gonna pulse. You can hide from her pulses behind one of those, right? But you can also try and hit her and see, okay, can I, like, you know, do it, maybe deal enough damage and heal enough to kill her anyway. Quite possible, right? So yeah, and she just dies. If you want to reset the stacks on you, kill the according totem. With the according color to the buff, you want to be gone. If the green one is at 10, I believe you deal 0 damage. That's quite important, actually, for your progress on it. Otherwise, you can fight her for a long time and she's not gonna die. So there's that. Here's pretty much a path. There's nothing you can essentially do wrong. You can go into tiny dead ends, but that's it. Should have no trouble finding the end of the path to find the Malachi, I think it's called. Something like that. No, a bit different. Maligaro. Perfect. You can curse him again. He's gonna split typically into a lot of things unless you have incredible damage. Like, honestly, this build had before. But it's fine. He's just gonna clone in a lot of things, and then you kill the clones and they don't have much HP, right? They die comparatively quick. Just need to figure out who's who. It's probably him. Yeah, it is him. And then this as well. Hey, come on. And then the last one, which is the electric lady again. Same thing here, zone, nothing to explain. I believe it's actually just more or less straight ahead. And no real way to get lost, except for in tiny corners. She still does electric stuff. She has like giant balls here. Yeah, just don't die to them. Careful for books and lots of projectiles, right? It's kind of the same thing. You just walk in a circle, so there's not gonna be that much that actually hits you. You talk to Sin again, and now you're gonna fight all of them at the same time. So that means including Deodra, and fighting Deodra means that you can't curse this boss either, right? Again, I'm just taking the mastery. I know they're gone because I compensated for how I get that actually. So this is typically how you end up. Yeah. So don't curse. Still wither. Withering is fine, by the way. Just not cursing. Cursing bad, no? Actually, that late of a labyrinth, I feel like we're gonna rush a double curse or something. I think that's basically the damage loss solution. You just curse everything twice except for the bosses that you can't curse, and that's okay. Doesn't that make sense? Instead of if the trap flop is so much later, you can rush double curse and just swap a bit later with a few levels. Without that huge of an issue. That should be definitely. Yeah, he does a bunch of different attacks where you cannot stand in and you need to dodge. It's a bit hard to explain all of them. But it's not like I'm doing much. I'm walking in a circle while using more opportune attack times, I guess, when I know, okay, he just had an animation, let's go into other direction. So that's kind of okay. These spiders he spawns actually, typically, I find more dangerous than the boss himself. So yeah. Did I? Oh. Hello? Okay. Perfect. You can log out already as soon as he falls, but then you're gonna miss the loot and you can talk to Lily again, so it's a bit sad. You don't want to do that, right? Armor evasion is good. Armor, yes, stuff is good as well. Pure armor is basically getting quite useless to some extent.
Your quest well.
Hoopala.
Ready to go?
Sail to Oriath. And that concludes another act, and this is Act 10. Essentially where we're gonna end up now. I also just realized that we managed to get to the highest tier of flasks, which is really cool. Gonna sell... Yeah, probably not this one. Does it have lightning rest? Or does it have an open suffix? It doesn't have an open suffix either. That's also pretty good, actually. Solves our 4-link issues. Or pressure to some extent. Which is cool. And this was also fine and concludes the act. That's it there. For the lovely Act 10, we wanna once again prepare our resistance for a big 30% loss. We wanna make sure we have all skill points done. We want to do our labs, ideally, and yeah, possibly swap to like a skill we actually want to play. Things like that. This case is typically a good spot, and you can also go ahead and not kill Kitava at the end and go and do heist contracts for a while, and then after you run out of them, you get all of the level range, whatever. Just the ones you collected maybe. You go kill Kitava and get the resistance penalty. So, just went up, as you can see. You just go into this thing here, and there's these heralds, which are quite dangerous creatures overall. Like the entire act, if you see these heralds, they have quite a potential to kill you, actually. You kill them, talk to Bannon, and we are on our way towards down there. It's pretty much straight ahead until you can no longer go straight ahead, and then it's up. It's a bit up. So if you run on the upper side of the zone as much as possible, but it won't always allow you to get through. You can barely miss it, actually. It's a pretty good idea. This one is leading down a lot, but whenever I can, I go back up and hope I can actually pass it here. I cannot. Okay. Try again. A lot of holes in the ground on this bridge thing, whatever this is actually. There's an expedition here. It's like Gwenon. If it's a Tujin, I would actually do it on the way. Just get some currency from him. And you can trade. Yeah, you get some currency. Pretty cool. So yeah, it's more on the upper side. There's also a way down here and there's nothing. It's a dead end. So it's more the upper side on this wall here with the fog. Go to the square. So what we do here, portal again, And we're gonna walk up. It's a bit awkward because everything is broken here. There's like a specific way, but I always forget what it is. And after that, we're gonna go to a very, very nasty boss. Oh yeah, it's also not here. It's not the first one up. It's the second one up from the square. Because the first bridge is broken and the second one is not broken. See, I always forget until I remember once I see it. Once I see it properly. Actually, just not broken. So we cross the bridge, we go to the path we actually want to be on, and then we find a waypoint, pretty much right here. There it is. So we placed a portal, right? What did we just drop there? Oh, map! Oh yeah, maps are a thing. We placed a portal, right? So don't go into this sorry thing first. Go back. And we haven't picked up anything else. And I think you can talk to Lani here and get another thing. I like these quartz flasks a lot. I can't really reuse it right now. But yeah, go back in here. We're gonna go to a very dangerous boss. That's also quite worth delaying if you want to. If you feel like, oh, I want to come back way later and do this boss because I have like a bad experience with him and I don't like dying, for example. Dangerous boss. Never do it in Gauntlet. Whenever you do Gauntlet, just in case you want to play the Gauntlet event at some point, and the Gauntlet has more projectiles, then I would just skip this boss forever and never get a skill point. It's just ridiculous if you're unlucky. But yeah, good not there. Down from the square again, and then just at the very bottom.
Just in time.
There is this entrance here, and you go for bottom left. Like super hard bottom left here. You're gonna find the arena of this boss thing. So still trying bottom left here. Not getting distracted with anything else. Here. There's like a broken fence thing again, which we can jump up. By the way, my flame dash is on control. If I hit control, that's where the flame dash is. I could put it somewhere else right now, but later on, I like to put my skills where I will have them later in my final setup. So it's kind of important to me. So yeah, that's where the boss is. Set super hard bottom left. You're always gonna find him. It's this creature here. So you're gonna hit the creature, and she does this. That's what she does. She's like turning and oh, it's terrible, and already phased. Basically, that's fine. And then you just walk in a circle. She's like turning slightly and shooting a billion projectiles. And yeah, that's gonna kill you. And even I think these projectiles, when she's flying around, are also gonna be multiplied in Gauntlet. And it's like, oh no, you can die so easily here, and it's just before that. Oh, boss is already back? No, we actually died to it. No, how could we? We just go back in. Is she gonna do the turning thing again? Oh, it's a slam. God damn it. Look at the amount of projectiles. Holy. I can definitely feel that the build is weaker right now, the leveling build, without a massive amount of projectiles. Is she phased? Yeah, she's phased already. Which is interesting because, like, you see so much more mechanics from bosses that typically you don't see. So, yeah. So my conclusion here is we definitely want to rush double curse. Delay the trap swap. We picked up a lot of things that are more suited for earlier swapping, right after Blood Aqueducts, which are not helping us right now, so we are significantly weaker. And we should not do that. We should rush the double curse, which gives us so much more damage, that we are back to old things, I believe. So, after you kill her, log out. You are free to collect your, let's see, your points. Is it Lani? Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. See anything interesting there? Nope. Not really. I need to talk to these people. Then we're gonna go up here. The square. We have not been in here. There's a lab trial. And there's an item we need to find. So yeah, I already have these things here, so we're gonna rush for this. 1, 2, 3, 4 more points here. everything should be a bit better. Should have done it earlier. But that's why we do test runs, right? And the 3 people that actually really like these long forward runs get a full run out of it. Because to be fair, if I do them anyway, I can also record them. That's one. Yeah, crafting elixir and the item thing. Crafting elixir. Crafting thing. The thing I did here was just like going, I chose one wall, in this case the left wall. I'm just walking around it because I know this trial thing is somewhere on the wall. It might be completely different, but you're gonna find it if you hug the wall. And at some point you're gonna find the other thing as well. So here, the order doesn't matter, but you need to go into these things here. Ideally you don't get hit, but actually just running through quickly and hoping I don't get hit. There's a flame dash to make this everything shorter here. And we get this. We already have the quest item, right? So no reason to stay. You can just log out. Is that the one from him? That's the one from him. Perfect. So that's done. Almost done with the act, by the way. It's like a very, very quick act, and then we have to go back a little bit, right? Backtrack. For now, we go into towards... That's not the first one, it's always the second one, right? Yeah, it's the second one. We go back to Innocence, essentially. So it's like the second street here down, then to the side, and then back up, and into Templar Archives, or whatever it's called. Right. Here, and back there. Torched Courts, it's called now. Fine. Something like that. Again. Clockwise situation. Kind of dangerous monsters here, in general. Can really kill you. I need more portal scrolls for later, I think. It's kind of bait here. So apparently we are high enough already, right? Maybe. Let's go all the way to the top. So we don't get stuck somewhere. Down. So we do our clockwise thing. Here. Then our skill point, because why not? Go the inner route here. You can also go the outer route, because this one's actually not that bad. More cast speed for curses, also really quality of life. You can get this waypoint, not have to. Again, I feel like I want to rush the curses. I feel like I want some levels. Other than that, you don't need to like farm here. But that's the only reason why I'm gonna go a bit into the... There's a Quicksilver there. I'm gonna go a bit into these side areas to kill blue packs. So I'm interested in a few more levels. A bit more XP, like getting one more level out of this whole thing than I normally would. It would be quite interesting right now. Just because we have to change the plan up a bit. And I don't know how many regrets I actually will have. Because at the end of the day, if you just follow my guide thingy, then you definitely have enough regrets by the end of this, if you did all the quests. But that might not be true if you spend them randomly in between. That's really sad if you want to swap to another skill and then you don't have enough regrets, and then maybe you don't have some key passives on the tree because you don't have the skill points. Oh no, that would be so bad. And you don't have any build anymore, right? You can't really use the new one really well, and the old one doesn't work anymore either, and then you're really stuck. And especially in a league start scenario, getting early regrets, or in SSF, getting like regrets is really hard. You're not just simply target farming them. You can vendor trade a bit, sure. But still. It's like specific currency you need. This next boss is also very interesting. It's definitely something where you want to kill him quickly, ideally, So you really want to double curse here. You really want it. Big time. Yes, this big swipe with his stick, or even his auto attack, is really hurting. That's like a big swipe. Let's see. That's what I mean. If I had the double curse, then I would feel way better than this. It's not like you can't beat him, right? It's like not a problem. Also be careful with the big dude, like always. It's gonna hit you. Even though this is fake innocence. Still very strong. And it's dead. Cool. Can log out after him. And if I'm not mistaken, then you could technically, right, just go. If you talk to him, by the way, I think then, yeah, the stuff thing goes away. And also there's this still. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, we take the evasion chest, I believe.
We do this for freedom.
Not even that bad. Can you craft life on this? No, not so bad. Not so bad. Let's see this. So technically, if you wanted to rush, you'd go and kill Kitava now, and you would end up even with explaining stuff and a scuffed build at like a bit over 5 hours. Playtime, whatever that actually means. I don't know how this time actually works. But it's not what we're gonna do, right? We're gonna go back to Act 8. Because there is still a lab trial. There's a skill point hidden. We go to Luna's Consort in Act 8. And I really want these things. And you go like downish. And then there should be this bathhouse. There's also a quest in there. We don't care about the quest, but we care about the lab trial there. We do care about that. Is there a wall? Oh, it's funny. You could blast through that. I've never actually actively seen that, yeah. We're still not fire resistance capped, so this is gonna hurt. We can hit some monsters maybe and not die. Or we hit monsters and still die. How about that? Yeah, cap your resistance, to be fair. Let's do that. There's no reason not to. Just use some life flasks. Need to go all the way back now. You need to touch this thing, so that's done. Also here again, I hacked the wall. That's all I did. And randomly ran into the thing immediately. Can be way further away, can be everywhere. Still hugging a wall. And then randomly finding the high gardens. Didn't even see the quest mod. Can be way further. Just choosing. This is a linear way. So there's no way you missed this. God damn it. Perfect. Yeah, it's a terrace map type thing. However the map is called. I think it's called terrace. Dangerous thing here is that there are a lot of projectiles. Especially porcupines. There are porcupine packs here, and if you rush into one like this, you might randomly die if you blow them up right on top of you. I think it's like good reason to do this later for me is that it's really far away. And yeah, you can die to porcupines here. The boss itself also isn't actually that easy. To be fair, he has a lot of degens and it's like really annoying, the guy. It's a long way here, by the way. It's totally normal that it's a very, very long way. And there is the end. So yeah, there's a dude. Probably curse him and everything, blast him. There's balls everywhere, and then he's gonna hide and bring his friends. And these small balls, if you stand in there and look at this, they're degening you really badly. That's like the big dangerous part here, I would say. Not very much the big balls. I mean, also you can see the big ones, but the small ones sometimes are very difficult to see, I find. See, there's already one on top of me, and I almost didn't see it. It's gonna disappear again. So if you do this at a more appropriate level, it's kind of annoying, to be fair. So he comes back. Probably somebody at some point gonna tell me that there's a way to get rid of these balls, and it's like super easy because there's like some technique to this boss. I have no idea. If that is the case, let me know, because I have no idea. I'm just running in circles. So yeah, that's that. After you did that, what you actually want to do is you want to use a portal because it gets you into Act 8, and then you can hand in quest. So, interesting part here is, what I typically do then is either do the /passives command or just go through the acts, right? Because I want to make sure I have everything done to call this complete. Like this quest here, I know doesn't give anything. Golden Hand Job doesn't do anything either. Gained access to the labyrinth, I know. Nico doesn't care. Eternal Nightmare, like I have a reward. No, that's the Tasumi one after that one, this doesn't matter. That's the Oyun reward, which is the golems I don't care about. Nothing here. Act 6, also fine, didn't do the manuscript, did not do this one. Act 8, I did not do the wings, that's in bathhouse, did not do the calendar. And here I obviously still have to kill Kitaver to finish the game. So we have absolutely everything done, but we are 2 skill points essentially away from the double curse. It is a bit sad, to be fair, but that's just how it is. So that means lab time, cruel lab time, which is in this case should be relatively easy because it's like far back, it's like level 55. Not worried about that one. Like always, first zone pretty much the same. Actually don't know if it's the cruel labyrinth exactly the same as well, but we're just gonna go top right. Oopa. There's the trial. Go in there. Get the recipe. Look what things are. Oh, it's generals. Generals can be in general. It can be ignored. We have sword and shield, so he's gonna do, yeah, exactly this. So we don't want to get hit by that. Even on the low level thing, just don't get hit by that. Other than that, you just walk in a circle and he dies.
My 3 lieutenants remain. Misery loves company, I suppose.
Going somewhere. I forgot to look at the shield thing at this one here. So there's 2 exits actually. Somewhere. That one looks really scary. I don't want to be hit by the blade and the spikes at the same time. What's happening? Never seen that specific trap as well, I believe, at like the beginning. Like this general setup, never seen that. Very fascinating that you can, indeed, I need wisdom scrolls, I believe. That you can in general still discover completely new situations after a long time playing. It's kind of an interesting thing. I have no idea where I'm going, by the way. I'm just going top right. That's the idea. Was correct. Nice. Again, I'm gonna go top right. I know the next one is the trial anyway, but I don't know where it is. I'm gonna guess top right. Ooh, there's like a weird... Oh god, this is gonna be terrible. Go here, don't die to this. This opened at the bottom now. Perfect. Don't kill me. Don't. I go through here now. Okay, perfect. I'm really not a fan of the lever. Let's be honest here. I never will be, I believe. I like the idea that you have this hardcore experience in softcore, to be fair. That's a kind of neat. But if you just wanna be finished, then it's a bit annoying, let's say. So yeah, we can have a look in there what the actual things are. That's essences, it's fine because of the low level lab. You can make an effort to kill them first before they reach Izaro. Right, you want to do that, you just go to them and then you hit them in the face. That's basically the idea, but you would need for all of them to spawn, right, before you kill him. That's gonna take 10 minutes and on a low level lab. Doesn't seem worth it. Doesn't seem worth it, I tell you. So, 1 or 2 more zones. I think it's 2 more zones here. Oh, we are out. We're checking top right again. It wasn't too top here. Wow. Got a bit scared by the blue skeletons, to be fair. Because there was like a bunch of them that charged into them and they meleeed me. Or tried to at least. I want some scrolls. Do like scrolls. Top right. Are we winning? Oh, we're winning top right, always. I actually do believe that there's a tendency for things to be more often top right. I don't think that's like a feeling thing. It's probably true. We probably could confirm that with PoE Lab, like the website. Definitely have statistics over that. Or, I don't know. Anybody that doesn't feel like it's mostly top right? Is that even a discussion? I have no idea. Just going random places and we found something. And it's the wrong one, right? It's the wrong one. Okay, okay. Left of that. In theory, are you correct? Just a trial. Let's see if the arena is horrible or kind of okay. Obviously we have all the lieutenants and we have 2 of these element things. Can apply an additional curse actually. Oh, I didn't bring my additional. I don't even socket for an additional curse. I'm such. Ah, I tell ya. Just stick into this green circle, you get teleported. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's not die after E0. It would be the worst thing. What is killing me? Are you killing me? That would be the worst thing ever. You die like after E0. Is already dead. You need some kind of wand. I just remembered. It would be cool to have a wand in general. Scepter maybe. None of this has actual potential to be useful. Do we have more keys? No. Some jewels is kind of nice, but this is unlikely to be useful. Actually, this one, if you would get it linked, if it's good. Again, you can get like stuff here. You just don't. Doesn't really matter. So this is a bit awkward now because technically you don't have access to this. If I take this now, I'm gonna be stronger than you would in I would be next league. So I think I can just leave this now, do the 3rd lab, and then take both. Because we will need to take the 3rd lab. I'm not gonna assign the 3rd lab because I would get a wrong thing. But in 321 we would need to do both, because this one comes first, then we get this. So essentially we would have this now, or a different version of it, in order to do the 3rd lab. So we're gonna do the 3rd lab now, just way weaker, and see how that goes. It sounds like a terrible idea, to be fair. Let's do the terrible idea, and I'm actually out of these things here. The wisdom scrolls. Let's fix that up real quick. Boop, boop. Can do this. All our 4 links in here. It's gonna be our cool wand for later. Let's get rid of all these things. Actually, don't need to. No. Okay. But what I do need is I need space for my last curse. Do I have anything I can use for that? I mean, this helmet, 100% I can use for that. Right? I even have enough. I'm gaining a socket, I'm getting 3 blues, and I need only 1 blue. Perfect. So it's Grace, Withering Stab, Herald of Agony, and then I said I'm gonna level. Wanted to did not level Despair, but it's okay. It's better than nothing. And my resistance is still almost good enough. That's perfect. I'm gonna put this here. I do have space for a gem to level now. No, I don't. Okay. No, I don't. Okay, cool. So I do have a double curse now. I'm interested if that is helpful. And I'm also really interested how well the 3rd lab now goes. Should actually be fine. Would be better if I already had something. But I want to see how the last lab goes. It's like a 68, 62. So it's a bit difficult content typically to do. But if this is not like greatly possible. Or we're gonna have a huge amount of trouble now. If I feel like I have a huge amount of trouble, I'm just gonna recommend to go and map the Poisonous Concoction and double curse probably for like 5-6 more levels until, you know, it's safer to do the lab and do it then. Which you can do anyway if you say, okay, fine, doesn't help me if the random internet person can do it, if you can't do it, just so. What did I do to you? What did I do to you? Did I bleed to death? What just happened? Oh my lord. That was really quick. Imagine you die in hardcore like this. You don't really spend attention and you just dead. Oh no. Bleed, 100%. I died to some kind of bleed effect. Okay, let's pay some attention so this doesn't happen again. Won't be bad. You're definitely getting hit pretty hard in here. It's only one thing anyway. Oh my. It's got a heart attack there. Okay, there's 2 exits there. I think the third labyrinth can already have the thing with the golden keys, right? Where you just need to get a key first before you can do anything. Really not my favorite, let's be fair. We can get this chest here. Do we double curse something? Yes, definitely dying quicker. Portal Shredder, nice. I actually don't know if I want that. Maybe I want portals. That's fine, we picked it up. I could drop it down, I think. I'd drop it. Let's go a bit careful here. So we don't mess up and die and don't have to repeat it because I don't want to. Let's go here. Is this correct? I mean, it's probably not correct. See if the next door is just around the corner. Oh, it's not. How far is it? Oh, it might be really far. Oh no. Oh no. Still gonna go there now. I feel like it's the better way. I want to do less zones, and this zone doesn't seem too dangerous. Like I'm okay with spending more time in this zone. Okay, I could have just taken the other zone. I'm just like... oh my god. It was really far away. Oh, can I go up there? No? Looks like it. Kill me maybe. Okay. Oh, that's the trial immediately. Okay, that was like the same than running another zone. Let's be fair here. Nope. Can I not take that earlier? Okay, fine. Let's see what happens here. Oh yeah, portals, I know. So pick up the portal thing. Double curse. Not that bad. I'm confused. Is that the first Izora in this? It's the first one, right? I just started the run. Okay. I'm getting confused. Is he already phased? I think he's phased. He's just doing his animation still, right? Okay. That wasn't too bad. It was kind of okay. Definitely do that. Double curse. Probably helping, at least to an extent. So, that was the first trial, right? Okay. So this one has only one exit. Which is good. So I'm gonna find it and use it. Going to be a bit careful with these explodey guys, so they don't kill us in a bit randomly. Discharge, I think it's called. Yeah, he's really big. I'm a bit scared that he comes like after me in a bad moment. I got hit really badly again. Ah! Please don't murder me. Here, maybe. Ooh. What is happening here? There's lots of levers. Okay. But this does nothing. Perfect. Ooh, let's not die. Ah, gauntlets are dangerous. Very dangerous. I want to get through this door, please. Oh god. I want to be here. I don't want to be here. Still don't know where we're going. Is it top right? Possibly. Somehow. In this end. Low. There's another one of these chests. Okay, some suppression thing or whatever. Okay, there's nothing here. There's nothing here either. Wow. The door is like dealing so much instant damage. Oh, doors in this game, man. Oh no. There's like the golden key situation. So typically if you end up in the room where you have the golden door and key in the same room, it's like bottom left is the key and then you get a door. And then it's like an experience with it. Maybe it's not this time. Yeah, okay. At least it was to the left. Okay, typically you run around the key that you see, right? Until it lets you into the key. Typically not too hard. It's typically a lever that lets you out on the other side, so you don't have to run it twice, which is kind of nice. And then more towards the top right is where you're gonna find these. Oh, this is very painful. I don't know what it does, but it's really hurtful. Is it this guy? Please stop. I'm just gonna take the right door, I don't care. Whoa. What is happening? Oh, that was the wrong one. I could have seen that before in the picture, right? That the left one is the correct one, but it's fine. Okay, we're out of this nightmare room. I'm gonna go here now. It's nicer here. God damn it. There's a silver key. I don't want a silver key. I want a door to trial and not die. There's a trial. Let's go in there.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes.
Let's just say essence. Oh, it's essences again. Or maybe it's not so bad if they die. One of them dies at least. What's the first one? Is that the shocking? This should be the shocking one. Maybe that's pretty good to kill the shocking one.
Honor your name.
Double curse. Let's double curse again just in case. Should we wither the dude? Is he already done? Whoopa. He's phased, right? He's phased. Okay, he's phased. Let me out.
The sovereign leech leaves but a husk for its descendants.
Perfect. So, it's definitely the right one. I'm not going to go backwards. Hello? Let's have a look here. Somewhat occasion layout, probably. Whoa. Are we dying? I'm unsure. See one here, but I'm pretty sure it's the wrong one. Let's actually check that. Just want to get rid of this guy so he doesn't ambush me somehow. Hello? Perfect. Yeah, that's the wrong one. We're not doing that. But then the other one should be right here, correct? Please, maybe? Oh dear. Let's not get stuck. Okay, perfect. Okay. Last room, right? This is definitely trial. Fact. Let's hope there's no more gauntlet in here. There's really evil ones here that slow you very badly. And then bad things can happen. Was this already the trial? No way. No, it's not. No. Oh, it's not it either. I'm scared in here. I definitely need something for, like, the leveling guide that makes this a bit better. Or just, in general, design it to delay the third lap after Kitava quite a bit. Might be a really good idea. This is too difficult, I would say, to recommend it directly. Probably. Depends how much we can change to make it better, to be fair. And you would come in here with one more node that doesn't do anything for this thing. Yeah, okay. Skill. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff happening here. This might actually kill me. If I get unlucky with the spikes, maybe. Let's run into them right away. Perfect. Oh, it's gonna teleport me into them. I'm gonna do that. Hello? That's really evil. I'm sure I actually use my blast this time. I always forget to turn on the Plague Bearer. Maybe I should just do that. Maybe I don't need more damage or anything. I just need to use the skills I have. Maybe I just can't be helped. Okay, cool. It worked out. We didn't die. Actually, we once at the very beginning. On the last lap, you can actually check. I mean, avoid being stunned for some reason. If you're stunned recently. Okay, cool. Go for it if you want it. So, technically, in OnLive 3.21, you're gonna have this node in change, and you're gonna now pick up this one. I'm gonna pick up this one because this will be available on 3.21. I'm just not gonna have this one and not gonna have this one. So your sandy point's gonna be empty here to judge how everything is, you know, working out. So we have done every single quest and we have done all the labyrinths, and now we can technically go and kill Kitava. Or we make an effort to swap to Poison Seismic, but I don't want to bore you now with trying to swap something or anything, because it doesn't matter to a lot of people. It's not the point of this. We can also do it after Kitava. So we're just gonna use the example, oh, I cannot swap before Kitava because some reason I didn't get the link, something didn't work out, and I feel stuck now. You can either go back and farm some areas and do it still, right? Just make it happen, force it, get the links, farm some gear, or you kill Kitava, or you just go and kill Kitava and not worry about it so much. So yeah, we go in here to this spot here. Did we turn? Oh, I did turn on Plague Bearer. Nice. Such a smart person. Hello? Can I not move here? No, I can. But I think that wouldn't be ideal for this video now to do the swap before, because that adds a lot of time. 10 minutes or so, but still. That's a bunch of time for no reason. And in case you never even want to swap to Seismic, then this is unnecessary for you anyway. Maybe you just want to play the skill. Probably not next league, let's be honest, because you don't have weapons. You're missing like a potential tree slot by default, which sounds like a bad idea. And it got just recently nerfed, which I'm pretty sure it's still very playable, but even as an endgame build, it's very, very playable if you really like it. But yeah, also means it's unlikely that someone wants to try to build new. So people, yeah. I don't know where I was going with this. Yeah, it's mostly actually, I mean, if you just like the build and you like the build, I'm gonna play it, whatever. But with the league mechanic, it's actually not ideal. People might use it still for leveling, for other things they want to do. Why not? Like me. As far as I can tell, if I cannot work out the math in the POB, I'm gonna use the skill for leveling 100%. There's no reason to do that. Can get more poison chance now with this last skill up here. Amazing. It's the node that has more poison chance against like cursed enemies. That's the big one. That's the big idea. This is just straight ahead, by the way. I guess I didn't mention it, but it's all that's happening, right? So yeah, this mastery is still there. Cursed. Oh yeah, here. More poison and whatever chance against cursed enemies. So that increases our chance to poison. It says main hand. What do I say here? Chance to poison from main hand hits is 85%, so if they're cursed, we are at 105. Wow. So we need to curse the boss. This is just Kitava again, basically. Just a stronger version. A very unfriendly version, to be fair. She's gonna do this, and then I'm stuck in a degen while she's doing things to me, and I think she's phased. Hope she's phased because I have no idea what's happening. I can see. Oh, there's the heart. Okay. Double curse the heart. Sounds very evil, actually. More of these Kitava's heralds, herrings, whatever. Oh yeah, he's gonna grab that thing first. Then it's gonna be vulnerable again. Whoa! Oh, it's only the small one. I didn't realize. No, she did the thing. God damn it. Should be phased. Look at this, like this herald dude. He's just hitting me once with his ball. Kind of dying. Please stop. Which side is it? Yeah, are you phasing again, please? It's like really annoying. It's gonna put the ball in the way. It's one of these dudes again. I want him to go away. She phased? Okay, she's phased. Hello? This fight hurt so much. Probably gonna grab an angel again, right? Are we grabbing angel first? Angel grabby? Yes. Grabby, okay. So now more of these guys. If we have time, get as much damage in as possible. Like really. I think that's so useful. So she just does less mechanics. That's the important part. So the battlefield isn't so chaotic. Okay. Here we go. Last thing. Whoa, we need to be in the corner. Are you dead? She's dead. Just last hard phase. Last time fighting minions. Oh my god. Let's not die to the last minions. Help.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
We kill the minions first. Okay. I think we made it. Yay, good job. Let's see. We clock into. Actually, we still need to get one more skill point. There is one more to pick up. I can get the time of the Kitava kill if you want to, like 5:45, with all the explanation things. Which isn't too bad actually. I expected us to be way longer. Like way longer. I'm gonna wake up here.
Exile, wake up. Commander Kill, go with courage. It's through the tunnel.
There is a crafting recipe. Somewhat interesting one. But you still have to go to Lani, which is quite important actually. And get the last skill point. And that would conclude the entire mapping part. Our resistance are kind of problematic, but we have a lot of items. Typically you would fix that a bit before, you know, spend some time not having a super terrible start, but you can also fix this a bit later now. Kind of up to you. Because yeah, then also you go to this guy and you get like your test map, right? Like, we dropped one of them, you're gonna pick strength anyway. So that's great. And next time there will be other maps anyway. So yeah, you can put some things there, but essentially that was the leveling part. I think went pretty well actually. To summarize that a bit, I feel like it's totally fine. There's some numbers tweaking and some positions, but Actually having less projectiles, especially early on, was no issue. I know it depends on the charges, but still you can run 3 or 4 live flasks, right? You can just have 1 projectile support gem and it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly good enough. It does its job, falls off towards the way later things, but at that time we can already have the double curse. We could have had double curse so much earlier. We already did preparations for swapping in cases like there's so many points. I could have already have that 10-15 points ago. So that's not a problem, and we were missing one lab, which wouldn't have done anything for us, to be fair. So that's really cool. Imagine the same thing on a Pathfinder, right? Like Peaconk on a Pathfinder with all the flask sustain things and natural damage boost in the ascendancy. It's perfectly fine for leveling. I'm almost convinced. Cool. Gonna figure out the details for that on how to do